Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. The hidden demon lord, the Empress brought her baby to the door and begged for responsibility. Chapter 61. Time goes back to the Chamber of Commerce competition. Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying and others had already left, so Meng Niu and the others were naturally responsible for staying at home. Even though Ning Yechen was not here, they still diligently cleaned every inch of their home. After everything was cleaned, the three of them sat leisurely on the steps of the courtyard, holding chicken feather blankets, rags and other cleaning tools in their hands. Hey, tell me, how long will it take for the lord and his wife to come back with the young lady? Bai Yuan curiously asked Meng Niu and Kai Si beside him. Although Madame's cultivation level is only at the heavenly realm, her spiritual power is very strong and extraordinary. It is estimated that she will be back soon. Kai Si crossed his arms across his chest, crossed his legs and said calmly. She accidentally saw Luo Ruiying secretly using her spiritual power to wash clothes. The light golden spiritual power was full of unusual pressure, which made her feel a little afraid. If it were a matter of life, she wouldn't even be completely confident that she could beat Luo Ruiying. It can be seen that the madame's strength is also extraordinary. Meng Niu patted his chest proudly and said angrily. I don't know how long it will take for madame to come back. But if you allow me to come up, I will kill those people with one slap. Stupid cow, you better restrain yourself. If you expose your identity and ruin your good deeds, I will not let you go. Don't forget, your snowball hit the lady in the face, and the adults haven't settled the score with you yet. You should be thankful to God that you can survive until now. Kai Si rolled his eyes at Meng Niu and said. Sometimes she was really afraid that this stupid cow would accidentally expose her identity without holding back. If the adults come to investigate, she and Bai Yuan may also be implicated. As soon as Ning Yechen was mentioned, Meng Niu's proud and arrogant face immediately disappeared, and he shrank his head like a wilted flower, extremely well behaved. Thinking of how he always accidentally breaks things while working recently, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. If the adults dislike him, will they deal with him directly? Compared to when the lord and madam will come back, I sympathize more with the Zhang family. It's not good to offend anyone, you have to offend the adults. Thinking of Ning Yechen's terror, Kai Si couldn't help but sympathize with the Zhang family. With your personality, you will never let the Zhang family go. I'm afraid that in a few days, the Zhang family will disappear from the world. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. How many days will it take? It's too long. If you are willing, sir, you can make the Zhang family disappear now. It's just that you don't seem to want to let the Zhang family disappear so directly. Kai Si said calmly. Ning Yechen didn't let them directly kill the entire Zhang family, which could only explain one point. That is, he doesn't want the Zhang family to disappear so directly, otherwise it will only take a matter of minutes to destroy the Zhang family. While the three of them were chatting, there was a sudden knock on the courtyard door. Somebody is coming. Is the adult back? Kai Su and the others looked shocked, and quickly stood up obediently and pretended to work. Sweep the floor, wipe the table, wipe the table. At this time, Kai Si and the others were full of doubts. It stands to reason that the master and his wife would not deliberately hide their aura and footsteps when they return home. Why didn't they hear the slightest sound? Soon, the door of the courtyard was slowly opened, and a woman with a delicate face, cold beauty, and dignified posture gently stepped into the courtyard. Her beautiful eyes looked around the environment with interest, and she whispered softly. Is this the place where Lord Demon Lord lives in seclusion? After searching for more than 100 years, she finally found it. Meng Niu and the other three looked at the visitor in confusion, then silently stopped their movements. Hey, they thought it was the adults coming back, which shocked them. It turns out he's not an adult. Meng Niu said bluntly and unhappily. Hey, who are you? Don't you know you can't just enter other people's homes? In the past few days, there was basically no one else coming and going in the house except Qi Yuan. When Meng Niu saw the stranger arriving, his first reaction was to think that she was someone who had gone to the wrong door and wanted to drive her away. Kai Si hurriedly stopped Meng Niu, fearing that he would cause trouble, so he took the initiative and came to Yu Qingyu politely and asked politely. Who are you looking for? The head of the house and his wife are not at home for the time being. Not here, Yu Qingyu muttered lightly, looking a little disappointed. But I have been waiting for more than 100 years, so I don't have to wait a little longer. Taking advantage of this period of time, she also wanted to have a good understanding of Lord Demon Lord's current life. Yu Qingyu walked into the courtyard minding her own business, looking around curiously with her beautiful eyes, but ignored Meng Niu and the others. This made Kai Si frown slightly. Who is this person? He is too self-conscious. If she didn't want to cause trouble to the adults, she would have thrown her out long ago. Seeing that Yu Qingyu was about to step into the hall, Kai Si and the others finally couldn't bear it any longer and stood in front of her, asking unhappily. May I ask who the girl is? It would be rude to enter someone else's home without permission. Hearing this, Yu Qingyu stopped and looked at Kai Si and the others with her calm and beautiful eyes. As soon as she spoke, everyone was shocked. The sky-swallowing divine python, the chaos demonic bull, the titan giant ape. I didn't expect that the bloodline of ancient monsters still exists in the human world. It's just that you're a little too weak. You just recently entered the immortal realm. Kai Si and the others' eyes widened with shock. This man saw through the disguises of the three of them at a glance. You know, the three of them have already entered the fairyland. It already belongs to the top level of cultivation in the human world. Even Luo Ruiying couldn't see through their disguised identities, but this woman who suddenly arrived saw through them at a glance. Although this person does not have the slightest aura of cultivation, he is definitely not ordinary. The expressions of Kai Si and the other three suddenly became serious. They looked at each other secretly and took action at the same time without hesitation. I heard that someone has been trying to hunt down the madam and the young lady, maybe this woman is it. When the adults are away, it is their duty to protect the home. Get her first. Watching the three people attacking, Yu Qingyu's expression did not change at all, she just spoke lightly. Get down. In an instant, Kai Si and the others' heads shook, and their bodies seemed to be controlled by an unknown force, and they fell to the ground in an instant. My body just can't do what I want it to do. This was not the pressure exerted by spiritual power to force them to lie down, because she did not exude any spiritual power. But the words she spoke seemed to have an inexplicable magic power, controlling their bodies and making them have to obey. They have no power to fight back at all. This was the second person who made them feel so terrifying and powerless since they met Ning Yechen. Yu Qingyu stood in front of Kai Si and the other three, looking down at them, frowning slightly, and said with slight disgust. Too weak. Are you three Mr. Demon Lord's newly adopted pets? Lord Demon Lord. Pet. Kai Su raised his head in confusion. Is the Lord Demon Lord that this woman talks about? The three of them are still strong men in the immortal realm no matter what, but in this woman's mouth they are treated as pets. But considering the strength of that adult, it doesn't seem wrong to say that the three of them are pets. After Luo Ruiying said goodbye to Ning Yechen, she carried Luo Hongye into the courtyard. When she saw the courtyard door open, Luo Ruiying was confused, thinking that Kai Su and the others had forgotten to close the door. It wasn't until I entered the courtyard and saw Yu Qing's beautiful figure that I realized someone was coming. After Luo Ruiying glanced at Yu Qingyu, she turned her gaze to Kai Si and the other two people lying on the ground, and asked doubtfully. What happened to you guys? Why are you lying on the ground? Madam, miss, you are back. We just accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. Kai Sansan explained with a smile. Just as Yu Qingyu quietly retracted the order, Kai Si and the other three, who were free again, hurriedly got up from the ground. The look towards Karen Yu was also more fearful than ever before. If she wanted to kill them, it would only take one sentence. Three people fell down at the same time, which was too careless. Luo Ruiying didn't think much, looked at Yu Qingyu again, and asked. This girl is. Ever since Luo Ruiying came back with Luo Hongye in her arms, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been staring at the two of them tightly and never left, her beautiful eyes gradually showing endless joy and love. Is she the wife of Lord Demon Lord, the lady of the demon world? Such a peerless appearance that would captivate the whole country is a perfect match for Lord Demon Lord. Then the little cutie in her arms is also the little princess of the devil world. It's so beautiful and cute. Just like Lord Demon Lord when he was a child. Satisfy. She is so satisfied. Yu Qing's cold face couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing an uncontrollable smile of joy. She should remain elegant and calm at times like this, but she just couldn't help it. Yu Qingyu's smile looked extremely suspicious in Luo Rying's eyes. This woman had been sizing up her and Luo Hongye in her arms from the beginning, with joy in her fiery eyes. Could it be that she is? Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and immediately became more vigilant. Yu Qingyu didn't take it seriously, and walked in front of Luo Ruiying with light and dignified steps. She crossed her feet, touched her chest with her palms, bowed slightly, and gave a very elegant greeting. I've seen the lady and the little princess. Madam, little princess. Luo Ruiying tightened Luo Hongye in her arms and stared at Yu Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Just when Yu Qingyu was about to answer, Ning Yechen had already hurried back. As soon as he saw Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen's expression suddenly changed. She's really here. Ning Yechen quickly stepped forward to block Luo Ruiying and asked. You, why are you here? Yechen, do you know this girl? Before Yu Qingyu could answer, Luo Ruiying asked first. Madam, she was also a servant of my husband's family. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Ning Yechen came to his senses in a hurry and quickly spoke the right words. Yeah, when Luo Ruiying heard this, she looked at Yu Qingyu carefully again. Although I had heard from Ning Yechen before that his family background was not bad, I didn't expect that even the attendants were so good-looking and elegant. I originally thought that the temperament and appearance of Kai Su and the others were far beyond ordinary people, but I didn't expect that this girl's appearance and temperament were far better than the three of them. Karen Yu always gave her a noble and elegant indifferent temperament, which was not at all like the temperament a maid should have. Not inferior to her at all. Karen Yu was very smart and quickly understood why Ning Yechen prevented her from speaking. This lady seems not to know the true identity of Lord Demon Lord. She also sensed a faint scent of the fairy world from Luo Rying's body. She is from the fairy world. No wonder Lord Demon Lord went out of his way to hide his identity. Although Yu Qingyu was a little confused as to why Lord Demon Lord found a girl from the fairy world as his wife, she had absolutely no objection. Because as long as Lord Demon Lord is willing to marry and have children, no matter who he takes as his wife, she will definitely agree. Even if she is looking for a pig demon, she doesn't mind at all. After understanding that Ning Yechen did not want to reveal his identity, Yu Karenyu immediately followed his words, bowed and introduced herself respectfully. I met Madame Qingyu in the next month. I once served as the young master's personal maid. At the young master's order, I came to serve the madam and the young lady. My order? Ning Yechen was shocked. Where did he give this order? Karen Yu's words meant that she planned to stay here. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned to look at Ning Yechen beside her and asked. Ning Yechen thought that was terrible. After she continued to say this, it would be difficult for him to find excuses to drive her away. But at this moment, there is no way to say otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Luo Ruiying. Without much time to hesitate, Ning Yechen had no choice but to nod along with Yu Qingyu's words. Yes, madam, that's right, but I'm not used to being served. After learning that Yu Qingyu was called over by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying lowered her guard. Ning Yechen seized the opportunity of Luo Ruiying's words and immediately said. Since the wife is not used to it, then the husband should just let her leave. After saying that, Ning Yechen immediately glanced at Yu Qingyu and said secretly. Leave immediately. Yu Qingyu seemed to have not heard Ning Yechen's voice transmission. Her cold face suddenly turned into a tearful and sad look. She stretched out her fingers to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said sadly. Master, I have been looking for you since you left. I'm really glad to see you again. But now you want to drive me away. I have been wandering outside for a long time. If you don't want me, I have nowhere to go. Woo woo woo. Ning Yechen. Ha! Ning Yechen was dumbfounded. He never thought that Karen Yu would resort to a bitter trick in order to stay. The president of the demon realm, who is inferior to one person and surpasses tens of millions of people in the demon realm, actually looks pitiful. If he hadn't known her Yu Qingyu's personality, he would have almost believed it. This is so inconsistent. You're not usually like this at all. Don't add drama to yourself. And you look like you have been wandering around for a long time. Wife, you can't be deceived by her. Ning Yechen turned to look at Luo Ruiying, and instantly became even more dumbfounded. Luo Rying's eyes were slightly moist, and she looked at Yu Qingyu with sympathy. It doesn't matter, there is still room available at home. Since we're all here, let's stay here together for the time being. Luo Ruiying stepped forward, took Yu Qingyu's hand and said softly. After saying that, he turned around and glared at Ning Yeshan fiercely, as if blaming him for being so heartless. How can you call someone and then ruthlessly drive them away? When Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye fell into the human world, they wandered outside for a while to avoid being hunted, so they were deeply touched by Yu Qingyu's words. When Ning Yeshan saw this scene, his first reaction was that it was over. My wife was fooled. Come, Miss Yu, I'll take you to pick a room you like. Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu into the back room. Thank you, ma'am. Yu Qingyu bowed and responded, glancing secretly at Ning Yeshan, with a victorious smile on her lips. Ning Yeshan, this will be your room from now on. Just tell me if you need anything. Luo Ruiying took Karen Yu to choose a room in the inner courtyard and gave instructions very kindly. Thank you, ma'am. Yu Qingyu bowed slightly and expressed gratitude. Every move reveals dignity, elegance and respect. This made Luo Ruiying even more curious about Ning Yeshan's family background. What kind of family background can produce such an excellent and polite maid? Ning Yeshan has been following Luo Ruiying closely, always on guard against whether Yu Qingyu would do anything strange or say something strange. Now that Karen Yu has been following Luo Ruiying, he has no chance to communicate with Karen Yu alone. And his message was completely ignored by her. It was as if he was convinced that he didn't dare to do anything to her in front of Luo Ruiying. At this time, Luo Hongye, who was lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, raised her head and whispered softly. Mom, I'm hungry every night. Madam, go ahead and help Yi prepare something to eat. Leave this place to your husband. Ning Yeshan seized the opportunity and immediately interjected. As he said that, he pushed Luo Ruiying out of the door. Okay, let's talk first. Luo Ruiying thought that Ning Yeshan had not seen her attendant for a long time and wanted to catch up on old times, so she didn't pay attention and left first with Luo Hongye in her arms. Then I'll go help madam. Yu Qingyu wanted to follow and help Luo Ruiying, but was immediately stopped and interrupted by Ning Yeshan. You stay, I have something else to tell you. After confirming that Luo Ruiying had gone away, Ning Yeshan immediately closed the door and asked Yu Qingyu with a frown and a cold face. What are you here for? Serve the demon lord, his wife and the little princess. After Luo Ruiying was gone, Karen Yu immediately assumed an extremely respectful attitude and replied with her hand on her chest. I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm, you don't have to follow me. I don't need your service either, please leave immediately. Ning Yeshan said to Yu Qingyu with a straight face. How could he live an ordinary secluded life with his wife and children while they were here? Hearing this, Yu Qingyu's expression became solemn. She knelt down on one knee, still stroking her chest with her palms. She raised her head and looked at Ning Yeshan and said solemnly. You will always be the only supreme one in my demon world. Just like I swore on that day, I will always be by your side. If you really want us to leave forever, you will have to kill me yourself. Ning Yeshan's eyes were slightly focused, and he gently raised his palms. The void around Yu Qingyu suddenly began to twist. But Yu Qingyu remained motionless, with no intention of resisting at all. After some final hesitation, Ning Yeshan sighed helplessly and compromised. Get up. Sometimes he really feels distressed that his men are too loyal and fanatical. This makes him unable to retire even if he wants to. I clearly asked not to look for him, but I have been looking for him for more than 100 years. It's impossible for him to really have the heart to kill such a subordinate. Yu Qingyu must have made up her mind on this, knowing that there was no way he would do anything. So there is really nothing he can do about her. This is what makes him the most angry. Thank you, Lord Demon. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yu Qingyu's mouth, and she stood up as if nothing happened. Tell me, how many people from the demon world did you let come over? Ning Yeshan sat on a chair next to him, holding his cheek with one hand, looking indifferent and arrogant, and asked Qingyu like the demon king in the past. Seeing Ning Yeshan in such a demonic posture again, Yu Qingyu was very happy. Master Demon Lord, I have ordered all 13 demon gods to come to the human world. I am also mobilizing the 1st, 3rd and 6th legions, and they will all come to the human world in the near future. The commanders of each army, as well as your secret guards and imperial guards, have also arrived in the city one after another. I have also arranged for each of them to hide their identities throughout the city, waiting for your orders at any time. Be sure to protect the safety of the madam and the little princess. Of course, we will never disturb the lives of you, Lord Demon Lord, and your wife, the little princess. Ning Yechen, this is already disturbing my life. Ning Yechen caressed his forehead and couldn't help but complain. All 13 demon gods came to the human world, plus 3 legions of nearly 1,000,000 people. This does not include the number of secret guards and imperial guards. It doesn't look like it's coming to protect, it's clearly like it's going to attack the entire human world. Just like this, you still want him to live a peaceful life. Keep the minimum number of personnel transfers in the city, and all legions will be transferred back to the demon realm. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu and ordered angrily. Just the transfer of Yu Qingyu's staff is enough to bulldoze the entire human world. Yu Qingyu showed hesitation and said, Lord Demon Lord, wouldn't this be safe enough? It's safe enough. Too safe. With you and me here, it is completely enough. Ning Yechen said speechlessly. Originally, he didn't need any protection at all, but Karen Yu mobilized so many people with great fanfare. The 13 demon gods alone are all at the immortal emperor level, not to mention Yu Qingyu, who came here in person. When Karen Yu heard Ning Yechen's last words, she felt that this was a sign of trust in her, so she smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. I understand, everything is in accordance with the will of Lord Demon Lord. You can stay at home as a maid during this period. Seeing that he couldn't drive Yu Qingyu away, Ning Yechen had no choice but to leave her at home for the time being. Karen Yu is a very smart and serious person. Even if she is here, there is a high probability that she will not disturb his life. Besides, with Qingyu beside Luo Ruiying and her daughter, he could feel more at ease. Her existence is completely incomparable to Meng Niu and the others. I have always been your personal maid, Lord Demon Lord. Karen Yu refuted Ning Yechen's words with a serious face. Ning Yechen didn't bother to argue with her anymore, but directly called Meng Niu and the others and told them. You 3, when I am away from now on, you will take all orders from her. Yes, sir. Meng Niu and the others bowed their heads respectfully and responded. They already know the identity of Demon Lord Ning Yechen, and have a deep understanding of Yu Qingyu's terrifying strength, without any objection. Yu Qingyu frowned and looked at Meng Niu and the others, then turned to Ning Yechen and asked. Lord Demon Lord, even if you want to keep pets, you should keep some powerful pets. These 3 are too weak to be of any use. Not even as good as the hellhound at the door of your devil's palace. How about I give you a new batch in the demon realm? When Meng Niu and the other 2 heard this, they immediately shivered with fear and looked at Ning Yechen with tears in their eyes. If the adults don't want them anymore, will they be disposed of directly? Even if they are really weak, they are not useless, right? They have learned how to do laundry, cook, clean, chop wood and make fire. Ning Yechen also looked at Meng Niu and the others speechlessly. They didn't look like a demon king at all. Keep the 3 of them, I quite like raising them. In that case, let's follow the Lord Demon Lord. Seeing that Ning Yechen had said so, Yu Qingyu didn't force it anymore. Thank you, sir. Meng Niu and the other 2 men burst into tears of gratitude. The adults did not dislike them. They managed to survive again. The other side, Luo Ruiying sat in the hall holding Luo Hongye, holding porridge in her hand and feeding it into Luo Hongye's mouth one by one. Her beautiful eyes turned towards the room in the inner courtyard from time to time. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu have been talking in the room for a long time and haven't come out yet. Her intuition told her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen seemed unusual. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. I always wanted to go and take a peek, but I didn't feel good about it. Could it be that after staying in the human world for a long time and living a life in the mortal world, she has become more imaginative? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but reached out and caressed her cheek and thought. She didn't think like this before. I hope she overthinks it. Mother, ah. Luo Hongye sat firmly in Luo Ruiying's arms, swaying her little feet, looking up at Luo Ruiying and opening her mouth wide, as if she was waiting to be fed. Luo Ruiying smiled lovingly, put away the distracting thoughts in her mind, and continued to scoop up the porridge spoonful by spoonful and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Luo Hongye narrowed her eyes happily, swung her little feet back and forth, and showed a cute smile like a crescent moon. Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu and others also walked out of the inner courtyard at this time. Daddy! Luo Hongye gave a soft cry, and Ning Yechen took Luo Hongye from Luo Rying's arms with a smile, hugged her lovingly, and caressed her petite back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying just smiled slightly, reached out and took out a handkerchief and wiped Luo Hongye's mouth. Seeing this scene from the side, Karen Yu was instantly moved and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, with a happy smile on her face. What a warm and happy scene. She had been waiting to see this scene for a long time, and finally she saw it with her own eyes in her lifetime. Now even if she dies, she has no regrets. She wished she could record this scene and project it onto the demon world so that the entire demon world could sing its praises. Luo Ruiying noticed Yu Qingyu, who was wiping her tears gently. Not knowing why, she immediately asked worriedly, "Miss Yu, what's wrong with you?" "Madam, I'm fine, I'm just too touched." "Move," Luo Ruiying said doubtfully. "Yes, seeing the loving scene between the young master and you and the young lady, I was extremely moved." "Thank you, ma'am." As Karen Yu spoke, she bowed deeply to Luo Ruiying. If it weren't for Luo Ruiying, she didn't know when she would be able to see Lord Demon Lord marry a wife and have children. Luo Ruiying looked confused and turned to look at Ning Yechen in confusion. Ning Yechen was also helpless and didn't know how to explain it, so he just said lightly, "Madam, don't worry, she's always been like this. Yu Qingyu has been urging him to get married from time to time in the devil world for at least several decades. For her, maybe she is really touched now." Yu Qingyu slowly walked up to Ning Yechen, her usually indifferent eyes filled with ripples of affection, and she stared closely at Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms. What a cute and beautiful little princess. She is indeed a little princess who has inherited the excellent genes of Lord Demon. She will definitely not lose to Lord Demon Lord in the future. Yu Qingyu suppressed the excitement of wanting to hug Luo Hongye into her arms and asked Ning Yechen in an almost pleading tone, "Master, can I hug Miss?" Yu Qingyu stared closely at Ning Yechen, with the words, "Want to hug," written all over her eyes. Ning Yechen was suddenly embarrassed to refuse her. "If it's just a hug, there's no problem. Just don't scare Yi Yi." "Don't worry, young master. If I scared the lady, I will die to apologize," Karen Yu said in a calm tone, as if she was talking about something that was no big deal. "It's not necessary to go to this step," Ning Yechen said speechlessly. Luo Ruiying on the side also looked stunned. She is willing to die to apologize at every turn. Miss Yu is too serious. Luo Hongye, lying in Ning Yechen's arms, looked at Yu Qingyu timidly and curiously. Ning Yechen gently handed Luo Hongye to Yu Qingyu, and asked softly, "Don't be afraid, Ye. She is not a good person. No, she is not a bad person." At first, Luo Hongye was quite resistant, so she stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Yechen. The only people she trusted most in her heart were Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and she would never hug anyone else. Even when Qi Yuan wanted to hug her, she would subconsciously resist. However, under Ning Yechen's soft words of comfort, although Luo Hongye was still a little scared, she behaved very well and did not struggle or cry. She was gently held by Karen Yu into her arms. Karen Yu carefully hugged Luo Hongye, her face full of incredible joy. The hands holding Luo Hongye couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she was very excited inside. She held Lord Demon Lord's child, the little princess of the devil world. What an honor, she decided. I will never wash these clothes or hands again. Looks exactly like the young master when he was a child. You are indeed my dear little princess. Yu Qingyu praised Luo Hongye with a gentle and tender expression. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu speechlessly, and immediately interrupted. Wake up, that's mine. If other people in the demon world saw her looking so gentle, they probably wouldn't believe it. Is this their serious and merciless demon president? Yu Qingyu seemed not to have heard Ning Yechen's words. Her eyes were still looking at Luo Hongye happily, looking at every corner of her body carefully. She had probably measured Luo Hongye's weight and body size just by feeling and sight. Luo Hongye felt a little timid when she was stared at, so she timidly asked, "Sister, are you here to play with Yi Yi too?" "Sister, it would be nice if I called Grandma." "Well, but my sister is fine too." Karen Yu looked slightly disappointed when she heard Luo Hongye calling her sister, but she quickly accepted the title. Please don't tamper with your seniority. Ning Yechen once again scolded Yu Qingyu helplessly. Luo Ruiying, who was standing aside, looked increasingly confused. She doesn't understand. She wondered if she had just heard something. Grandmother, doesn't that mean that Miss Yu wants to be her and Ning Yechen's mother? Is this what a personal attendant can say? Yechen, this. Luo Ruiying was confused and wanted to seek an explanation from Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen didn't know how to explain it, so he just said. Don't mind, madam, she has always been like this. It's hard not to mind. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but secretly said in her heart. Karen Yu gave her an increasingly strange feeling. Karen Yu didn't feel at all that there was anything wrong with what she just said. Instead, she stroked her chest very formally and solemnly and answered Luo Hongye's question. From now on, I will always be by your side, young lady, and my wife, and I will be responsible for serving you and your wife. At this moment, she swore allegiance to the demon world to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Night. After bathing, Luo Ruiying hugged Luo Hongye and sat on the edge of the bed, drying her wet hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongye couldn't wait to turn around and get into bed. Besides eating and playing, Luo Hongye's favorite thing was to sleep with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying every night. Dad, Mother, Suawei. After Luo Hongye got into bed, she stuck out her little head and said in a sweet voice. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other and smiled, took off their coats and climbed onto the bed one after another. One bed, one quilt, 3 people sleeping together. Luo Hongye still slept between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Not long after lying down, Luo Hongye quickly fell into a deep sleep under Luo Ruiying's regular caresses. Ning Yechen lay on the bed with his head in one hand, looking tenderly at Luo Hongye in front of him, and then raised his eyes to look at Luo Ruiying tenderly. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's gaze, raised her beautiful eyes and said doubtfully. Why do you keep staring at me? Because the lady is pretty. Ning Yechen blurted out his heartfelt praise. This is what he really means. Luo Ruiying was the most beautiful among all the women he had ever seen. She put hairpins on her hair and tied it up in a woman-like bun, adding a womanly and mature charm to her beautiful face. When she was coaxing Luo Hongye just now, her body also exuded the radiance of loving motherhood. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned slightly cherry red when Ning Yechen suddenly praised her so suddenly. She glared at Ning Yechen angrily, lowered her head silently and looked away. This guy is really, what did he say all of a sudden? It made her feel a little embarrassed. Looking at Luo Ruiying's shy look, Ning Yechen became even more excited. She is obviously the mother of a 2-year-old child, but she looks like a young girl. He quite likes this feeling. Ning Yechen slowly moved his face closer to Luo Ruiying, and the distance between them got closer and closer. It has been some time since he and Luo Ruiying were together. But the two of them don't get to spend much time alone together. Most of the time, the 3 of them play together with their children. Although the relationship is gradually warming up, there has been no more obvious progress. While Luo Hongye fell asleep at night, this was the few time he and Luo Ruiying spent together as a couple. Late-night whispers between husband and wife. Just when Ning Yechen came closer to his face, ready to get closer, Luo Ruiying suddenly said something that made him freeze in place. By the way, Yechen, is that you girl really your former maid? Ning Yechen was suddenly shocked. Why does my wife ask this? You wouldn't have noticed anything wrong, right? Seeing Ning Yechen's delay in answering, Luo Ruiying raised her head in confusion, only to see that Ning Yechen had come close to her face. The distance was very close. Why are you so close? Forehead. My husband was worried that the bedding would be drafty and catch a cold every night, so I wanted to squeeze in to get warmer. Ning Yechen said seriously. That's it. Then why is your face so close to mine? At this moment, Ning Yechen's face was only a punch away from hers, very similar. I always feel like things are not what he said. Ning Yechen coughed awkwardly and lay down quietly a little further away. Sorry, failed. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, who looked disappointed and felt funny for no reason. What is he disappointed about? Luo Ruiying stood up slightly, pulled the quilt, and covered more of Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen with the quilt. With her cultivation level, no matter how cold the weather is, it won't have any impact at all. So naturally I want to give more quilts to my children and him. Madam, you are so kind. Luo Ruiying pulled the quilt for him with her own hands, and a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Ning Yechen's face. My wife is so gentle. Luo Ruiying said angrily. Don't try to get away with it. You haven't answered my question just yet. Ning Yechen, Madam, she is really my husband's personal maid. But after my husband left home and went into seclusion, I didn't see her again for a long time. Ning Yechen replied carefully. There was no lie in his words. Yu Qingyu has indeed always been his personal maid in the devil world. Well, personal maid. When Luo Ruiying heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured an unknown meaning. Ning Yechen's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he carefully observed the changes in Luo Ruiying's expression. Wife, isn't she jealous and angry? Fortunately, Ning Yechen's imagined jealousy and anger did not happen. Luo Ruiying just said out of curiosity. Yechen, the attendants in your family are quite extraordinary. I'm a little curious about your family background. If it were Meng Niu and the others, it would be easier to say, the temperament and appearance that Karen Yu gave her were so good. Such a person turned out to be Ning Yechen's personal maid, which made her curious about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of family background can cultivate such a personal maid? And she always had an unspeakable feeling towards Karen Yu. Her intuition told her that this woman was unusual. But there is no doubt that there does not seem to be any hostility towards them, but they are extremely respectful. Seeing Luo Ruiying's curious face, Ning Yechen smiled thoughtfully and said, Madam, what are you curious about? If there is a chance in the future, my husband will definitely take you back to have a look in person. You will know by then. Well, that's right. Luo Ruiying didn't understand the meaning of Ning Yechen's words, and just thought she was a mortal daughter-in-law going home to visit relatives. Now that she is Ning Yechen's wife, she should go back to her husband's home to pay her respects. Are there still many people in the family now? If I want to go back, I'll prepare some gifts. No need to prepare special gifts, lady, they will be very happy when you go back. And there are a little over 100 million people. You can't prepare for it. Ning Yechen smiled awkwardly. With his status as the supreme being of the demon realm, everyone in the entire demon realm is considered to be his subjects, and the number of people is not that large. Luo Ruiying became more and more curious after hearing this. How many people are there in his family? Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying would continue to ask questions, so she quickly changed the subject. Madam, please raise your head. Luo Ruiying looked confused, but still slightly raised her head from the pillow. Ning Yechen took the opportunity to stretch his arm on Luo Ruiying's pillow and said with a smile. Madam, you can lie down. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen's arm and finally knew what he was going to do. He wanted her to rest on his arm. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment and tried to lie down on Ning Yechen's arm. As soon as she lay down, Ning Yechen hooked his arm and pulled her directly into his arms, almost lying on his chest. Luo Hongye was wrapped between the two of them, and the three of them leaned closely together. Luo Ruiying was slightly startled and her face turned slightly red. She just glanced at Ning Yechen angrily and did not leave. Madam, how do you feel? Ning Yechen smiled. So hard. Not comfortable at all. Luo Ruiying pursed her lips slightly and said with disgust. Really? Then change your position for your husband. Hearing what Luo Ruiying said, Ning Yechen planned to withdraw his arm and change his position. But Luo Ruiying held down his arm, closed her eyes, and whispered. No, that's it. Fine. Early next morning. Luo Ruiying sat in front of the makeup mirror and combed her hair, revealing her graceful figure. Madam, please help me husband. Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying's ear from behind and said against her cheek. Can you do your hair? Luo Ruiying's face turned red and she asked in surprise. If you ask me that, you are looking down on your husband. Ning Yechen smiled softly, took the hairpin and comb from Luo Ruiying's hand, and combed her hair carefully. Luo Ruiying sat in front of the mirror, silently letting Ning Yechen take care of her hair. Although Ning Yechen's technique was unfamiliar, it was surprisingly deft. After a while, she had her hair tied up and the hairpins inserted. Luo Ruiying looked in the mirror in surprise. Luo Hongye couldn't wait to jump at Ning Yechen's feet. Dad, it's Ye's turn. Okay, it's Daddy's turn to be cute every night. Ning Yechen smiled and picked up Luo Hongye, let her sit in his arms, and carefully tied 2 buns on her little head. Luo Ruiying was watching from the side. Although the shape has never been seen before, it looks surprisingly cute. As soon as her hair was tied, Yu Qingyu's voice sounded outside the door. Master, Madam, I have prepared breakfast. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Luo Ruiying responded, picked up Luo Hongye and opened the door. Yu Qingyu was already standing at the door with a dignified posture. As soon as she saw Luo Hongye's cute hairstyle in Luo Ruiying's arms, Yu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and her eyes instantly burst with passionate desire. Fortunately, she was quickly suppressed by force. It's so dangerous, I almost couldn't bear it anymore. The little princess is so cute. She really wanted to hold the little princess in her arms like a madam. Ning Yechen came to the hall, and the table was already filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Can you actually cook? Ning Yechen looked stunned and secretly asked Yu Qingyu. In his impression, Karen Yu didn't seem to know how to cook. After hearing about the birth of the little princess, I spent 3 days learning it. Yu Qingyu replied in a faint voice. This made Ning Yechen even more shocked. Is it really necessary to work so hard? The president of the devil world learned to cook by himself, which sounds incredible. Luo Ruiying was also a little surprised. She tried a few mouthfuls and her eyes suddenly lit up. It tastes really good. Luo Ruiying picked up the soft fish meat and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Luo Hongye chewed it and showed a happy smile. Delicious. It is an honor for me to be praised by the young lady. If you like it, miss, I will prepare it for you every day. Hearing Luo Hongye's words, a proud and satisfied smile appeared on Yu Qingyu's face. She will be the first person in the demon world to be praised by the little princess, except Lord Demon Lord. All the hard work and study during this period was completely in vain. It's worth it. Meng Niu and the other 3 stood obediently behind Yu Karenyu. In the past, Luo Ruiying didn't mind the 3 of them sitting down to eat together, but now that Yu Qingyu is here, they don't dare to. She said that if the 3 of them did anything inconsistent with their identities, she would make them disappear from the world. The level of terror is no less than that of that adult. And they are even more strict with them. Seeing Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu and others standing there, Luo Ruiying smiled and said to them. You guys should sit down and eat too. We are just attendants serving you, madam, and are not qualified to sit with you, madam. Yu Qingyu bowed and replied with a serious expression. Luo Ruiying didn't expect Karen Yu to be so serious, and said with a smile. It doesn't matter to me. There are a lot of dishes anyway, so it would be a waste not to eat them. Ma'am, no, this is not in line with our status and responsibilities. Karen Yu solemnly refused again without hesitation. Luo Ruiying was a bit helpless with Yu Qingyu, who was a bit stubborn. Ning Yechen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder and said, Madam, just put it another way. After saying that, Ning Yechen turned to look at Yu Qingyu and said lightly. You all sit down and eat together, that's an order. Yes. After the words fell, Yu Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took a seat. She actually wanted to refuse, but Lord Demon Lord's order could not be violated. This is an absolutely irreversible order from the demon world. So she had no choice but to agree. Only after Meng Niu and the others saw Yu Qingyu taking their seats did they dare to sit down cautiously. Luo Ruiying was a little helpless. Do these people have to accept orders before they are willing to sit down? What she said for a long time was not as good as an order. Just as everyone was sitting around the table, there was a sudden, dong dong dong, knock on the courtyard door. Ning Yechen knew without guessing that it was Qi Yuan who was coming. Although he asked Qi Yuan to come to him today, he didn't expect to come so early. Kai Si got up and opened the courtyard door. As expected, Qi Yuan came to visit early in the morning. Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan entered the hall and greeted Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen with enthusiasm and joy. After winning the victory over the Zhang family yesterday, the Qi family was extremely busy in order to consolidate the jurisdiction of the Zhang family in the streets of Nanli City. However, this kind of busyness makes everyone in the Qi family extremely happy. From yesterday to now, she has never let go of her happy lips. Xiao Yi Yi. Qi Yuan went straight to Luo Hongye and knelt down, and rubbed Luo Hongye's chubby cheeks lovingly. Qi, Sister Qi. Luo Hongye was so rubbed that it was difficult to speak. Yu Qingyu, who was sitting not far away, saw Qi Yuan so directly kneading Luo Hongye's cheeks. Her eyes widened in shock, and a chill flashed deep in her eyes. How dare she knead their little princess from the demon world like this? Simply unforgivable. She has never kneaded like this before. Lord Demon Lord, who is this woman? Can I kill her? Don't worry, I will never cause any trouble to you and my wife. I promise, she will go away peacefully. Yu Qingyu tried her best to suppress the raging murderous intention in her body, and while transmitting a message to Ning Yechen, she looked at Qi Yuan with cold eyes. As long as Lord Demon Lord agrees, she will make this woman disappear immediately. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu angrily and replied decisively. No, just because Qi Yuan rubbed Luo Hongye's cheek and wanted to make her disappear, that's not enough. What's more, it's because Qi Yuan likes Luo Hongye's behavior, so it's even more impossible for her to kill Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also faintly noticed a chill behind her, turned her head and met Yu Qingyu's cold eyes. Only then did she realize that there was another unknown person. This sister looks not much different from Sister Luo. But she looks so scary. Why was she looking at her with hostility? Did she do something wrong? Hello. Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yu Qingyu. Hello. Due to her duties as an attendant, Karen Yu had to politely reply to Qi Yuan, but her eyes were still staring at her coldly. Qi Yuan was so frightened that he couldn't help but shrink back. Who is this woman? It's really scary. Being stared at by her always felt like I was falling into an ice cave, and my whole body felt chilly. Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen for help, his eyes full of doubts and fear. Miss Qi, this is the new attendant in my family and my former personal maid, Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen briefly introduced Qi Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Yu Qingyu with even more curiosity. When she noticed Yu Qingyu's appearance and temperament, she thought she was a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen. It turned out to be Brother Ning's former personal maid. She has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child and has met many high-ranking officials and nobles. She thinks she has seen countless attendants with extraordinary temperament, but she has never seen a maid with such appearance and temperament. Even if she were told which family Karen Yu was the princess of, she wouldn't have the slightest doubt. Even the attendants in Brother Ning's family have such appearance and temperament. The three of Meng Niu were already very impressive, and Yu Qingyu shocked her even more. But she still couldn't figure out why Karen Yu was hostile to her when they first met. Qi Yuan stopped thinking about it and silently looked away, not daring to look at Yu Qingyu again. He turned to Ning Yechen and asked. By the way, Brother Ning, did you see me coming here today? What happened? That's right. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and asked. Miss Qi, although the Zhang family's various street jurisdictions in Nanli City are now under the control of the Qi family, it seems that they have not completely disappeared from Nanli City. Yes, although the jurisdiction of various streets in Nanli City has been assigned to my Qi family, there are still many chambers of commerce who have chosen to side with the Zhang family. They still belong to the Zhang family's shops, and the Zhang family's business is still going on. Qi Yuan said angrily. She gets angry whenever the Zhang family is mentioned. Although the Qi family successfully obtained the street jurisdiction of Nanli City, it greatly affected the power of the Zhang family and affected the Zhang family's business. But there are still a large number of chambers of commerce in the city who still choose to side with the Zhang family. The contract period for the street shops has not yet expired, but they have lost the street jurisdiction, and the Zhang family's shops can still operate normally. However, when the contract expires, the Qi family can rely on threatening the various chambers of commerce and shops in the street to leave the Zhang family if they want to continue operating. Even if they don't agree by then, they can still use the jurisdiction of the street to refuse to renew their contract, forcing them to close their doors. But before that, the Qi family really had nothing to do against the Zhang family. We can only try our best to win over or persuade those chambers of commerce that still choose to support the Zhang family to join the Qi family. But the effect is not very ideal. This is also what Qi Yuan has been worried about since yesterday. We can't just beat the Zhang family to death with one stick. I don't know what the Zhang family will do next. Ning Yechen already knew this would be the case and continued to ask. I remember that the Zhang family's main business relies on selling various elixirs and spiritual fluids. That's right. Beginning more than 10 years ago, the Zhang family obtained a 4th-grade body-quenching liquid called Fire Lotus liquid from unknown sources. This Fire Lotus liquid can temper the bones of the body and is favored by countless monks. The Zhang family also relied on this Fire Lotus liquid to rise rapidly. All the major chambers of commerce under the influence of the Zhang family in the city are selling this Fire Lotus liquid. Qi Yuan said seriously. If the Zhang family hadn't relied on the Fire Lotus liquid, they wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly and suppress the Qi family below. It was also because of the huge profits from the Fire Lotus liquid that countless chambers of commerce chose to support the Zhang family. Is it a 4th-grade body-quenching fluid? When Ning Yechen heard this, he stroked his chin and looked thoughtful. Qi Yuan looked confused. She didn't quite understand why Ning Yechen suddenly asked her about the Zhang family's business. It wasn't until a moment later that Ning Yechen waved to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, pen and paper. Yes, master. Without saying a word, Yu Qingyu immediately brought a pen and paper and handed it to Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen took the pen and paper and quickly listed dozens of fairy grass elixirs on it. Qi Yuan didn't know why. Luo Ruiying, who was sitting next to Ning Yechen, couldn't help but move her head curiously. The more she stared at the fairy herbs and elixirs listed on the paper, the more frightened her beautiful eyes became. This seems to be a formula for some kind of body-quenching liquid. And it was a recipe for spiritual liquid that she had never seen before. She had grown up in the fairy world since she was a child. She had read countless books on fairy medicine and knew the formulas of various miraculous medicines, but this was the first time she had seen the prescriptions listed by Ning Yechen. She tried to carefully consider the prescriptions listed by Ning Yechen in her mind. Surprisingly, I found that these immortal grass elixirs can be blended with it just right, exerting a miraculous effect of tempering the roots, bones, and meridians. This is at least a 7th-grade body-tempering spirit liquid. He wasn't just writing randomly. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The prescription that Ning Yechen scribbled out was a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid prescription. And it has never been recorded before. After Ning Yechen wrote the prescription, he handed the paper to Qi Yuan and said calmly. This is a recipe for body-quenching liquid, called Lianxian pill. The finished product is an elixir. When dissolved in water, it can turn into spiritual liquid to temper the body. The level, it should be the 7th level. I don't really understand either. Chi, 7th-grade body-quenching fluid. Qi Yuan took the white paper and didn't see any clues after looking at it. When she heard Ning Yechen said that what she was holding was 7th-grade body-tempering liquid, she was so shocked that her hands began to tremble. This is the 7th-grade body-quenching liquid prescription. The value of this body-quenching fluid is almost enough to capture the entire Nanli city. Ning Yechen just took it out and stuffed it to her so lightly. And it was written so casually on a piece of white paper. Yu Qingyu couldn't help but feel funny when she saw Qi Yuan's shocked expression. Just ignorant ants. This 7th-grade body-quenching liquid is already the lowest body-quenching formula that Lord Demon Lord can think of. If the Demon Lord is willing, even taking out a 10th-grade body-tempering elixir recipe would be a piece of cake. The materials needed to make the immortal pill are not too difficult to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family fortune, it shouldn't be a problem to gather these materials for batch refining. No matter how poor the quality of the refined product is, it should still be more effective than the 5th-grade medicine. As soon as you return, ask the Qi family to do their best to purchase all the medicinal materials above, even if they are purchased from the Zhang family at 10 times the price. Ning Yechen continued to give instructions lightly. Qi Yuan held the pill recipe in her hand and blinked blankly, her eyes gradually brightening. I immediately understood what Ning Yechen meant. Brother Ning wants the Qi family to use this 7th-grade body-tempering pill formula to completely suppress the Zhang family in business. Brother Ning, do you want me to refine the immortal pills with my Qi family to suppress the Zhang family's business? Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen in shock and asked. That's right. Ning Yechen nodded slightly. Qi Yuan is worthy of being a merchant's daughter, and she's not too stupid. It was easy to understand what he meant. Before your Qi family has acquired enough materials, don't rush to refine and sell them, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the Zhang family. Start refining when you are fully prepared. And the refined Lianxian pill should not be sold in the form of auction, but should be sold at a low price. Miss Qi, you should understand why, right? Brother Ning is worried that if it is sold at auction, the auction price will be too high and most monks will not be able to afford it. And in that case, even if the Qi family launches the immortal refining pill and increases revenue, it still won't be able to successfully suppress the Zhang family's fire lotus liquid. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and answered seriously. In my heart, I felt both admiration and shock for Ning Yechen. In order to suppress the Zhang family's business, Brother Ning did not hesitate to take out 7th grade body-quenching fluid and sell it at a low price. It's clear at a glance which one everyone will choose between the sky-high priced 4th grade body-tempering fluid and the low-priced 7th grade body-tempering fluid. As a result, the Zhang family's business will inevitably be greatly affected, and all the accumulated fire lotus liquid will be difficult to sell. Ning Yechen nodded approvingly. What Qi Yuan said was basically what he considered. But it's still a little bit. She didn't tell the whole story. After the Zhang family's business plummets, the chambers of commerce under the Zhang family will take the initiative to join the Qi family. Even if they still don't choose to join Qijia, their business will no longer be able to maintain operations. At that time, the Qi family can also forcibly acquire the chambers of commerce and shops under the Zhang family at extremely low prices. After the Qijia sells the immortal pill, there may be many chambers of commerce actively seeking cooperation with your Qijia. At that time, the Qi family should not be in a hurry to agree to them. Wait until they can't sit still and take the initiative to increase the profit share before agreeing. The Zhang family's shops also tried their best to buy them all at lower prices. Ning Yechen added to Qi Yuan. If he wants to destroy the Zhang family, he can make the Zhang family disappear from the world in the blink of an eye without any effort. The reason why he has stayed here and not taken action against the Zhang family is not because of his kindness. But when he wants the Zhang family to lose everything, he will take action to destroy them. Qi Yuan was completely stunned at this time. Unexpectedly, Ning Yechen had even made plans for the future of the Qi family. Brother Ning usually looks gentle and elegant, but he didn't expect his methods to be so clever. Although her strength is not as good as that of Sister Luo, her methods are so powerful. Ever since he met Zhang Li that time, Brother Ning has been planning to deal with the Zhang family. He even spared no effort to help her get her family together. Although Qi Yuan knew that Ning Yechen only helped the Qi family to deal with the Zhang family, she was still extremely grateful. Luo Ruiying on the side had no idea that Ning Yechen would deal with the Zhang family in this way. But compared to this unexpected method, she was more curious about why he could easily write down the 7th grade body-quenching liquid. Yi Chen, how do you know the recipe for this immortal pill? Luo Ruiying couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. It was really unbelievable that a mortal could write a recipe for a 7th grade body-quenching fluid that she had never seen before. Faced with Luo Ruiying's inquiry, Ning Yechen was already prepared. He took out an alchemy book and notes from his arms with a smile and handed it to her. Madam, my husband once accidentally picked up a manual containing prescriptions for elixirs in the mountains. The prescription for this body-quenching fluid was copied from above. Luo Ruiying took the alchemy book curiously and flipped through it a few times, but her eyes were deeply attracted by the notes recorded on it. Each page in the alchemy book records a different recipe for the elixir. Although most of them look strange, when you think about it carefully, they feel very novel. The combination of many fairy herbs and elixirs seems unreasonable, but it feels like they have extraordinary miraculous effects. This is obviously an expert trying various novel alchemy formulas. There are many high-quality elixirs among them. As Ning Yechen said, the 7th grade immortal refining pill was also recorded in it. Even the spirit liquid that can warm and nourish the meridians and heal the meridians is also mentioned. This also just explains why Ning Yechen was able to easily take out the prescription for the menstrual healing liquid. Luo Ruiying suddenly no longer had any doubts about Ning Yechen. He is just a mortal, how could he possibly try to refine so many novel elixir recipes? It turned out that I picked up this alchemy book and notes. Although he explained the mystery of why Ning Yechen could easily write down the 7th grade body-quenching fluid, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel worried. The value of the alchemy book in her hand is extraordinary. Many novel and easier to refine elixirs have been created. This should have been left behind by the senior who rescued her in the forest before. He should be very anxious now. If there is a chance to see him again in the future, I will return it to him. Yi Chen, the alchemy book you picked up should have been left behind by a certain expert. This alchemy book is of great value and very precious. Let me keep it for now. I will return it to him when I have the chance. Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen. Fortunately, there is no damage to the alchemy book. Returning it to the senior should be fine. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. Okay, just follow my wife. The alchemy book was just a draft of his casual notes, nothing serious at all. But it would be perfect if it could be used to dispel my wife's suspicions. Without further delay, Miss Qi, please go back early and let the Qi family prepare. Ning Yechen turned to Qi Yuan and told him. Yes, brother Ning. Qi Yuan was smiling and excited. Put away the recipe for Lianxian pill and prepared to go back immediately to order the entire Qi family to start preparations. She can't wait to see what the Zhang family will look like when the time comes. After putting the pill in his arms, Qi Yuan always felt that it was not safe enough, so he had to hide it in various places on his body one after another. But no matter where she placed it, she felt it was not safe. What was in her hand was not a piece of paper, but a priceless prescription of 7th grade body-quenching fluid. You can imagine the weight of this piece of paper. If others found out, she might not be able to return to Qi's house alive. After thinking over and over, Qi Yuan finally decided that it would be safest to hold the pill in his hand, and at the same time hid his hand in his clothes. Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan carefully walked out of the courtyard with her hands folded. As soon as she left the courtyard gate, her eyes kept looking around, looking at everyone as if they were plotting against her. This makes it look particularly suspicious. I always feel like I am afraid that others will not know that you are carrying something precious. Qingyu, secretly send someone to protect her. Ning Yechen said worriedly to Yu Qingyu. Tisk. Yes. Karen Yu smacked her lips dissatisfied, and then responded. It can be seen that she really wants to kill Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen in confusion. Yi Chen, why do you want to bring down the Zhang family? From the last time the Chamber of Commerce tried to change the bet, she felt that Ning Yechen seemed to be deliberately targeting the Zhang family. Ning Yechen turned back and stared at Luo Ruiying, smiled slightly and said. Because it humiliates my wife. These words made Luo Ruiying tremble slightly in her heart. It turns out that he wanted to deal with the Zhang family because of her. A few days later, Nanli Chengdu. The snow is falling and flakes are flying. After a pause for a few days, heavy snow began to fall from the sky again. Nanli City was peaceful, but the streets were more lively and noisy than before. Just because not long after, it will be the annual auspicious snow that heralds a good harvest and the festival to welcome the new year. Every household on the street is busy buying New Year's goods, and New Year's paper-cut window grills have also begun to be pasted on the windows of the houses around the street. Bright red lanterns are hung high, decorating the streets and alleys. Stalls and shops selling New Year goods can be seen everywhere on the streets. Even the monks who have been living in Nanli City cannot help but be infected by the festive atmosphere of the mortal world. The entire Nanli City was filled with a jubilant and joyful atmosphere. Among all this, only the Zhang family's mansion was lifeless and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. A few days ago, the Qi family suddenly started buying up all kinds of fairy grass and elixirs in the city, and they bought them at very high prices. Among the purchased fairy grass elixirs, there are many medicinal materials that are completely worthless and have no effect. Many monks and drug dealers basically sold all the medicinal materials in their hands to the Qi family at high prices. Zhang Zhen's keen business sense noticed the unusualness of the Qi family's wanton acquisition of fairy grass elixir. He spent the night looking for many monks who were refining elixirs to study the medicinal materials purchased by the Qi family, but he could not figure out what new elixir the Qi family was trying to develop. It's no wonder that the Zhang family couldn't study it. The formula for the Lianxian pill that Ning Yechen gave to the Qi family was developed by himself, and there is no record of it in the world. And Qi Rongchang of the Qi family is also very smart. He knew that the Zhang family would definitely notice that the medicinal materials purchased on a large scale were mixed with many fairy grass elixirs that were not included in the formula. Even if the Zhang family spent a lifetime studying it, it would be impossible for them to figure it out. At this time, in the Zhang family's mansion, Zhang Zhen was sitting in the lobby, frowning, stroking his forehead with his hand, looking tired. With the Treasure Chamber of Commerce as a witness, he simply did not dare not to hand over the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City to the Qi family. After the Qi family obtained jurisdiction over each street, they immediately began to suppress the Zhang family's business. Many of the chambers of commerce under them have already turned to the Qi family. In order to cope with the pressure from the Qi family, he has been very busy in recent days. Except for a few stewards and his brother Zhang Ming, no one else in the family is of any use at all. Especially his son Zhang Li, who has only known how to be romantic since before and has no talent at all in business. Now that my lower body has been crippled, all I can do is hide at home and lose my temper and smash things every day. I have absolutely no ambition at all. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Li was Zhang Zhen's only son, he would have wanted to drive him out of the Zhang family. The mysterious man who attacked Zhang Li and killed Zhang Gan has not yet been found. The Zhang family doesn't know when they provoked such a person, and they don't know if the other party will take action against the Zhang family again. After Chen Ru's death, Zhang Zhen and the rest of the Zhang family have been living in fear. I'm afraid that the next Zhang Li or Zhang Qian will be them. This kind of mental torture made everyone in the Zhang family exhausted physically and mentally. Before one thing was dealt with, another thing was pressing on him, and Zhang Zhen only felt troubled and had a headache. Brother. At this moment, Zhang Ming walked into the lobby and greeted Zhang Zhen. During this period of time, he had been specifically responsible for recruiting alchemists in the Zhang family to study the Qi family's Niajing spiritual liquid and the purchased fairy grass elixir. At the same time, he has been responsible for tracking down the murderer of his son Zhang Gan. Seeing Zhang Ming come in, Zhang Zhen looked expectant and asked quickly. You're here, how's it going? Can you decipher the Qi family's elixir recipe? Zhang Ming slowly shook his head and said with great regret. No, the fairy grass elixirs purchased by the Qi family are of various types, and they are too weird. I have found more than a dozen alchemists to study together, but I still can't figure out the alchemy formula in the hands of the Qi family. Hearing this, Zhang Zhen leaned back on the chair in disappointment, stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Since there is no result, why did you come to me? The Qi family sent someone again. They say they want to buy the fairy grass elixirs from my Zhang family at a price 10 times higher than the market price. Zhang Ming stepped forward, took out the list of medicinal materials listed by the Qi family from his arms and handed it to Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen didn't even look at it. He grabbed the list and tore it into pieces, shouting angrily. Let the Qi family members go away. Otherwise, I'll cut off his head and send him back to Qi's home. Even if the Zhang family rots all the medicinal materials in the warehouse, we will never sell them to the Qi family. Zhang Ming stood aside and pondered for a moment, then stepped forward to persuade. Brother, why don't you raise the price a little more and sell all those medicinal materials to the Qi family? You want me to sell those medicinal materials to the Qi family? Zhang Zhen looked at Zhang Ming with an angry look and asked. Zhang Ming nodded and said seriously. Brother, you also know that we are already in debt. The Zhang family's main business relies on selling fire lotus liquid at high prices. Now that the Qi family Chamber of Commerce controls the lifeblood of the Nanli City Chamber of Commerce, the Zhang family cannot lower the prices of the materials needed for the fire lotus liquid as crazily as before. The cost of refining fire lotus liquid has greatly increased, and their sales channels are still much fewer. A few days ago, I also ordered a large amount of fire lotus liquid materials from various other places, and repaid part of the debt every month in the form of credit installments. A huge amount of spiritual stones must be paid to the Holy Lotus sect every month. The Zhang family seems to be very wealthy, but the flow of funds is very huge, and there is not much money left in their hands. Suppressed by the Qijia Chamber of Commerce, the funds next month are no longer enough to repay the debts left over from the previous month. If the Chamber of Commerce cannot pay off its debts on time, its credibility will be affected. Once your reputation is affected, it will be difficult to cooperate with other chambers of commerce in the future. Zhang Zhen also understood this, which made him feel more and more headache. He thought that the Chamber of Commerce would definitely win the Zhang family's competition, so he ordered a large amount of Fire Lotus liquid materials and did not hesitate to pay in installments on credit. As long as they win the Chamber of Commerce competition, the Zhang family will control all the chambers of commerce and shops in Nanli City, and the shortfall in funds they owe can be quickly filled. But I never expected to lose. This has resulted in the current embarrassing situation of the Zhang family. Hey, tell me your plan. Since you asked me to sell those medicinal materials, you must have a plan, right? Zhang Zhen sighed softly, looked at Zhang Ming and asked. His younger brother is quite shrewd. The Zhang family is what it is today thanks to these two brothers. It's just that their two sons are too disappointing. Zhang Ming smiled slightly and expressed his opinion. Brother, I have a plan. The medicinal materials purchased by the Qi family are most likely used to refine the healing spirit liquid. The Yujing spiritual liquid is not a body-quenching liquid, so it will basically not affect my Zhang family's business. We can take this opportunity to increase the price and sell the medicinal materials to the Qi family, and then step up the process of refining the Fire Lotus liquid in batches. When the time comes, selling this batch of Fire Lotus liquid at a high price will be enough to make up for the funding gap of my Zhang family. At that time, Nanli City will still belong to my Zhang family. Zhang Zhen looked thoughtful, thought about it carefully, and thought it was feasible. Yes, you can agree to sell those medicinal materials to the Qi family. But the price needs to be raised a little more, and the Qi family is required to sell the materials for the Fire Lotus liquid to my Zhang family. Zhang Zhen told Zhang Ming. As long as a large amount of Fire Lotus liquid is sold by then, the Zhang family will survive this difficulty. Soon the Zhang family will rise again. Zhang Ming nodded knowingly, and when he was about to turn around to deal with it, Zhang Zhen asked again from behind. By the way, where's the reply from the Holy Lotus sect? The Holy Lotus sect said that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect is going to come in person. It should be here in a few days. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Ming's lips. So what if his Zhang family is now in decline? They still have the support of the Holy Lotus sect behind them. As long as the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the situation will be reversed immediately. By then he must also find the murderer of his son Zhang Gan. 80% of it is related to the Qi family or the woman named Luo Ruiying. Good, very good. When Zhang Zhen learned that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect was visiting in person, the gloom on his face immediately disappeared, and he stood up excitedly and cheered repeatedly. After losing to the Qi family in the Chamber of Commerce competition and Chen Ru dying in battle, he immediately sent someone to notify the Holy Lotus sect. The Zhang family must avenge this shame. He will make everyone who mocked the Zhang family and betrayed the Zhang family regret it. The Qi family will just let him rejoice for a while longer. When the leader of the Holy Lotus sect comes, the Qi family will soon disappear from the world. He will not let go of either the Qi family or Na Luo Ruiying. After the Qi family purchased a large amount of medicinal materials from the Zhang family also purchased a lot of Fire Lotus liquid medicinal materials from the Qi family, hired a large number of alchemists, and began refining in large quantities. On this day, the Zhang family put a large amount of Fire Lotus liquid on the shelves in their various stores, and also increased the price of Fire Lotus liquid again. This move immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of a large number of monks. No, didn't the price just go up a few months ago? Why did it go up again? That's right, it's increased so much this time. A bottle of 4th grade body quenching fluid costs 50,000 spirit stones. Are you crazy? The Fire Lotus liquid is of such poor quality, it's just a defective product made in a hurry, and yet it's so expensive. RNM. Refund. I think the Zhang family is planning to make a fortune and run away. A large number of monks gathered in front of each of the Zhang family's shops to express their dissatisfaction. After Zhang Zhen learned about it, instead of paying any attention to it, he showed an unscrupulous smile and sipped tea with Zhang Ming elegantly and leisurely. After taking a sip of tea, he calmly told his subordinates. Ignore those people. If they want to scream, let them scream. Yes. After receiving the order, his men immediately turned around and left. The reason why Zhang Zhen dared to be so relaxed and comfortable was because this kind of thing had happened many times. It's nothing more than letting those people have fun and curse a few words. When the time comes, they should still have to pay for it. In the entire Nanli city, he was the only one selling the highest grade body tempering liquid, the Zhang family. I don't worry about not selling at all. At this moment, an attendant outside the door hurriedly ran into the lobby, looking nervous and panting. No, it's not good, my master is not good. I'm fine. Why do you need to be in such a hurry? You are not steady at all. Zhang Zhen saw that the attendant who was crawling in front of him was speechless, so he angrily slapped the table and stood up and yelled angrily. This slave is guilty, but something terrible has indeed happened. The attendant kneeled on the ground and replied tremblingly. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming frowned and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" The Qi family suddenly sold a body tempering pill called Lianxian pill. The attendant said in a panic. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked horrified. What, you said the Qi family started selling body tempering pills? Yes, it is. According to reports, this is the Lianxian pill or the 7th grade body tempering elixir. Replied the attendant. How many? How many grades? If you dare to talk nonsense, your life will be in danger. Zhang Zhen's mouth trembled in shock, and he walked quickly to the attendant, grabbed his collar and asked. That is a 7th grade elixir. This is not some street stall. The value of the 7th grade elixir is extraordinary, and it is something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. It has not appeared in the entire Nanli city. Now suddenly tell him that the Qi family has taken out a 7th grade elixir. And it happens to be a body tempering elixir. It's true, master. How dare you tell a lie? The attendant said with a sad face. After receiving the news, he immediately confirmed the authenticity and then rushed back to report the news. When Zhang Zhen heard the news, he felt as if he had lost his soul. He took several steps back in despair and fell to the ground. Zhang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to caress Zhang Zhen and comforted him. Brother, don't worry, the 7th grade elixir is not that easy to refine. The Qi family will definitely not be able to refine and sell it in large quantities. Even if it is refined, the price will definitely be high. Not everyone can afford it. For our Zhang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body tempering elixir may not affect the sales of our fire lotus liquid. Just as Zhang Ming finished speaking, an attendant hurriedly ran out of the door, knelt on the ground and said in a panic. The master is not good. Many monks have said that they want to return the fire lotus liquid we purchased here. All the shops in the Qi family have launched a new 7th grade body tempering pill, and the price is the same as our fire lotus liquid. Everyone has gone to the Qi family. In addition, the Qi family sent people to persuade many monks who originally promised to look after the shops for our Zhang family to join the Qi family with various conditions. There are many monks making trouble in our shop now. What should I do, sir? Bad news came one after another, and Zhang Zhen's heart suddenly felt as heavy as falling into the bottom of the valley. His expression was dull, and he could not recover for a long time. Even Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel despair. He couldn't believe that the Qi family's 7th grade body tempering elixir could be sold at such a low price, and that it could be refined in large quantities. The price of the 7th grade body tempering pill is not high. In comparison, the Zhang family's fire lotus liquid is completely incomparable. It won't be long before the market for body-quenching fluids will be completely monopolized by the Qi family, and the fire lotus liquid that the Zhang family spent a lot of materials and money to refine cannot be sold at all. Other monks who purchased will also ask their Zhang family for a refund. It's over, it's all over. Zhang Ming also sat down on the ground. Only now did Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming understand. The medicinal materials purchased by the Qi family were not for refining the healing spirit liquid at all. Instead, they specialize in refining this 7th grade immortal pill. They were fooled. If the Zhang family had one breath left after the Chamber of Commerce competition, now this last breath was strangled to death by their own hands. It was they who sold a large amount of medicinal materials to the Qi family. But they really couldn't figure it out. Where did the Qi family get the recipe? Chapter 71. Nanli City ushered in the annual New Year festival. At the beginning of every New Year, Nanli City holds a grand festival to welcome the New Year. The festival is not only to celebrate the arrival of the new year, but also to pray for good weather and safety for the family in the coming year. Whenever there is a New Year festival, Namli City is often the busiest time. The streets and alleys are full of crowds of people, and there are special entertainment programs to perform and celebrate in the squares everywhere. Both sides of the street are filled with various stalls, and the city is filled with the noise of crowds and the sounds of vendors shouting. The snowflakes flying in the sky can't stop everyone's enthusiasm at all. It's better to say that walking in the snow has a unique style. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying took Luo Hongye and walked together on the street, while Kaisi and the others followed behind with Yu Qingyu. It's a rare New Year's festival, so you have to bring your children to join in the fun. Luo Hongye wore a New Year's sweater that Luo Ruiying had knitted for her, and a small cotton padded jacket wrapped around it. Her petite body looked particularly round. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held their young hands on one side, and their 2 little feet happily jumped on the snow. The big, bright eyes looked around curiously from time to time, and from time to time, they would point at something and ask questions. No, I saw another toy stall and asked, pointing to the rattle stuck on the stall. Dad, Mother, what is that? Yay, that's a rattle. If you like it, Daddy will buy you one. Seeing Luo Hongye's curiosity, Ning Yechen smiled and pulled her and Luo Ruiying to the stall. Boss, trouble, eh? Ning Yechen stood in front of the toy stall and was about to buy a rattle from the stall owner. The stall owner raised his head, which immediately shocked Ning Yechen. Although the other party was disguised to a certain extent, his burly figure and wild face could not be concealed. Ning Yechen recognized who he was at a glance. Commander of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm, the mad prisoner of the 6th Demon God's seat. It's you. Why is this guy here? And there is also a toy stall. It doesn't match you at all. You are the 6th Demon God in the demon world. A man with a body as solid as a rock and a body as strong as an ox holding various toys in his hands is really inconsistent. When the mad prisoner saw Ning Yechen, his wild face showed a bright smile. He gave Ning Yechen a greeting look, grinned boldly and said with a big smile. Guest, what do you want? Ning Yechen. Not. Ning Yechen stared at the mad prisoner silently without answering. His subordinate, the 6th demon god in the demon realm, actually set up a stall selling toys in the human world. There were so many flaws that he couldn't recover for a while. Is this what Karen Yu said about arranging people to disguise their identities and lurk in the city? Can't you give him a more suitable identity? Ning Yechen couldn't help but turn around and look at Yu Qingyu behind him, his eyes full of questioning. Yu Karenyu has always maintained a dignified maid appearance, as if everything has nothing to do with her. Uncle, I want this every night. Luo Hongye stood on tiptoes, pointed at the rattle in the mad prisoner's hand and said with a sweet voice. Oh, what a cute and charming little princess. This is just a souvenir that uncle is selling for free. Give it to you. When the mad prisoner saw Luo Hongye, his heart instantly melted, and he handed the rattle to Luo Hongye with a loving and joyful face. When he stretched out his hand, he was extremely careful and gentle, for fear of scaring Luo Hongye. Winning the favor of the little princess of the demon world will be the greatest honor in his life. And this windmill is also for the cute little princess. And this, all are given to the little princess. The crazy prisoner felt that a rattle was not enough, so he picked various toys from the stall and handed them to Luo Hongye. As long as Luo Hongye is happy, it doesn't matter if she takes them all. Rather, this is what he expected most. But Yi can't take so much. There were all kinds of toys stuffed in Luo Hongye's hands, and she couldn't hold them all with both hands. Okay, yay, let's go shopping somewhere else. Ning Yechen was really worried that the crazy prisoner would stuff the entire cart of toys into Luo Hongye's hands, so he quickly pulled Luo Hongye away. Luo Hongye didn't forget to turn around and show a cute crescent-like smile to the crazy prisoner before saying goodbye. Thank you, uncle. Oh, the little princess is so cute. He was actually thanked by the little princess. This will be his greatest glory after becoming the demon god. The mad prisoner waved goodbye to Luo Hongye, who was leaving with a gentle face. Another group of parents brought their children to the Kwang prison stall and asked. I just heard that toys are free here. Is it true? Aha, who said it's free? I don't have to do business. 200 taels each. If you want love, Don't get out. The mad prisoner immediately changed his appearance, his face full of ferocity. If it weren't for the fact that the little princess and Lord Demon were here to disguise their identities, he wouldn't be serving these ants. The family was so frightened by the crazy prisoner that they almost fell to the ground, and the children were so frightened that they almost cried. This difference in attitude is so different from that of the family just now. It's a world of difference. And even if it's not free, the price of 200 taels for this toy is too expensive. A real black businessman. The other people around who wanted to come forward were frightened and stayed away. On the other side, after leaving the Kwang prisoner's stall, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen beside her in confusion. Yechen, did you feel that the stall owner was a little weird just now? Weird? What's wrong? My husband didn't realize it. Ning Yechen tried hard to hide it. To be honest, he felt weird too. Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful. The stall owner looked like he had practiced cultivation. But a monk was setting up a stall in the market to sell toys. This is a bit strange no matter how you think about it. And the most important thing is that she can't see through the other party's cultivation level. The opponent's cultivation strength is probably higher than hers. The human world is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and should not be underestimated. Even a monk who sells toys at a stall has such a level of cultivation. Luo Ruiying completely attributed the crazy prisoner's behavior of setting up a stall to sell toys to his personal hobbies. After all, there are actually many monks in the world with weird interests and hobbies. Maybe just to experience the fun of the mortal world. They and other monks were also wandering around the lively streets. But there was something else about the crazy prisoner that made Luo Ruiying very suspicious. That's because he is too enthusiastic about Luo Hongye. So passionate that she had to be wary. She even once wondered if he was the kind of demonic monk who kidnapped children. No matter what, it was better for her to be on guard. Now that she had left Luo Ruiying, she no longer thought about it and continued to lead Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen to walk on the streets together, feeling the lively atmosphere of the festival. Soon, the smell of barbecue aroused Luo Hongye's greedy heart. Luo Hongye smelled the smell and looked over, only to see that a barbecue stall was already crowded with people queuing up, and it was extremely lively. Luo Hongye's big straight eyes and slightly opened mouth were almost drooling. Ning Yechen knew at a glance that the child wanted to eat again. Yay, do you want to eat? Ning Yechen bent down and smiled at Luo Hongye and asked. Yeah, think about it. Luo Hongye's cute big eyes lit up and she nodded solemnly. Yay, I have eaten too many snacks recently. Luo Ruiying did not dote on Luo Hongye as usual, but said seriously. During this period, Qi Yuan would bring various snacks to Luo Hongye every time he came. Although Luo Hongye should have inherited her immortal talent, she was still young after all and had been frail since she was a child, so she was still worried about her health. Well, mother. Hearing that Luo Ruiying seemed not to allow it, Luo Hongye suddenly opened her eyes and looked up at Luo Ruiying pitifully. Luo Ruiying softened her heart in an instant. Madam, if the child likes it, let her eat it. You won't eat so many snacks from now on, right Yi? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Hongye and assured Luo Ruiying. Luo Hongye also nodded obediently. Yeah, I won't eat so many snacks from now on. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said helplessly. You, just pet her. Aren't your children just for pampering? Ning Yechen smiled. Luo Ruiying couldn't defeat Ning Yechen, so she agreed softly. All right, but this is the last time. Aha. Luo Hongye immediately nodded and responded with a smile. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying led Luo Hongye to the barbecue stall and lined up. Karen Yu, who was following behind, had a pen and paper in her hand, writing down all the things Luo Hongye was curious about along the way. Meng Niu and the other three have completely become mobile shopping baskets, carrying various large and small things in their hands. When the queue reached Ning Yechen and others, Ning Yechen took a closer look and froze on the spot. I saw Yi Tianxian wearing an apron, and his hands were skillfully turning over various barbecues. Guest, would you like to have a meal? Yi Tianxian raised his gaze and looked at Ning Yechen, with a slight smile on his stern face. Ning Yechen, what are you doing? Ning Yechen couldn't help but ask via voice message. Master Demon Lord, my subordinates are fulfilling their duties. Yi Tianxian was busy with the barbecue work and replied seriously. Your job is to sell barbecue here. Yes, Lord Demon Lord. This is the identity my subordinate is pretending to be in the human world now. Yi Tianxian looked serious. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen no longer knows where to complain. First, the mad prisoner of the sixth demon god in the demon world set up a stall selling toys, and then the first demon god Yi Tianxian set up a stall selling barbecue. Don't you think it's very inconsistent? You are the most proud demon gods in the demon world. Ning Yechen knew without thinking that all this must be Yu Qingyu's doing. Qingyu forced you to do this, right? No, Lord Demon Lord. Master Protector Zuo just gave us a suggestion and a choice. Choosing barbecue is my subordinate's wish. Yi Tianxian replied. Why? Ning Yechen asked in confusion. There are so many identities that you can pretend to be, but you still have to choose selling barbecue. He really doesn't understand. And Yi Tianxian also gave his powerful answer. Because the little princess likes it. In the past few days, he had been observing secretly and discovered that the little princess especially liked to eat various snacks. So he decided to start learning barbecue. Just to please the little princess. Ning Yechen was unable to refute Yi Tianxian's answer and silently raised 2 fingers. 2 sausages, don't want them spicy. No problem. A glimmer of light bloomed in Yi Tianxian's eyes, his expression became extremely serious, and he used 200% of his skills in every step. The control of the heat and the proportion of seasonings must be taken into consideration for the healthy growth of the little princess, and every step must be precise. And to achieve such a fine level, the speed of the hand does not slow down at all. It didn't even interfere with other guests' barbecue. His hands flashed back and forth in front of the stall as fast as afterimages. The furnace was also lit at this moment. Ning Yechen was stunned in front of the stall. This barbecue technique, he would believe it if he told him that Yi Tianxian had secretly practiced barbecue skills for decades. I didn't expect that his men were skilled in this area. When the demon god of the First Legion surrendered. If he changes his career to selling barbecue, he should have a broader world. At this time, Luo Ruiying, who was standing next to Ning Yechen, also began to pay attention to Yi Tianxian. With Yi Tianxian's unique and cold temperament and appearance, it would be difficult for her not to remember him. Isn't this person the new neighbor who just moved here not long ago? It turns out he sells barbecue. This was really beyond Luo Ruiying's expectation. Sure enough, people cannot be judged by their appearance. Guest, your sausage. After a while, Yi Tianxian bowed slightly, and with very elegant movements, 2 grilled sausages that were full of color and flavor were handed to Ning Yechen. Oh. How much? Ning Yechen asked after taking the grilled sausage. Although I know the true identity of the other party, I still cannot give less. After all, he is now a guest. Ding ding ding. Yi Tianxian took out a bell from nowhere and shook it, making bursts of soft bell sounds. The ringing of the bell immediately attracted the attention of other tourists around, and they all cast curious glances. I saw Yi Tianxian taking a step back, throwing out a handful of fireworks in his hand, and then congratulated. Congratulations to this group of guests. You are the 1000th customer today and you have won the free bill for the whole year. You and your family won't have to pay anything to eat here in the future. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stared at Yi Tianxian speechlessly. He seriously doubted that the so-called 1000th customer was completely fabricated by him. How could such a coincidence happen? It's obvious that he didn't dare to accept his money, so he just made excuses. Everyone around who didn't know what was going on applauded and congratulated Ning Yechen's family. What a blessing, we have free meals for the whole year. If I win the lottery, I can eat him until he goes bankrupt. Oh, why am I not so lucky? Stop talking, we have never won a prize. The person standing behind Ning Yechen was even more regretful. Pity, the grand prize of free bills for the entire year was almost his. Seeing more and more people watching around, Ning Yechen directly pulled Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye away from Yi Tianxian's stall. If you stay any longer, you will be watched. Yi Tianxian did not forget to look after him and salute, and said, "Welcome to visit us next time. Definitely not coming again." Ning Yechen thought viciously in his heart. What he wants is an ordinary trip to the market with his wife and children. Why do I meet acquaintances everywhere? Madam, Yay, let's go over there and have a look. Ning Yechen handed the sausages in his hands to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye respectively, and then walked towards the other side of the street. He decided to change places. Luo Hongye blew on the hot grilled sausage and eagerly took a bite, her little face full of joy. Seeing Luo Hongye eating with gusto and happiness, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. You should try it too, it tastes really good. After Luo Ruiying took a bite of the sausage, she handed it to Ning Yechen's mouth, looking a little embarrassed. If his wife feeds him in person, Ning Yechen will certainly not refuse. Open your mouth and take a bite, savoring it carefully. Not to mention, this guy's craftsmanship is quite interesting. Guest, would you like to choose some jewelry for your wife? Ning Yechen took Luo Ruiying and turned into another busy alleyway. However, after walking a few steps, a stall owner sitting on the ground suddenly stopped him. The boss was slim and slender, with a veil covering her face. Her face was hazy and her specific appearance could not be clearly seen, but she was obviously a woman. Ning Yechen stopped and frowned slightly, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. 0.0. Ning Yechen approached the stall owner's face and asked in a low voice without confirmation. Kai Huan. Kai Huan. Guest, what are you talking about? My name is not Kai Huan. Kai Huan looked away guiltily and opened his mouth to defend. Ning Yechen. Okay, it's definitely her. Ning Yechen immediately confirmed Kai Huan's identity and looked helpless. He had deliberately moved to another place, but it felt like he belonged to everyone everywhere. Ning Yechen glanced down the street and saw many familiar figures. The short-haired man over there who is beating beef balls with his halberds is the seventh demon in the demon world, Rakshasa. The woman who sits in front of the stall selling wigs with her hair hanging down on her face, covering her entire face, the hair princess of the fifth demon god in the demon world. There is also the girl with fiery red hair who performs among the crowd, the 10th demon god in the demon world, Yan Lily. In addition, there are also many guards and legion commanders from the demon world mixed in the crowd coming and going. Those standing next to him had already formed a circle around him. Even those seemingly harmless children running around and playing are disguised as demons. Qingyu, tell me the truth, how many people have you arranged to be in the city? Ning Yechen couldn't help but secretly asked Yu Qingyu. Lord Demon Lord, as per your request, I have only kept a minimum number of people in the city. There are only 60,000 people lurking in the city. 60,000. Ning Yechen was shocked. 6,000 was too much for him, but Karen Yu actually arranged for 60,000 people. Moreover, these 60,000 people are basically the top strength in the demon world. This can ensure that Luo Ruiying cannot detect them. 60,000 monks above the immortal realm are lurking in Nanli City. He wasn't sure for a moment whether he was in the demon world or the human world. Any one of these 60,000 people alone is enough to sweep through any state or place in the human world. Ning Yechen didn't even know what to say. Let's punish Karen Yu. She does her job conscientiously. It's really hard to reprimand her. Even if he reprimands her, she won't listen at all. Instead, she might list a lot of reasons to convince him. Yechen, do you know this girl? Luo Ruiying watched Ning Yechen approach Kai Huan's face and kept staring at him, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Do not know. Ning Yechen and Kai Huan firmly denied Luo Ruiying almost at the same time. Yeah, I thought you knew each other. Luo Ruiying was slightly startled. Little did they know that Ning Yechen and Kai Huan were almost scared to death just now. Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying would find some clues. And Kai Huan was even more afraid of accidentally exposing the identity of Lord Demon Lord. Let alone staying here, Karen Yu would definitely not spare her in the first place. There will probably be one less seat among the 13 demon gods. Madam, would you like to pick out some jewelry? Kai Huan smiled and glanced at Yu Qingyu behind Ning Yechen. After seeing that Yu Qingyu's expression didn't change much, he breathed a sigh of relief and recommended to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying was once the Empress of the fairy world, she had no pursuit of jewelry or anything like that. Luo Ruiying wanted to refuse directly, but glanced casually, but was attracted by the jewelry on the stall, and she couldn't help but squat down and look at it. The jewelry on the stall was carved from extremely rare jewelry ores that even she didn't know existed. Picking up a bracelet casually, the fine and round workmanship and techniques are completely flawless. There are even colorful streams of light flowing slowly inside the bracelet, which is extremely gorgeous. This seems to be carved from the colorful magic stone that is only found in the demon world. Moreover, the level of purity and workmanship are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, there are people in the human world who can carve colorful magic stones. Madam, are you interested in this bracelet? Seeing Luo Ruiying staring at the bracelet intently, Kai Huan asked with a smile. I heard that both Guangqi and Yi Tianxian were visited by Lord Demon Lord and the little princess. No matter what she said, she could not let down this supreme honor. Do you like this bracelet, madam? Ning Yechen also squatted beside Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. As long as Luo Ruiying likes it, he will definitely buy it without hesitation. No, these were all him. Luo Ruiying put down the bracelet in her hand and slowly shook her head. The bracelet is really nice, but forget it. The bracelet is made of unusual material and the price is not cheap. Seeing Luo Ruiying getting up and leaving, Kai Huan became anxious and said quickly. Madam, please wait a moment, I am conducting a free lottery draw. Lottery, yes, the lottery is completely free. There are 4 types of awards. The first prize winner can enjoy a 50% discount on purchases from this stall. 30% off the C prize. 10% off the second prize. You can choose the first prize, and it's all free. Kai Huan took out a box behind him and promoted it enthusiastically. The box is full of small balls of the same size. Seeing Kai Huan's enthusiasm, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, stretched out her hand and grabbed a small ball in the box. Thinking about drawing a prize won't waste much time. Besides, how can it be so easy to win? Just smoke one and leave. Luo Ruiying gently crushed the ball in her hand and took out the note inside. When I opened it, I saw, first class prize, written clearly on the note. Before Luo Ruiying showed the note to Kai Huan immediately congratulated him with excitement. Oh, congratulations, you successfully won the first prize. You can choose any jewelry you like from me, it's all free. Ning Yechen, who was standing aside, looked at Kai Huan speechlessly. You already knew you won the first prize before you even watched it, right? He estimated that all the first-class prizes were stuffed in that box. Luo Ruiying didn't expect that she would win the first prize so casually. If you try to refuse now, it will be a waste of the hard-won first prize. Luo Ruiying looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the stall again, and asked Luo Hongye at hand. Yay, is there anyone you like? Luo Hongye obviously didn't have much interest in jewelry. After looking at it, she pointed at a hairpin carved with a white rabbit on the stall. Rabbit, then I'll just take this one. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, picked up the rabbit hairpin and inserted it into Luo Hongye's hair. Ning Yechen casually picked up a black and white hair comb with fine workmanship from the stall. Do you like this hairbrush? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. This is for you, my wife. From now on, as a husband, I will comb my wife's hair exclusively. Ning Yechen turned around with a charming smile and handed the hairbrush to Luo Ruiying's hand. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned red, and her heart palpitated at this moment. Inside the Zhang family mansion. Outside the mansion, the lights were brightly lit, and there was a constant din of laughter and laughter. Inside the mansion, it was dark, empty, and dead silent. Not to mention the festive atmosphere, there is not even a bit of home atmosphere. As soon as the Qi family's immortal refining pill was launched, the Zhang family has now completely lost control of Nanli City. Major chambers of commerce have chosen to leave, and shops have closed down one after another. A large amount of fire lotus liquid was piled up in warehouses and shops without anyone paying attention. Nowadays, even if the fire lotus liquid is sold at a very low price, no one is willing to pay for it. The reputation the Zhang family had accumulated previously was really bad, and the quality of the fire lotus liquid was uneven. Everyone had long lost trust in the Zhang family. If there was no other alternative body-quenching liquid in Nanli City, the Zhang family would not be so unscrupulous. Moreover, the Qi family's immortal refining pill is at the 7th level. The tempering effect is more than 10 times higher than the Zhang family's fire lotus liquid. Among the 7th grade elixirs, the price set by the Qi family was basically free of charge. Even if he is a prostitute, he will not hesitate to choose to buy the Qi family's immortal pills. The Zhang family's Fire Lotus liquid is now given away for free and no one will necessarily want it. For the Zhang family, the situation was over. Most of the family's attendants also chose to leave, leaving only some guards trained by the Zhang family themselves. Zhang Zhen sat alone in the dark hall, his face in the darkness full of ferocity and resentment. It's all the Qi family's fault. It's all that woman's fault. If that woman hadn't appeared, Nanli City would have been ruled by his Zhang family. The Zhang family would not have fallen to this day. In the eyes of others, the Zhang family may be finished. But in his eyes, the Zhang family has not lost yet. He still has this last step, which will also be his sure win move. Brother, the leader of the Holy Lotus is here. At this moment, Zhang Ming walked into the hall excitedly from outside and said, his face full of joy. This may be the best and most anticipated news the Zhang family has heard in the past few days. Quick, invite them in. Zhang Zhen stood up excitedly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice came from the sky. No need, the leader is here in person. A woman wearing a lotus-flowered floor-length dress and a delicate face slowly fell from the sky. Beside her were two beautiful-looking women. One person is wearing a blue suit and the other is wearing a red suit. When Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming saw the three women, they quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, greeting them respectfully. I've seen the Holy Lotus cult leader and the two holy envoys. Get up. Song Yan glanced at Zhang Zhen who was kneeling on the ground, strode to the hall and sat down. The two holy messengers followed closely beside her. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming walked up to Song Yan with their heads lowered and tremblingly, not daring to take a breath. The Zhang family cooperated with the Holy Lotus sect, and the Holy Lotus sect sent a holy envoy to assist the Zhang family in all matters. The Zhang family is responsible for taking charge of Nanli City for the Holy Lotus sect, paying a certain amount of spiritual stones every month and recruiting willing monks into the Holy Lotus sect. This is the cooperation agreement between the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect. But now that the White Lotus envoy of the Holy Lotus sect, Chen Ru, has been killed in battle, the Zhang family has completely lost control of Nanli City and is no longer able to hand over this month's spiritual stones. It can be said that the Zhang family has basically no use for the Holy Lotus sect. At this moment, Zhang Zhen was extremely worried that the Holy Lotus sect would become angry and abandon the Zhang family. By then, let alone revenge, the Zhang family may not be able to save their lives. Master Zhang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look a little ugly. Song Yan glanced at Zhang Zhen and asked coldly. Zhang Zhen immediately made a plop and knelt on the ground again. Zhang Ming beside him also quickly knelt down. Please forgive me, Master. Snort, you still know how to forgive. Is this the Nanli City you promised to take charge of for our Holy Lotus sect? Perhaps it was a mistake for me to support your Zhang family from the beginning. I, the Zhang family, are incompetent, so please forgive me, Master. Zhang Zhen didn't dare to shirk at all, so he had to put his head on the ground and desperately beg for forgiveness. Seeing that the Zhang family had worked hard over the years and paid a large amount of spiritual stones and personnel on time every month, Song Yan reluctantly chose to forgive the Zhang family this time. Tell me, who dares to go against our Holy Lotus sect? Song Yan's eyes turned cold and she asked extremely angrily. Ever since the Nanzhou martial arts temple was destroyed, Nanzhou has been dominated by her Holy Lotus sect. This is simply a God-sent opportunity. She originally wanted to rely on the Zhang family to control the entire Nanli City as the foundation for the development of the Holy Lotus sect. Soon the Holy Lotus sect will be able to control the entire Nanzhou. But he never expected that the plan to control Nanli City failed. Even her favorite men are dead. The Holy Lotus sect must avenge this. Master cult leader, it's the Qi family. The Qi family found a woman with a very powerful cultivation level from nowhere. That woman represented the Qi family and killed the White Lotus Holy Envoy in the Chamber of Commerce competition. My son's lower body was crippled, and my nephew died tragically in front of the audience. This must be related to the Qi family. Master Cult Master, you must make the decision for Master White Lotus Holy Envoy and my Zhang family. Zhang Zhen burst into tears as he spoke, as if he had suffered a lot of grievances. Song Yan frowned deeply, showing displeasure. HMPH. This enemy of this leader will definitely make them pay back. It's just that the leader doesn't understand. Even if your Zhang family lost the Chamber of Commerce competition, with your Zhang family's control over Nanli City, you wouldn't have ended up so quickly, right? The leader doesn't know something. The Qi family got a 7th grade body tempering elixir formula called Lianxian pill from somewhere. The medicinal materials required for this elixir are not only extremely low cost to refine, but can also be refined in large quantities. The Qi family has occupied the entire Nanli City market with this immortal refining pill. The fire lotus liquid you gave me is now, no one has bought it. Zhang Zhen said, crying. If the Qi family hadn't suddenly taken out the immortal refining pill, the Zhang family might not have lost so completely. 7th grade body tempering pill recipe. Are you telling the truth? When Song Yan heard this, she looked shocked and quickly shouted and asked. If any of my subordinates lie, I am willing to let the leader handle it. Zhang Zhen immediately kowtowed and promised. Song Yan looked thoughtful, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If this is the case, the Zhang family cannot really be blamed for this failure. The 7th grade body tempering elixir is low cost and can be refined in large quantities. This is an extremely rare elixir. It seemed that it was not in vain for her to come here in person this time. She accepted this 7th grade body tempering elixir recipe with a smile. A sharp look flashed in Song Yan's eyes, and she ordered to the 2 guardians beside her. Blue Lotus Holy Envoy, Red Lotus Holy Envoy, the 2 of you will lead people to clean up the Qi family. Before tomorrow, I want to see the Qi family disappear from the world. As for the woman who killed my White Lotus Holy Envoy, I will personally deal with it. Yes, leader. The 2 guardians took the order and left immediately. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming looked ecstatic. The Qi family and that woman's family are all doomed. Han Guangji of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce has also left Nanli City. No one can save them this time. At the festival fair, it was getting late at night, but the streets were still full of crowded and noisy people. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying took Luo Hongye and continued to walk through the streets, watching many performances and buying various things at various stalls. They say they bought it, but they actually didn't cost a penny. Either I won a prize, or it happened to be the 20th anniversary of the store's opening, and it was free for a limited time. Some even directly said that because of the festival, the entire venue was free. I visited more than a dozen stalls and it was like this. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people in Nanli City were so warm and friendly. Even though they are doing business at a loss, these shop owners can still be so enthusiastic and happy. And their luck seems to be very good today. You can win prizes wherever you go. Could it be that the winning rate was deliberately increased because of the festival? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but guess. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. Although Yu Qingyu, who had been following Ning Yechen all the way, kept records of Luo Hongyi's preferences, she did not forget to keep an eye on Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Although she didn't know why, she always felt that the relationship between Lord Demon Lord and his wife was very subtle. She felt it when she was at home these days. Now that they were dating in a busy market, she could feel it more clearly. They are obviously a couple, but they treat each other with respect as guests. The relationship cannot be said to be bad. On the contrary, the relationship between the two is quite good, but it just feels a little lacking. The lively and prosperous festival atmosphere at this moment was simply the perfect time for a date, but the 2 of them didn't even hold hands. Didn't Lord Demon Lord and his wife even give birth to a child? How come they get along like a couple in love for the first time? Yu Qing humorously frowned, looking puzzled. Could it be that Lord Demon Lord is shy? Judging from the Demon Lord's experience of being single for hundreds of years, it is indeed possible to get married for the first time. Although she was satisfied to witness the day when Lord Demon Lord got married and had children, she still hoped to see more scenes of love between Lord Demon Lord and his wife. It's best to stay in love every day, and then give birth to more little royal highnesses or little princesses. No matter how many children my wife has, she will take the responsibility to take care of the children and train them to be the supreme master of the demon world who is not inferior to the demon lord. When she thought of this, Yu Qingyu looked extremely excited, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. In her mind, she is already imagining the scene in which she will bring a lot of children for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. How happy she must be. Kaisi and the other three who were standing beside Yu Qingyu felt chills all over when they saw Yu Qingyu suddenly smiling stupidly. They have already seen the horror of this woman. What could possibly make her smile like this? Karen Yu also noticed her gaffe, and quickly restored her previous dignified and elegant posture. Now is not the time to be happy. For the sake of the future of Lord Demon and the Demon World, she decided to secretly give Lord Demon a push. All idle personnel, please follow orders, urgent mission. Yu Qingyu ordered through secret transmission to the people lurking throughout Nanli City. In an instant, all the demon gods, secret guards, and commanders of the Forbidden Army who were lurking in Nanli City under disguised identities received the news, their eyes narrowed slightly and their expressions were extremely solemn. Urgent task. The demon world has not received such an urgent mission for an unknown period of time. Everyone stood ready, waiting for Yu Qingyu to give orders. Sound transmission is a magical method that turns sounds into special spiritual power and penetrates into other people's minds, and then recalls the sounds in their minds. This weak and special spiritual power is generally difficult to detect. In particular, it is more difficult for ordinary people to catch the sound transmissions conveyed by those with more advanced cultivation. But when it comes to those whose cultivation is far above them, the sound transmission will still be noticed. Ning Yechen felt it instantly after Yu Qingyu's words came out. He turned his head to look at her with a puzzled expression, as if asking her what happened. Need to issue an urgent task. How come he didn't notice anything was wrong? However, Yu Qingyu had no intention of explaining to Ning Yechen, and just silently gave him a meaningful smile. This smile made Ning Yechen feel bad. Sure enough, the already lively and crowded crowd suddenly surged out of the crowd. The crowded crowd squeezed past Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and they were forced to stick together. I don't know who, accidentally, bumped into Luo Ruiying suddenly, and she was caught off guard and knocked into Ning Yechen's arms. Ning Yechen subconsciously put his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist and held her in his arms. Luo Ruiying lay on Ning Yechen's chest, her cheeks blushing slightly. People, there seemed to be more people suddenly. Yes, ma'am, be careful, Ning Yechen said with a smile. He turned around and glared at Yu Qingyu fiercely. What are you doing? The extra crowd just now, as well as the people pushing Luo Ruiying, are obviously all people from the demon world. Yu Qingyu replied calmly, my subordinates are here to lend a helping hand to you, Lord Demon Lord. You don't need to thank me. This is my subordinate's duty. I didn't want to thank you. Besides, your responsibilities don't include this, right? Ning Yechen secretly scolded Yu Qingyu. Karen Yu didn't feel at all that she had done anything wrong, and retorted righteously. What are you talking about, Lord Demon Lord? Everything related to you and your wife belongs to the demon world, and it falls under the responsibility of my subordinates. Although I am offended by these words, Lord Demon Lord, you should be more bold and direct. Madam, she will not object. Since my subordinate arrived, it seems that I haven't seen you consummate your marriage with your wife. Ning Yechen, you shut up. I have my own plan for this matter. You don't need to interfere. Ning Yechen warned Yu Qingyu silently. In the past, it was okay to push for marriage, but now we have to push for this kind of thing. Although he really wanted to, everything still had to be done step by step. My subordinate understands. Yu Qingyu readily agreed, but she didn't look like she was planning to give up. Ning Yechen felt that she didn't listen to his words at all. Luo Ruiying stood up from Ning Yechen's arms. Seeing that the crowd around her was getting more and more crowded, she bent down and hugged Luo Hongye at her feet to prevent her from getting separated. Ning Yechen also took the opportunity to reach out and take Luo Ruiying's hand. Luo Ruiying was slightly startled when her palm was suddenly clenched tightly. She felt relieved when she realized it was Ning Yechen and gently held his hand. There are so many people nowadays, holding hands makes it less likely to be squeezed away by the crowd. Yu Qingyu, who was following behind, saw this and raised the corners of her mouth slightly with satisfaction. This is what she wants to see. It's time to take the next step. On the outskirts of Nanli City. After midnight tonight will be the New Year, when a grand fireworks display will be held. At this time, the fireworks convoy was basically in place outside the city, ready to light the fireworks as soon as the time came. It was still some time before midnight, and the people responsible for lighting the fireworks sat around, drinking, chatting and laughing. At this moment, several black shadows appeared behind everyone in an instant. Before anyone could react, they were all knocked unconscious and dragged into the bushes. A beautiful woman with an expressionless face and indifferent temperament slowly walked out of the darkness of the trees, with a very lengthy long knife across her waist. Dozens of black shadows followed the woman, waiting for the next instruction. The woman raised her arms, and several black figures immediately began to carry and arrange the fireworks. After all preparations were completed, Yulian sent a message to Yu Qingyu from a distance. Master Protector Zuo, preparations are complete here. On the other side, Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying and finally passed through the crowded crowd and came to a street where the flow of people was not so dense. Even after walking out of the crowded crowd, the two of them seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and their hands showed no sign of letting go of each other. Yu Qingyu, who was following behind, always had a happy smile on her lips. At this time, I also happened to receive a message from Yu Lian. Very good. Yu Qing humorously walked forward and bowed beside Luo Ruiying and said, Madam, I heard that the New Year's Eve fireworks display is about to start. Do you want to go and see it? Fireworks display. Don't we start after midnight? Isn't it still early? Luo Ruiying said in confusion. What she remembered was that the fireworks display did not start so soon. Ning Yechen's first reaction was that Karen Yu must be secretly planning something behind his back. She really didn't listen to what he said at all. Facing Luo Ruiying's doubts, Yu Karenyu acted very calmly and explained. Madam, I don't know. The fireworks display has been advanced. Yeah, Luo Ruiying asked doubtfully. I heard that Nanli City's annual New Year's Eve fireworks display is very colorful and will never be forgotten by anyone who has seen it. Before going out, Qi Yuan specially emphasized that she must not miss the fireworks display at Zishi. Karen Yu nodded with certainty. Yes, then since you're here, let's go take a look. Luo Ruiying turned to look at Ning Yechen and smiled, as if asking for his opinion. Since I'm interested, let's go. Although he didn't know what Yu Qingyu was planning to do, seeing Luo Ruiying seeming interested, Ning Yechen naturally couldn't refuse. The two of them carried Luo Hongye to a hillside specially prepared to watch the fireworks display. From here, you can not only overlook the lights of thousands of houses in the city, but also enjoy the fireworks blooming under the perfect night. But when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived with Luo Hongye in their arms, there was not a single figure on the hillside, and it was empty. So strange, there is no one there. Doesn't everyone know that the fireworks display has been brought forward? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel doubtful. Little did they know that this place had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu said to Yulian in the suburbs. Lord Demon Lord and his wife are in place, let's begin. Yes, Yulian on the outskirts responded and immediately conveyed the order to his subordinates. Do it. After receiving the order, a group of secret guards quickly connected the leads in their hands. In an instant, streaks of fire shot straight into the night with a whoosh sound, blooming into colorful fireworks under the dark night. The dazzling and gorgeous fireworks illuminated most of the night, complementing the little stars under the night sky, making the stars sparkle brightly. Sure enough, as Qi Yuan said, this fireworks display is indeed so dazzling and beautiful. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms, her beautiful eyes staring quietly at the bright fireworks at night and the brightly lit lights of thousands of houses below her. Such a comfortable and peaceful feeling was something she had never experienced in the fairy world. Suddenly, I felt that this wisp of smoke in the human world was no worse than the immortal path that countless people pursue in the immortal world. Luo Hongye, who was lying in her arms, also turned her head and stared at the night fireworks and starry sky with joy, her eyes filled with the brilliant fireworks. Ning Yechen originally wanted to scold Yu Qingyu for being nosy, but since his wife and children seemed to like them, he let it go. At this time, other people in the city also noticed the fireworks in the sky, stopped one after another, and looked up at the night fireworks. Some people quickly reacted and said doubtfully, "Hey, that's not right. Why did the fireworks display start early? That's right, why didn't anyone notify me?" Everyone who reacted quickly rushed towards the hillside where Ning Yechen was, pulling their family members with them. However, Yu Qingyu will never allow others to disturb the time alone between Lord Demon Lord and his wife. A mist rose inexplicably under the hillside, and everyone who entered the white mist immediately lost their way. No matter how hard I walk, I can't get out. Even if a group of monks tried to fly out with their swords, they couldn't do it. The fog seems to have no boundaries and cannot fly out at all. She wants to create the perfect opportunity for Lord Demon Lord and his wife to get along. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly when she saw that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were still holding hands and standing looking into the distance without making any further movements. I didn't forget to send a message to remind you. Lord Demon Lord, you can try to go further with Madam. This kind of thing depends on the atmosphere. How can you have that kind of atmosphere when people are staring at you from behind? Ning Yechen scolded silently. Although the atmosphere created by Karen Yu at this moment is indeed good, with a few light bulbs behind her, how could she still be interested? Yu Qingyu suddenly realized it, and immediately turned around and ordered Meng Niu and the others with a cold face. You three are too much trouble here. Leave quickly. I'm talking about you. Ning Yechen couldn't help but said in a voice transmission, almost roaring. This guy Yu Qingyu has no self-awareness at all. Yu Qingyu looked in disbelief, as if she didn't expect that the person Ning Yechen was referring to was her. My subordinate understands. In order to create time for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying to be alone together, Karen Yu quietly left with Meng Niu and the others knowingly. Finally left. Ning Yechen took Luo Ruiying and sat on the lawn together, leaning on each other's arms, still silently watching the fireworks. It was said that it was to create time for the two of them to be alone together, but Luo Hongye was still in Luo Ruiying's arms. With children around, no matter how good the atmosphere is, nothing can be done. However, it is also fun for a family of three to sit together and enjoy the fireworks. At least he still liked it. In the grass not far away, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu peeked their heads out secretly. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and looked thoughtful. Why didn't the scene she expected happen? Is the atmosphere not enough? Just as Yu Qingyu was thinking about how to create a better atmosphere for Lord Demon Lord and his wife, she suddenly received a message from the secret guard. Master Protector Zuo, someone is coming towards the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yechen handed over the recipe for refining the immortal pill to Qi Yuan last time, he had ordered Yu Qingyu to secretly send people to protect the Qi family. According to Lord Demon Lord, the Zhang family will not be able to sit still for long. As expected, it was just as Lord Demon Lord expected. But this is the time. It actually disturbed her mood. Yu Qingyu's delicate face instantly turned cold, and her noble and cold temperament looked like an empress in charge of all life and death. Before Yu Qingyu could say anything, another message came from Yu Lian, who was in charge of setting off fireworks on the outskirts of the city. Master Protector Zuo, there are also a large number of ants heading towards the Qi family outside the city. Also, some people seem to be coming in the direction of Lord Demon Lord. Have they all been dealt with? Get rid of all those ants, and we must not disturb the date between Lord Demon Lord and his wife. Leave the man who comes to Lord Demon Lord to me. Kai Huan and Kuang prisoner, you two, go over to the Qi family. Remember to leave 1 or 2 questions, and let those ants disappear for the rest. The rest of us will clear out all the other ants in the city. Remember, don't make any noise, otherwise you will disturb Lord Demon Lord and his wife. Yu Qingyu calmly gave orders to all his subordinates in the city. All the people lurking in the city under disguise received the order immediately, and their eyes could not help but flash with bloodthirsty and cold eyes. After pretending to be immortal for several days, I can finally move around. I'm almost suffocated. Killing people, setting fires, etc., is their job in the demon world. Many of the army commanders, secret guards, Kuang prisoner, Kai Huan and others from the demon world showed ferocious smiles. It may be a bit difficult for Lord Protector Zuo to let them leave 1 or 2 alive. Yi Tianshan's eyes in front of the barbecue stall were colder than ever. He will never allow anyone to disturb the date between Lord Demon Lord and his wife, the little princess. Let's temporarily close the stall now. Yi Tianshan, Kuang prisoner, Kai Huan and others all hung up the temporary closed signs on the stalls and disappeared from the stalls in an instant. As soon as the person standing in front of the stall blinked, the stall owner disappeared and looked around blankly. Alas, where is the boss? The other side. Luo Ruiying sat on the lawn with Luo Hongye in her arms, her beautiful eyes secretly looking at Ning Yechen beside her from time to time. Through the light of the fireworks blooming at night, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's elegant yet calm profile. If you take a closer look, this guy looks really good looking. Even in the fairy world, he is considered outstanding in terms of appearance. Luo Ruiying gently put her palm into her arms, grabbing a gift that she had specially prepared in the past few days, but her expression was a little hesitant. Ning Yechen immediately noticed Luo Ruiying's strange behavior, turned to look at her curiously, and asked with a smile. "Madam, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at your husband?" "No, it's nothing." When asked by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying realized that she seemed to be looking a little too absorbed. She blushed and looked away, denying it with all her strength. "I don't have the nerve to take out the things I'm holding in my hands anymore." Ning Yechen noticed that Luo Ruiying's hand was deep into her arms as if to pick up something. When she was about to ask, her eyes narrowed slightly. Not far away, someone was coming towards him. It seems that they came specifically to find him and Luo Ruiying. The Zhang family finally couldn't help but take action. He was more restless than he expected. "You have to choose it on the day of the festival, you really know how to choose the time. I wanted to keep your Zhang family alive for 2 more days to celebrate the new year, but it seems there is no need for this." At the same time, Ning Yechen also received a message from Yu Qingyu. "Lord Demon Lord, someone wants to take action against you and the Qi family. My subordinates will solve everything immediately." After thinking about it, Yu Qingyu knew that Ning Yechen must have noticed it, so she took the initiative to report the situation to him. After all, this is her duty as the president of the demon world. "You are responsible for cleaning up all those ants first, and don't let them disturb Ruiying and the children. I'll go there in person later. Although just leave it all to Karen Yu, she will definitely handle everything perfectly." But Ning Yechen still decided to go to Yang's house in person. There is someone he must meet again. Yu Qingyu didn't expect that Ning Yechen would actually do it herself. She looked stunned and felt angry, regretful and self-blame in her heart. As the president of the demon realm, she actually needs to ask the demon lord to personally take action. This is simply a dereliction of duty on her part. If she could have arranged for someone to get rid of these ants earlier, Lord Demon Lord would not have noticed and there would be no need to take action personally. It's all those ants that caused Lord Demon to have to leave his wife and little princess and interrupt this date. She must make those ants regret what they did tonight. Yu Qingyu's face was as cold as frost, and she tried her best to suppress the anger and murderous intention in her heart. She was afraid that she could not help but turn the entire Nanli city into ashes with a slap. The 3 Meng Niu who were following Karen Yu noticed Yu Karen's terrifying murderous intention at close range, and they were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. They have never seen such terrifying murderous intent. Just by being close to them, they felt like they were out of breath and about to suffocate. "You 3, follow me." Yu Qingyu left a cold word towards Meng Niu and the others, then disappeared from the place in an instant. "Yes," Meng Niu and the others responded. As soon as they raised their heads, Yu Qingyu had disappeared. Where are the people? Sir, we can't keep up with your speed." When Meng Niu and the other 3 saw Yu Qingyu disappearing in an instant, they felt like crying without tears. This is a bit difficult for them. In order to prevent Karen Yu from thinking that they were useless, Meng Niu and the others hurriedly pursued them with all their strength. After Ning Yechen noticed the movement of his men in the city, he slowly stood up. "What's wrong?" Luo Ruiying raised her head and asked doubtfully. "It's okay, my husband suddenly remembered that he forgot to buy something." "Madam, please take Yi home first." "Husband, I will go back later." Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "I forgot to buy something, how about I go? You should take Yi home first." Luo Ruiying also hugged Luo Hongye and stood up and asked. With her cultivation level, it only takes a moment to buy something. "I won't bother you, madam. I have to do something for my husband." "Madam, please take Yi home first." Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's cheek and persuaded. "All right." Luo Ruiying's cheeks looked slightly red under the light of the fireworks, but she didn't force it anymore. She was just a little dissatisfied with Ning Yechen coaxing her like a child. Luo Ruiying hugged Luo Hongye and turned around, walked a few steps, touched her arms, and suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't given to Ning Yechen. When he turned his head, he found that Ning Yechen was no longer there. Going so fast. Late at night. On the surface, Nanli City is peaceful and bustling with singing and dancing, but in fact, there are already undercurrents surging behind the scenes, and murderous intent is everywhere. The disciples of the Holy Lotus sect scattered in the city began to rush towards Ning Yechen's home and the Qi family, killing them all with their eyes open. However, when passing through the crowded streets, a group of shadows suddenly appeared at the feet of each of the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, or shadows suddenly stretched out from the dark alley beside them and pulled them into the darkness one by one. Those disciples of the Holy Lotus sect who were dragged into the shadows didn't even know what happened, and disappeared from the world without even making a sound. Some were passing through a dark and deserted alley, when black shadows suddenly passed by them, slicing their necks open. They didn't even see each other's appearance clearly, they just fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Then their bodies were dragged into the darkness, and the bloodstains were cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. Some disciples of the Holy Lotus sect gradually realized that something was wrong. Apparently there were more than a dozen people walking together just now, but when I looked back while walking, I saw that he was the only one left. Where are the people? The disciple of the Holy Lotus sect stood there blankly, his eyes full of fear, and he kept looking around. The next second, he was dragged away by a shadow under his feet. None of the passers-by standing beside him noticed that he had disappeared. The whole street is still bustling and noisy. Another group of Holy Lotus disciples who were flying in midair suddenly stopped in midair. In front of them stood a beautiful girl with fiery red hair and red and blue eyes. "Who are you?" the leading elder of the Holy Lotus sect shouted and asked Yan Lily. A playful smile appeared on Yan Lily's lips. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, you guys will be a corpse soon." The elder of the Holy Lotus sect looked shocked when he heard this, and then angrily yelled. "Arrogant! No one in Nanzhou dares to speak to our Holy Lotus sect like this. Kill her!" With an order, dozens of disciples behind the elder of the Holy Lotus sect rushed towards Yan Lily. Yan Lily stood still and lightly snapped her fingers. In an instant, dozens of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, including the elder of the Holy Lotus sect, were instantly ignited with blazing flames. Everyone didn't even have time to let out a shrill scream, their souls were all destroyed, and their bodies were burned into white bones. With her ability, she can easily turn everyone in the Holy Lotus sect into fly ash, leaving nothing behind. But she deliberately controlled the heat and chose to burn them into bones. Collecting and viewing skeletons is one of her few hobbies. It's been a long time since she's done anything, but her skills at refining skeletons haven't deteriorated. Although these dozens of skeletons are completely inferior products among inferior products and garbage among garbage, they can still be used to replenish the bone mountain. It's a pity that if Lord Protector Zuo hadn't ordered not to make too much noise, she would have wanted to listen carefully to the wails of these people being slowly burned. That must be the most wonderful music. On the other side, near Ning Yechen's courtyard. The members of the Holy Lotus sect who had arrived in advance were lurking around the courtyard, waiting for others to arrive and join them. However, after the planned time, there was still a delay in waiting for others to show up. The leading elder frowned deeply and angrily yelled at a disciple next to him. "Didn't you just say that others are already on their way? After so long, where are the people?" "Brother, I don't know." The disciple replied tremblingly. He had indeed received the news just now, and the others would come over soon to join forces. Who knows what everyone else has been doing after so long? This is an order issued by the leader himself. How dare you be so slack on such an important matter? When the matter is accomplished, I will definitely not take my mercy lightly. Hurry up and urge them to come over and join us. The elder angrily yelled at the disciple beside him. "Yes," the disciple responded, and when he turned around and was about to leave to find others, a cold voice came from the dark alley behind him. "No need, I've already brought him for you." "Who is it?" The leading elder was shocked and turned around suddenly, with a look of shock and vigilance on his face. With his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly realm, he didn't even notice someone approaching him from behind. Yi Tianxian slowly emerged from the darkness, holding several human heads in his hand and staring at the people of the Holy Lotus sect present with a cold expression. He threw the heads in his hands to their feet. Everyone in the Holy Lotus sect looked down and their expressions suddenly changed with fright. Those heads were clearly the other people they had been waiting to meet. Every one of them is an elder who has cultivated in the heaven-human realm. But he died so quietly. Who is he? The leading elder's face was full of horror, and his face completely lost the arrogance before, and he asked tremblingly. Your Excellency, who are you? Why are you taking action against our Holy Lotus sect? You offended the wrong people. Yi Tianxian took one step forward and was in front of everyone in an instant. He slowly raised his palms and pointed them at them, his eyes as cold as looking at a group of dead people. The elder of the Holy Lotus sect looked frightened and wanted to escape, but found that he was too scared to move. After carefully reviewing what Yi Tianxian had just said in his mind, the elder of the Holy Lotus sect seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became even more frightening. Could it be that the people this person is referring to who should not be offended are this family? The leader, does she know exactly what kind of person she has offended? The elders of the Holy Lotus sect were completely devastated at this moment. They just wanted to ask the leader Song Yan who he wanted them to attack. Why bother with such a person? This is simply not an existence that the Holy Lotus sect can provoke. Annihilate, Yi Tianxian said calmly to everyone in the Holy Lotus sect. Wait a minute. The elder of the Holy Lotus sect also tried to explain the misunderstanding, but more than a dozen disciples, including him, were all swallowed up by a dark and bright beam of light. A dark light flashed in the dark alley. When the light dissipated, the scene was clean, with nothing left behind. I tried to attack Lord Demon Lord and his wife, the little princess, and let you die like this. This is a great gift to you. Yi Tianxian said calmly into the void. If it weren't for the purpose of not disturbing Lord Demon Lord, he would never let these ants die so easily. On the outskirts of Nanli City, hundreds of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect were flying across the sky towards Nanli City. They are all elite disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, and they have always been on standby outside the city. As soon as they received Song Yan's order for them to enter the city and massacre the Qi family, they set off immediately. On the way they were traveling, Yulian was already standing on the ground waiting. There were several secret guards accompanying her. Don't take action, Yulian said to the secret guard beside him, and then slowly put his hand on the long knife at his waist. Hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples in the sky were looking at Yulian with doubts and vigilance. A cold light flashed in Yulian's eyes, and the blade was slightly unsheathed. No movement was seen in his hand, but thousands of silver lights flashed past the people of the Holy Lotus sect. The next second, hundreds of Holy Lotus disciples in the sky were all dismembered. Blood and sliced limbs scattered from the sky, like a bloody rain. This is the result of disturbing Lord Demon Lord and his wife. Outside the Qi family's mansion, Holy Lotus sect's Red Lotus Holy Envoy Wang Zan and Green Lotus Holy Envoy Cao Yu led a group of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect to the vicinity of the Qi family's residence. Looking at the brightly lit lights and family reunions in the Qi family's mansion, and hearing the joyful and peaceful celebrations inside, Wang Zan and Cao Yu couldn't help but reveal a cruel sneer on their lips. What ignorant mortals! Soon the entire Qi family will disappear from the world. This will be their last celebration. But they will be kind enough to send them all to another place to reunite. Wang Zan and Cao Yu looked at each other, raised their palms and were about to give the order to enter the Qi family, when they suddenly saw the void twisting around them, and people walking out, their whole bodies dark and wrapped in shadows. Looking around carefully, he suddenly discovered that at some point, dozens of them were surrounded. And the two of them couldn't even see through the cultivation level of these mysterious people. Wang Zan and Cao Yu were extremely horrified. Who are these people? Why do you know they are going to take action against the Qi family? When did the Qi family have such power and protection? No, this matter needs to be reported to the leader as soon as possible. Cao Yu, you and I will evacuate separately in a moment. Be sure to report this matter to the leader. Wang Zan whispered to Cao Yu beside him. When he turned around, he found that Cao Yu had a golden halo around his neck. Cao Yu, your neck. Wang Zan quickly reminded Cao Yu. Cao Yu looked down and discovered that there was an extra halo around her neck. Before she could figure out what the halo was, the halo suddenly shrank. Cao Yu couldn't even put up any resistance, the halo cut off her neck like tofu. Cao Yu's head rolled to the ground, his face full of shock. The body is still standing upright on the ground, blood spurting out from the broken neck. Dots of blood fell on Wang Zan's face and body, and Wang Zan was so frightened that she immediately opened her mouth and let out a scream. However, as soon as Wang Zan opened her mouth, a burly man stood in front of her and stared coldly at her. A huge palm directly held her whole head. Her head looks extremely small compared to that hand. It's late at night, so you can't make any noise to disturb other people nearby. The mad prisoner held Wang Zan's head with one hand, leaned close to her and whispered. Even if Wang Zan wanted to scream at this moment, she was too frightened to speak. Kai Huan also slowly emerged from the darkness with an enchanting figure, a halo on his finger spinning like a hula hoop, with an extremely excited smile on his face. Kai Huan took 2 deep breaths of the smell of blood in the air, his face flushed with intoxication, his palm stroking his cheeks, his smile even wider. What a refreshing smell. What to do? I'm so excited that I can't hold it back. Ah. Crazy prisoner. The mad prisoner glanced speechlessly at Kai Huan behind him, who was almost climaxing on his own, and said dissatisfiedly. Master Protector Zuo said that 1 or 2 people should be left alive for questioning. You just took action directly. Aren't there a lot of people here? Kai Huan said indifferently, then looked at the people of the Holy Lotus sect who were already standing there because of fear, and asked with a smile. Let me ask you, who among you is the leader? Tell sister, there is a reward. Kai Huan smiled charmingly and asked everyone in the Holy Lotus sect. Yes, it's her. Everyone in the Holy Lotus sect tremblingly pointed at the dead Cao Yu on the ground and said. Kai Huan, crazy prisoner. What to do? I accidentally killed the leader here. Kai Huan instantly put away his charming face, his expression became extremely panicked, and he turned to ask the mad prisoner. Usually the leader knows more things, but she couldn't hold back and killed everyone. For them, these ants are easily crushed to death, and they can't tell which one is the leader. If Lord Protector Zuo knew about it, wouldn't she be doomed? The mad prisoner grinned, showing an expression of gloating on his misfortune. It's not like he killed the person anyway. Kai Huan couldn't help but get angry when he saw Kwang prisoner's expression of needing a beating, pointing at him and accusing him. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me from the beginning? Ha, are you blaming me? It's not because you couldn't hold it back, you. The mad prisoner replied angrily without any courtesy at all. The surrounding secret guards did not dare to interrupt at all. Ba Po, how dare you humiliate me? Although it was wrong for me to take action first, don't you have some responsibility for accompanying me? Kai Huan is not straight but very angry. Aha. The mad prisoner's temper suddenly rose, and he turned around and angrily went to teach Kai Huan a lesson. Not to be outdone, Kai Huan lit up a halo of light around his arms. If she hadn't been on a mission now, Yu Qingyu had specifically emphasized that she was not allowed to make any noise in the city while she was disguising her identity. The 2 of them have already started. Then, the other person you are holding is also our holy envoy. A disciple of the Holy Lotus sect warned in a trembling voice. After hearing this, Kwang prisoner and Kai Huan were stunned for a moment and stopped arguing. Then they showed a cruel yet joyful smile. Really, thank you so much. Then you are useless. When everyone in the Holy Lotus sect heard this, they felt a biting coldness all over their bodies, and a breath of death came towards them. A golden halo expanded and flashed past everyone, then shrank and became smaller, returning to Kai Huan's finger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect were found dead and in different places. The mad prisoner stretched out one hand and opened his palm, and a huge transparent palm as sharp as a beast's claw appeared in the sky above the remaining people. The mad prisoner squeezed lightly, and all the remaining people were crushed into a pool of blood. Both of them looked extremely excited and bloodthirsty. If Karen Yu hadn't given the order to leave 1 or 2 alive, they would have been unable to resist taking action directly. After dealing with everyone, Kwang prisoner was about to leave with Wang Zan, but suddenly he felt that the person in his hands had not moved at all for a long time. The mad prisoner quickly released his palm and found that Wang Zan's eyes were wide open and he had no breath at all. She was just scared to death. Kwang prisoner and Kai Huan were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. After reacting, both of them looked extremely horrified. It's over. Everyone else was killed by them, and now the remaining one in their hands was scared to death. How can I go back to work now? Hey, wake me up. Wake up. I'm not going to kill you. Why did you die so quickly? The mad prisoner grabbed Wang Zan by the collar and kept shaking her. He slapped her face with his hands from time to time, trying to wake her up. This is the first time that Kai Huan and Quang prisoner are so afraid of killing someone. Nanli City, Nanli Academy Dean's office. A middle-aged man with a mature and steady face sat at the table, his hands interlocked and his expression solemn. He is none other than Sha Chang, the dean of Nanli College in Nanli City. In front of Sha Kun stood a beautiful woman. The woman's expression was equally serious, and she was reporting to Sha Kun the emergency situation in Nanli City. Dean, Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, has come to Nanli City in person, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples. Each of them is an elite disciple of the Holy Lotus sect. It is reported that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has left the Zhang family, and the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect in the city have also begun to take action. I'm afraid the Zhang family is going to use the Holy Lotus sect to take action against the Qi family and the woman named Luo Ruiying. When Sha Kong heard this, he frowned and looked troubled. What is supposed to come will eventually come. After hearing that the Qi family actually defeated the Zhang family in the Chamber of Commerce competition, he was both happy and worried. They are happy because the Zhang family has lost control of most of the chambers of commerce in Nanli City and can no longer monopolize various resources and do whatever they want like before. The worry is because the Zhang family relies on the support of the Holy Lotus sect. Once the Holy Lotus sect is informed, the Qi family and the woman who represents the Qi family will be in danger. During this period, the Qi family launched the Lianxian pill, which completely destroyed the foundation of the Zhang family and put the Zhang family into a panic. He knew that the Zhang family would soon notify the Holy Lotus sect to take action. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. And it happens to be the New Year festival these days. This was the last thing he wanted to see. I'm afraid tonight will be a bloody storm. The Holy Lotus sect will never let go of the Qi family and that family. Nanli College has the responsibility of maintaining security in the city. As the dean of Nanli College, how could he watch the Qi family and that family being brutally exterminated? But he is definitely no match for Song Yan. Once he intervenes, Nanli College will be plunged into crisis. If he wanted to turn a blind eye, he asked himself that he couldn't do it. Nanli Academy was established in Nanli City. Its original intention was not only to cultivate outstanding monks, but also to protect Nanli City. If you just let the Holy Lotus sect do whatever they want in Nanli City, then there is no need for Nanli Academy to exist. Lin Ya, call everyone in the academy immediately. Let them rush to protect the Qi family and that family. I will go and negotiate with Song Yan personally. Sha Kong pondered for a moment and then gave instructions to Lin Ya in front of him. If Han Guangji of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce is still in the city, he can join forces with him to deal with Song Yan. But the Zhang family obviously took advantage of Han Guangji's opportunity to leave Nanli City. It was difficult for him to compete with Song Yan on his own, so he could only try his best to reach a negotiation with her. Otherwise, once he and Song Yan really take action in Nanli City, it will inevitably affect the residents. Yes, I'll gather everyone right now. Dean, you must also be careful. I heard that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect has already reached the peak of the God realm. Lin Ya nodded, gave Sha Seng instructions, and immediately set about arranging personnel. One step later, and the Qi family and that family would be in danger. In the night sky of Nanli City, Song Yan personally led some of the Holy Lotus sect disciples to rush towards Luo Ruiying's position in the report. And a beautiful and cold shadow had already stood in the night sky, waiting for them quietly. Yu Qingyu's cold and deep eyes stared at Song Yan and others quietly. Song Yan immediately stopped and stared at Yu Qingyu with furrowed brows. She can't see through this woman. Are you from Nanli College? Before the operation started, Song Yan predicted that the biggest obstacle to this operation might be Nanli College. Sha Cheng, the dean of Nanli College, also has a level of cultivation in the realm of gods, which should not be underestimated. But she had never heard of when this woman appeared in Nanli College. Who are you? Song Yan asked coldly towards Yu Qingyu. Are you their mastermind? Are all those people in the city yours? Karen Yu ignored Song Yan's question and asked directly and coldly. Song Yan smiled disdainfully and admitted bluntly. That's right, I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and those people in the city are all my disciples. Yeah, a hint of cold light flashed in Yu Qingyu's cold eyes. She raised her slender jade fingers and said lightly. It will burst. Song Yan looked confused, wondering what Karen Yu was doing. However, the next second, there were strange sounds from the disciples behind her. Song Yan turned her head in confusion and looked shocked for a moment. The bodies of the disciples following her suddenly expanded violently, becoming as round and huge as a ball. The disciples all looked extremely painful and twisted, desperately stretched out their arms towards Song Yan and begged. Teach, leader, save me. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of disciples behind him exploded like balloons in an instant. Blood and body fragments bloomed like fireworks under the night. Operator. Song Yan froze on the spot for a moment, looking at Karen Yu in disbelief with a look of horror on her face. This time, her eyes no longer had the arrogance just now, only fear. You, what on earth did you do to my disciple? Song Yan pointed at Yu Qingyu and asked hysterically. She didn't see any spell-casting movements made by Yu Qingyu at all, nor did she see any spiritual energy surge from her body. With just one word, she caused all her most elite disciples to explode to death. She has been practicing for more than 300 years and has never seen such a method before. At this time, Meng Niu and the others had just arrived behind Yu Qingyu, and happened to see the scene of flesh and blood flying around, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Even though they often fight in the demon forest, they have never seen such a bloody and explosive scene. Yu Qingyu walked slowly towards Song Yan step by step in the void. Although her steps and posture were dignified and elegant, and there was no aura of spiritual power on her body, Song Yan inexplicably felt unprecedented pressure in her heart. Don't underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Song Yan turned her fear into anger and condensed the magic formula with her hands. But Yu Qingyu just said lightly, twist it. The next moment, Song Yan's arms suddenly began to twist and rotate in extremely irregular ways, and the sound of broken bones was heard. The hand bones are even exposed. Meng Niu and the other three stood aside and frowned, feeling pain all over just looking at them. The severe pain made Song Yan's face completely distorted, and only endless fear remained on her face. Tears couldn't stop flowing from her eyes, and she desperately asked Yu Qingyu. You, who are you? Karen Yu came to Song Yan and finally answered her doubts. I am just a servant of the Supreme Being. Of course, you can treat me as his mother. Chapter 81. Attendant, Mother. Song Yan didn't understand what Karen Yu was talking about at all, she just thought she was teasing her. How can any servant dare to claim to be the mother of his lord? Then it's time for you to pay the due price for the decision you made tonight. I will let you know what will happen if you disturb Lord Demon Lord and his wife. What's the price for disturbing my interest? Yu Qingyu's face was cold, and her dark and deep eyes turned into a coquettish green. Song Yan's heart was filled with endless fear, and she fled decisively without hesitation. But how could she escape from Karen Yu's hands? Song Yan ran away with all her strength in fear, while turning her head to look behind her. When she turned her head again, Yu Qingyu had quietly arrived in front of her. It seems that I should destroy your legs first. Distortion. Wait a minute. As soon as Song Yan heard Yu Qingyu speak, her face instantly turned pale and she begged for mercy again and again. However, after Yu Qingyu finished speaking, her legs immediately twisted and broke uncontrollably. There was a crackling sound of broken bones. The fear in her heart and the severe pain in her body made Song Yan burst into tears, and she let out another miserable wail. It's too noisy, shut up. Yu Qingyu looked disgusted and said lightly. Song Yan's mouth closed uncontrollably and she couldn't open it. She could only make a begging sound of, aha, her face full of pleading. She didn't understand what kind of person she had provoked. She had no idea who this woman was and where she came from. With her cultivation at the peak of the heavenly god realm, and the martial god temple having been destroyed, there should be no one in Nanzhou who could be her opponent anymore. Tonight's plan should be foolproof. But why did the reality become like this? Yu Qing's green eyes stared at Song Yan, and Song Yan suddenly felt in a trance. The next second, her hands, scalp and even every inch of skin on her body began to be peeled off by an invisible force. After the skin is flesh and blood, and after flesh and blood are the bones of the body. The whole body is being peeled off and removed bit by bit. The severe pain made Song Yan feel worse than death, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The strange thing is that her spirit remains very clear, so clear that she can feel the excruciating pain of every inch of skin being peeled off. Song Yan was unable to resist, and could only twitch all over her body and her eyes collapsed. Just when Song Yan was about to collapse and felt that she should be dead, she suddenly realized that except for her hands and feet being broken, there were no other injuries on her body. Everything that just happened seemed like a nightmare. However, the despair and severe pain of watching herself being peeled off layer by layer with her own eyes was deeply engraved in her mind. That feeling is so real. She definitely didn't feel wrong. What exactly is going on? Song Yan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she raised her head and looked at Yu Qingyu in front of her with confusion. Yu Qingyu smiled softly and explained. Feel it. Your body will be peeled off layer by layer in the illusion of consciousness, and the pain will be the same as the real experience. But don't worry, your body will not suffer any substantial harm. And this process, until I lift it, will continue over and over again. When Song Yan heard this, her pupils shrank instantly, and the fear on her face became even worse. She kowtowed and begged desperately, even if it meant killing her directly. She can't bear this pain anymore. And the body will not be injured. It is simply terrible to experience the feeling of being stripped off all over again. This kind of criminal law is simply not something that people can experience. Karen Yu ignored Song Yan's pleading and just looked down at her with a cold smile. Soon, the next round of peeling began. From the outside, except for the broken limbs of Song Yan, nothing happened to other parts of Song Yan's body, not even a trace of wound. But her face was full of pain, tears streaming down her face, and she fell down in midair, twitching and twisting, as if she was going crazy. At this moment, she is already experiencing the horrific execution that most people can only experience once at most. And most people tend to die early due to pain or excessive blood loss, but she doesn't. She will experience it from the beginning to the end, and then start a new round of reincarnation. Meng Niu and the other three stood blankly aside, looking at Song Yan, who kept twitching and wailing but couldn't even make a sound. Their whole bodies were trembling with fear. In such a comparison, this woman is simply scarier than an adult. Even if an adult dies, he will usually give it a simple death and the pain will last only a moment, but this woman will not. What are you still doing? Take her with you and follow me to Yang's house. By the way, tell me what happened when Lord Demon Lord and his wife entered the city before I came. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and ordered Meng Niu and the others. Although these three monsters have bloodline left over from ancient times, their cultivation strength is too weak. It's a bit unbelievable to be weak. I don't know why Lord Demon Lord wants to keep these three with him. If it weren't for the fact that the little princess seemed to like the three of them and Lord Demon Lord gave another order, she would have reluctantly accepted the three of them. Yes. As soon as Meng Niu and the others heard Yu Qingyu's order, they quickly stepped forward tremblingly and picked up Song Yan, who was still twitching, and followed behind Yu Qingyu. The three of them told Yu Qingyu in detail everything that happened when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying accompanied Qi Yuan into the city. Among them, he mentioned how Zhang Li of the Zhang family provoked Ning Yechen and others, and how he spoke rudely to Luo Ruiying. The expression on Karen Yu's face became increasingly cold. Snort. Zhang family. You dare to speak rudely to Lord Demon Lord and his wife, very good. Inside the Zhang family mansion. Hundreds of monks and guards gathered in the mansion, and the entire mansion was full of monks and guards. Each guard wears a shawl and armor, and selects a variety of weapons to gather. These people are all strong men that the Zhang family has spared no effort to cultivate and recruit from various places over the years. Now is the time to put it to use. Although the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and the two holy envoys took action personally, he was relieved. But how could he miss the night when the Qi family and that family were destroyed? So Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming decided to gather everyone in the family and unite with the Holy Lotus sect to attack the Qi family. Leave no one behind. Everyone, Thank you for coming to Zhang. Zhang is very grateful. After wiping out the Qi family tonight, the Zhang family, will definitely not treat everyone here badly. Zhang has only one request here, and that is for the Qi family to disappear from the world tonight. Zhang Zhen walked into the courtyard, raised his hands and thanked the people gathered. Everyone present looked excited, raised their swords high, and shouted in response. Master Zhang, rest assured. The Qi family will disappear from the world tonight. Yes, the Zhang family has treated me so well over the years. It's time to repay the favor to the head of the Zhang family. Everything is just waiting for the order from the head of the Zhang family, and we will attack the Qi family. Everyone was so excited and not worried at all. Because they had long heard that the Holy Lotus sect had taken action on behalf of the Zhang family, they just went along to make a fool of themselves. Maybe after the matter is completed, the Zhang family can owe a favor and receive generous rewards. Why not take advantage of such a beautiful job? Zhang Zhen and Zhang Ming looked at the people with high morale, and their long-suppressed emotions were finally released at this moment, with long-lost smiles on their faces. So what if he beats the Zhang family in the Chamber of Commerce competition? What if he uses Lianxian pill to attack him with Zhang family Fire Lotus liquid? After tonight, Nanli City is still the domain of his Zhang family. The Qi family is destined to be unable to defeat the Zhang family. It seems I came at the right time. Just when the Zhang family's mansion was filled with joy and getting ready to go, a quiet and cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up in confusion and saw a beautiful and cold figure standing under the hazy night. Behind her were a woman and two men, one of whom seemed to be carrying another person on his shoulders. May I ask who you are? Zhang Zhen frowned, took a step forward and asked. Karen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to such ants, and directly waved her hand to signal Meng Niu to throw Song Yan off her shoulder. Meng Niu didn't dare to neglect, grabbed Song Yan and threw her towards the center of the Zhang family's mansion. Song Yan fell rapidly from the sky and hit the Zhang family courtyard hard. Everyone was full of doubts and quickly gathered around to check. At this sight, everyone present was stunned. I saw the half-dead Song Yan lying on the ground and twitching continuously. Her face was full of a mixture of fear, regret and despair, and dried tears could be clearly seen in the corners of her eyes. What's even more shocking is that Song Yan's hands and feet were all twisted in an extremely twisted way, and the bones and flesh were exposed, which was extremely scary. Some timid people were so frightened that their legs weakened when they saw this scene, and they backed away repeatedly. Song Yan, leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Leader, what's wrong with you? Say something. Everyone was shocked and quickly stepped forward to check Song Yan's injuries. I can't believe that someone in Nanzhou today can injure Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, so seriously. Since the disappearance of the Martial Temple, the Holy Lotus sect has become the largest force in Nanzhou. When Zhang Zhen saw Song Yan's appearance, he was even more stunned and speechless. Why? How could this happen? Didn't the leader go to kill that woman? How could she be thrown back in such a miserable state? At this time, everyone looked at Yu Qingyu and others with eyes full of doubts, shock, and fear. Yu Qingyu looked down coldly at the people in the Zhang family's mansion below, and ordered the Meng Niu trio behind her. Go and get rid of all the ants except the Zhang family and his son. Yes, Meng Niu and the others responded and immediately jumped down into the Zhang family's mansion. Everyone in the Zhang family drew their swords one after another and looked at Meng Niu and the others with fearful expressions. Meng Niu grinned, showing a handsome and sunny smile, and took out a red battle axe in his hand. The red battle axe was swung as fast as a flash of blood, and everyone standing in the front row was instantly cut off. In an instant, blood overflowed and flew everywhere. The blood stained on the red battle axe was directly absorbed by the battle axe, emitting a dim scarlet light. If he hadn't made too much noise, Meng Niu would have razed the entire Zhang family to the ground with an axe. Kai Si held a snake sword in his hand, and his body looked like a snake swimming rapidly among the crowd. Wherever she passed, everyone's bodies were cut open. No one in the Zhang family even saw her clearly. On the other side, Bai Yuan was wearing bright boxing gloves and punched out of the air. The powerful punch was like a tornado that swept past everyone in the Zhang family. Everyone along the way, without exception, was completely blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Zhang family died instantly. Facing Meng Niu and the others, the Zhang family had no room for resistance and could only flee in terror. Meng Niu and the other three couldn't help showing a look of pride on their faces. Finally, after a long time, they once again felt the feeling of being the Demon King. Ever since they followed Ning Yechen, they almost forgot that they were still the most powerful Demon King in the Demon Forest. During this period, I really thought that the three of them were three pets. No, they are simply more obedient than pets. Pets can sometimes behave willfully and disobey their owners, but they don't dare. However, even though Meng Niu and the others almost killed everyone in the Zhang family, Yu Kerenyu still frowned slightly, not very satisfied with the performance of the three of them. Is this how you usually work for Lord Demon Lord? Yu Qingyu tapped the ground lightly with her toes, fell from the sky, and said displeased ly to the three Meng Niu who were killing everyone in the Zhang family. Meng Niu and the others were stunned, stopped killing in their hands, and looked at Yu Kerenyu with confused and frightened expressions. For a moment, they didn't know what they did wrong. But I didn't dare to question Yu Qingyu. Since the three of you have been adopted by Lord Demon Lord, you are considered to be members of my demon world. Since you are a member of my demon world, you must never be merciful towards your enemies. Yu Qingyu scolded in a cold voice. Meng Niu and the other three looked confused. Were their tactics just now considered merciful? That is already quite cruel. I'm asking you to deal with them, but I'm not asking you to kill them directly. The way you kill them with one knife, they don't even feel the slightest pain, that's a complete gift to them. Anyone who offends my demon world should feel endless pain and torture, and struggle to die in regret and despair. Yu Qingyu's expression was cold, her eyes were cold, and her mouth had an extremely ferocious smile. It was a beautiful face that was elegant and quiet, but the words he spoke and the expression on his face made people shudder. Meng Niu and the other two stood there blankly, looking at each other for a moment, not knowing what to do. That's all, let me show you how. The methods of our demonic world. Yu Qingyu looked at Zhang Ming who was hiding behind everyone out of fear, and said calmly. Commit yourself and witness your own death in pain and regret. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming's body suddenly started to move uncontrollably. My hands, no, they don't obey me. You, what did you do to me? Come on, help me. Zhang Ming yelled in horror, and picked up a dagger on the ground uncontrollably. Under the trembling and fearful gazes of everyone, Zhang Ming inserted the dagger in his hand into various parts of his body bit by bit. First, the arm was completely cut off, then the thigh, and then the abdomen was opened. Zhang Ming's shrill wails resounded throughout the Zhang family's mansion, his face full of fear and pain, and he died in fear only after his abdomen was completely cut open. The whole place was deathly silent, and Zhang Ming's pitiful wails echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned by such a shocking scene. Even those who have practiced for a long time are left with endless fear. But Yu Qingyu watched quietly with an appreciative smile. At this moment, everyone had the same idea in their hearts. This woman is simply a devil. Meng Niu and the other three were also frightened and froze on the spot. They claim to have killed countless people and are already very cruel, but compared to Karen Yu, they are really soft-hearted. The remaining members of the Zhang family were already frightened and did not dare to face Yu Qingyu, so they quickly scattered and fled in all directions. They naively thought that they would have a chance if they scattered and escaped. However, as soon as they jumped into the air, black shadows would silently appear in the void and kill those who flew above. No one knows where these people appeared from or when they lurked here. The desperate people all huddled together, they had nowhere to escape. Who is the person in charge of the Zhang family? Yu Qingyu walked forward slowly, showing elegance and dignity in every move she made, and asked calmly to everyone. Everyone did not hesitate to throw out Zhang Zhen who was hiding at the back. Senior, what you are looking for is the Zhang family, and he is the head of the Zhang family. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. I beg you, Senior, to be merciful and spare us. Senior, I'm really not familiar with the Zhang family. I just came here to have a meal. The Zhang family has committed a heinous crime. Otherwise, Senior, we will kill the entire Zhang family for you. Can you let us go? Can you? Everyone kept wailing and begging for mercy, hoping that Yu Qingyu could let them go. Some people even proposed the opportunity to exterminate the entire Zhang family in exchange for a chance of survival. Everyone else nodded in agreement. If the Zhang family didn't know who they provoked, they wouldn't be in this situation tonight. It's not worth it to risk oneself for a Zhang family. Zhang Zhen looked back at everyone with a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone who had just announced that they wanted to serve the Zhang family was now saying that they wanted to destroy the entire Zhang family. These people used to come to curry favor with the Zhang family when they were in their glory, and he often gave them preferential treatment in remuneration. I only want Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li, Yu Qingyu said calmly while holding her hands. Everyone understood and immediately forced Zhang Li out of the room, which was lying on top of several women, and threw it next to Zhang Zhen. Even though the Zhang family is about to disappear from the world and his lower body is paralyzed, Zhang Li still lies on the woman's body with peace of mind to have fun. The tragic wailing in the mansion turned a deaf ear, and I still don't know what is happening in the Zhang family now. The disheveled Zhang Li was thrown heavily to the ground. With his legs already disabled, he immediately let out a wailing cry and roared in anger at the people dragging him. You have rebelled. How dare you do this to me? I am the eldest son of the Zhang family. Don't you want to live anymore? I'll have your heads chopped off right now. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. Obviously, Zhang Li, who had just been dragged over, still hasn't figured out what happened. Everyone looked at Zhang Li silently with sympathy and anger. Zhang Li soon realized something was wrong and looked around. Only then did he realize that the courtyard was surrounded by wreckage and blood, with countless broken limbs lying in a pool of blood. And his greatest support, his father, Zhang Zhen, the head of the Zhang family, was kneeling on all fours, trembling all over. Old immortal, what's wrong with you? What happened? Zhang Li called out to Zhang Zhen, but received no response. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Zhang Li turned around and saw the cold and beautiful Yu Qingyu's eyes looking down at him quietly. What a nice view. Zhang Li's first reaction was to be amazed by Yu Qingyu's appearance. His eyes unknowingly showed that kind of obscene look, and his mouth widened. Humph, you are truly the lowest ant. Yu Qingyu looked at Zhang Li's foolish look and felt extremely disgusted in her heart, but a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Senior, we have brought you the Zhang family and his son that you asked for. Look. The remaining people tremblingly pleaded to Yu Qingyu. Well, thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. Yu Qingyu said with a chuckle. Thank you, Senior. When everyone heard this, they suddenly showed ecstasy. But then I heard Yu Qingyu say, as a reward for being obedient, I will make your departure less painful. Kill each other. Senior, wait a minute. You said you would. Poof. A man stepped forward to beg for mercy with a face full of fear, but unexpectedly, a long knife behind him penetrated his chest directly. You. The man turned around in confusion and looked at the man who made the move. But the man shook his head desperately and explained. No, not me. My hands don't obey me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who took action was also stabbed through the body with swords by several other people around him. For a moment, everyone crowded together was fighting each other desperately, but everyone was shouting that he was not the one who wanted to do it, asking everyone to stop. Everyone wanted to stop, but they couldn't stop at all. Screams and wails could be heard endlessly, and blood was flowing everywhere. After a while, there was only one person left among the crowd, standing among countless corpses, with dozens of swords stuck in his body, and his whole body was stained red with blood. But his hands still held the long knife uncontrollably and slashed across his neck. At this point, the last person fell in a pool of blood. Zhang Li was completely frightened by this scene, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the woman in front of him was. No, don't kill me. You, whatever you want, the Zhang family, will give it to you. Zhang Li began to plead desperately to Karen Yu. Don't worry, if the Supreme Demon Lord wants to see you, I won't kill you yet. Yu Qingyu said lightly. If Lord Demon Lord hadn't called him by name and wanted to come to him, she would have been unable to hold back and kill Zhang Li. Just because he had spoken rudely to Lord Demon Lord and his wife, and just dared to look at her like that just now, it was enough to make him die 10,000 times. Lord Demon Lord. Zhang Zhen and his son murmured the name repeatedly, and for a while they couldn't even think of who it was. When had the Zhang family ever provoked such a person? Just when the Zhang family and his son were confused, Ning Yechen slowly fell from the sky. Hundreds of secret guards and attendants all around appeared from the darkness, put their hands on Ning Yechen's chest, bowed and praised Ning Yechen in unison. Lord Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu also moved sideways gracefully to get out of the way, put her hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and called softly. Lord Demon Lord. As for Meng Niu and the other three, they were already lying on the ground obediently. Pets should have the self-awareness that pets should have. Ning Yechen slowly walked past the group of secret guards and came to Zhang Li and Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li looked up and looked shocked, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Yes, it's you. Zhang Zhen stood up in shock and pointed at Ning Yechen with a trembling finger. You are that woman's husband. He never thought that the person who could easily defeat Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and destroy his Zhang family overnight, would be that woman's husband. Apart from his handsome and elegant appearance, there is nothing special about this person. When he first saw Ning Yechen, he didn't even pay much attention to this person. Zhang Li also raised his head and looked at Ning Yechen, with a look of disbelief on his face. The pretty boy he mocked in the past is actually the demon lord among this group of people. Seeing that the Zhang family father and son dared to stand up and look directly at Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and scolded in a cold voice. Is Lord Demon Lord something that ants like you can look at directly? Kneel down. As Yu Qingyu's words fell, Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li instantly knelt down and lowered their heads. They could no longer move their bodies, and could not even raise their heads. The Lord Demon Lord has not allowed you to speak, so you ants have no right to speak. Karen Yu was very dissatisfied with the rude attitude of the Zhang family and his son. If Lord Demon hadn't been present, she would have let these two people experience what it means to be worse than dead. It seems like you were surprised to see me coming. Ning Yechen smiled coldly and looked down at Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li at his feet. The reason why he came here specifically was to let them know who they had offended. By the way, do something that you couldn't do next to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye before. That day you were rude to my wife and offended me. It's time to settle the matter. Ning Yechen stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Li gently. Zhang Li's limbs immediately began to twist and compress, gradually folding his body into a ball. Ah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Dad, save me. It hurts. Zhang Li kept crying and wailing for mercy, and desperately begged for help to Zhang Zhen who was kneeling beside him. Zhang Zhen was trembling all over, his eyes were full of fear, and he couldn't care about Zhang Li at all. It would be better to say that he hated his incompetent son to death at this moment. If it weren't for him, the Zhang family might not be in this situation today. The Zhang family's decades-long foundation was destroyed in one fell swoop because of this unsatisfactory prodigal son. After compressing Zhang Li almost into a ball, Ning Yechen let go of his hand and killed him directly instead of continuing to compress him. Because he wanted Zhang Li to maintain this posture and experience the pain of his whole body twisting and breaking. As early as when he teased Luo Ruiying in front of him, he wanted to slap him to death. Let him live a few more days just to let him watch the Zhang family from decline to destruction. Now he has changed his mind and is not in a hurry to kill him. Let him wail full of regret for a while before speaking. Ning Yechen temporarily looked at Zhang Zhen who was kneeling on the ground, smiled slightly, and said, I heard that you specifically notified people from the Holy Lotus sect to come and kill my wife. You even threatened not to let anyone go. When Zhang Zhen heard Ning Yechen's words, his pupils shrank sharply, and everything in his heart was filled with despair. He knows it all. He knows all the plans and preparations he has made at home these days. Zhang Zhen knew that he would die tonight, and his death would probably be miserable, and the Zhang family in the south of the city would disappear from the world, so he felt much calmer in his heart. The Zhang family has been destined to fight against such a terrifying person. Sir, may I ask you a few questions? Zhang Zhen knelt on the ground and begged. How dare you, a mere ant, ask questions to Lord Demon Lord? Yu Qingyuzhen frowned slightly and said coldly. The terrifying pressure immediately suppressed Zhang Zhen and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his internal organs had been crushed. Ning Yechen raised his arm to signal Yu Qingyu to put away her pressure, and said lightly to Zhang Zhen. Tell me, I'll make it clear to you. Many, thank you. Sir, I just want to know whether the Qi family's healing spirit liquid and immortal pills were all given to the Qi family by you. Zhang Zhen lay weakly on the ground, looking extremely pale, but he still forced himself to ask. Before he died, he must know the truth about the sudden appearance of 2 more elixirs in the Qi family, otherwise he would not be reconciled. He thinks that his business acumen is as good as that of the Qi family, and he knows how to make money better. During the time when he was committed to the Qijia, he also sincerely worked for the Qijia and was responsible for the jurisdiction of a certain street. Because of his management, the profit of that street chamber of commerce more than doubled, but instead of being reused by the whole family, he was reprimanded and criticized. Because he seized the business opportunity with his keen eyes and knew that a certain rare herbal medicine would be scarce in the future, he bought that precious medicinal material in advance, achieved a monopoly, and raised the price dozens of times. Because of this, he received many complaints and dissatisfaction, but was reprimanded and criticized by the Qi family. Qijia's philosophy is to benefit the people and provide convenience without seeking high profits, which is contrary to his philosophy. It happened that the Holy Lotus sect approached the Qi family later and wanted to use the Qi family to control Nanli City, but was directly rejected by the Qi family. Ever since, he took the initiative to contact the Holy Lotus sect, and with the help of the Holy Lotus sect, he established the current Zhang family. He believed that he should never lose to the Qi family. His ideas are not wrong. The Chamber of Commerce is doing business, isn't it just to make money? Ning Yechen was a little surprised that Zhang Zhen would specifically ask this question. His face was full of obsession to know the truth. That's right, the Qi family's healing spirit liquid and immortal pills were given by me. Really? Ha ha ha. Then I don't think I lost to the Qi family. Zhang Zhen's miserable face revealed a relieved smile. Finally, he pleaded with Ning Yechen. Sir, I know that even if I beg you for mercy, you will never let me go. I just hope that you, sir, can give me and my son a happy life. After witnessing the various miserable ways of death of everyone in the mansion, it was impossible for Zhang Zhen not to be afraid. He is just an ordinary person, at most a mortal who has experienced body tempering. How could I not be afraid? Especially until now, when he sees Yu Qingyu's figure, he can't help but tremble all over and feel extremely suffocated. Zhang Li, who was wailing in pain at the side, heard what Zhang Zhen said. Regardless of his physical pain, he roared in horror. A mortal thing. If you want to die, die yourself. I don't want to die yet. Please, let me go. When this old guy dies, I will be the head of the Zhang family. I will give you whatever you want. Just let me go. Seeing Zhang Li still looking like this until now, Zhang Zhen's face was sad, and his heart was sad, but he was suddenly relieved. With such a beast around, even if it wasn't tonight, the Zhang family would probably perish one day. In a way, the Qi family still beat him by a long way. I can let you die happily, but he can't. Seeing that Zhang Zhen seemed to have some backbone, Ning Yechen mercifully allowed him to die a happy death and threw a dagger in front of him. As for Zhang Li, he would not let him go so easily. When he came up with Luo Rying's idea, he was destined to not let him die happily. Zhang Zhen took one last look at Zhang Li, who was still moaning in pain, slowly picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed it into his chest without hesitation. All of this was Zhang Li's fault, and he has brought it all upon himself. He was undoubtedly a failure as a father, but he did all he could do for him. Zhang Zhen pierced his heart with a knife, and soon fell to the ground, no longer alive. When Zhang Li saw this, he was so frightened that he cried out for mercy even more desperately. Please let me go. I will give you the entire Zhang family. I don't want anything, as long as you let me go. Ning Yechen looked at Zhang Li with contempt and indifference. Until now, he still didn't understand what happened. He did not destroy the Zhang family for the sake of the Zhang family. Even if the Zhang family's little wealth was thrown into his demon temple, he would not mind taking up space. What he wants is that he pays the price for offending him. Ning Yechen slowly raised his hand and prepared to compress Zhang Li into a round cake bit by bit. Just at the beginning, Zhang Li let out bursts of wails and screams like killing pigs. To Ning Yechen's surprise, Yu Qingyu suddenly stopped him. Lord Demon Lord, can you spare his life? Huh, why? Ning Yechen stopped and continued to compress Zhongli, then turned around and asked in confusion. In his impression, Karen Yu was not someone who was kind and intolerant of ants. In her eyes, most of the 6 realms belonged to the category of ants. In the entire demon world, he thought he was the most merciful and direct person. Compared to other subordinates with various quirks. Yu Qingyu's beautiful cold eyes looked at Zhongli, a terrifying smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she explained lightly. Lord Demon Lord, this man not only offended you, but also disrespected your wife. You just killed him. Such a gift would be too cheap for him. How about you allow me to hand him over to the Demon Realm's Execution Palace? The Devil's Execution Palace, as its name suggests, is full of special personnel responsible for execution and torture. Their execution methods are particularly cruel and horrific, reaching an almost unprecedented level of appalling. Even people in the fairy world can't help but tremble when they hear the name of the Execution Palace in the Devil world. Many people would rather die, with both body and soul destroyed, than be caught by the demon world and interrogated in the Execution Palace. Because they can find countless ways to make your life worse than death, and they can also guarantee that you will not die. The wailing and death wishes in the Execution Palace never stopped. Anyone caught inside never came out again. No matter how determined a person is when he is sent in, he will beg to take the initiative to tell everything the next day. It was a place that even Ning Yechen felt sick after going in and looking around. The Demon Realm's Execution Palace was specially established in ancient times, and it has been continued by successive demon lords to this day. Originally, Ning Yechen proposed to abolish the Demon Realm's Execution Palace several times, but was strongly opposed by many demon gods and subordinates. They all agreed that the existence of the Demon Realm's Execution Palace can better deter other people with evil intentions in the Demon Realm, and allow those who offend the Demon Lord to receive the punishment they deserve. Since the demon world itself is relatively chaotic, and he had only ascended to the throne of the demon world not long ago, he really needed to scare those other demon kings from all over the world who were not convinced. Therefore, the Execution Palace has always been preserved. Until he didn't want to do it anymore, and after leaving the demon realm, he never paid attention to the Demon Realm Execution Palace again. If Karen Yu hadn't mentioned it, he would have really forgotten all about the demonic Execution Palace. Ning Yechen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Yu Qingyu's proposal. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Yes, I promise I won't let you down, Lord Demon Lord. Do you need me to report the execution results to you regularly? Yu Qingyu looked happy and replied happily. In her heart, anyone who offends Lord Demon Lord and his wife should be sent to the Execution Palace of the Demon Realm. The methods of those in the Demon Realm's Execution Palace were even inferior to her. Many of her techniques were learned from people inside. Hearing that Yu Karen wanted to report the execution process and results to him, Ning Yechen quickly waved his hand and refused. This is unnecessary. I'm afraid I won't have any appetite after seeing it. Yes, my subordinate understands. Yu Qingyu slowly walked up to Zhongli and ordered the secret guard beside her. Send him to the Demon Realm's Execution Palace and tell Tian Xing, the master of the Execution Palace, that this ant has offended Lord Demon Lord and his wife. He should know what to do. Remember to tell him that I want him to live forever. If he dies accidentally, he will be the next one to be executed. Yes, the 2 secret guards immediately dragged Zhongli into the twisted void that was torn open. You, where are you taking me? Let go. Zhongli tried to struggle in fear, but he was carried away like a powerless chicken in front of the secret guards, and disappeared into the void. What awaits him will be a new and exciting life. The Zhang family's matter was now settled, and Ning Yechen turned around and prepared to go home quickly to find his wife to warm her bed. Before leaving, Ning Yechen saw Song Yan lying on the ground twitching, with dilated pupils and a numb expression on her face. At this moment, Song Yan had just finished another process of being stripped off her whole body, and she happened to meet Ning Yechen's gaze, her eyes pleading desperately, praying that she could be killed directly. Ning Yechen knew at a glance that Yu Qingyu must have used the pupil technique again, causing her to experience a reincarnation that was worse than death. Who is she? Lord Demon Lord, this person's name is Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. He is the person who tried to take action against Madam tonight, and he is also the backer of the Zhang family. Now I have sent people to deal with all the ants in the city and on the outskirts of the city. Yu Qingyu replied calmly. Ning Yechen hesitated, raised his hand, and in an instant, Song Yan on the ground turned into nothingness and disappeared. It was like giving her a happy ending directly. If it were the past, he might not let Song Yan go so happily. But after spending this time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, he also showed mercy to Song Yan. After all, he doesn't want his baby daughter and wife to think he's too cruel in the future. Alas, he is so kind. Karen Yu did not expect that Ning Yechen would directly end Song Yan, but she respected any decision of Lord Demon Lord and praised him very flatteringly. As expected of Lord Demon, your kindness is unique in the entire demon world. Okay. You are responsible for taking care of everything after that. I don't want there to be too much noise tomorrow. Ning Yechen waved his hand casually and disappeared eagerly. Yu Qingyu left behind to direct everyone to deal with all traces. At this moment, another voice transmission came. Master Protector Zuo, someone is here again. Are there ants again? Yu Qingyuzhen frowned slightly, her face showing displeasure. There seemed to be too many ants tonight, which made her a little impatient. Who is the other party? It seems to be someone from Nanli Academy in Zhongnanli City. The secret guard asked confirmingly. Lord Protector Zuo, do you want to get rid of them all? No, don't take action for now, leave those people to me. Yu Qingyu pondered for a moment and then ordered everyone. Before coming to Nanli City, she had basically mastered everything about Nanli City. Nanli Academy, as the capital of Nanli City, trains monks and maintains the security and stability of the city. I am afraid that it has noticed various abnormal behaviors tonight. Although it would be easier to destroy Nanli Academy together, since Lord Demon Lord said he didn't want to make too much noise, he had no choice but to forget it. If Nanli Academy disappeared overnight, it would definitely cause an uproar and possibly cause unnecessary trouble to Lord Demon Lord. For this reason, it would be better for her to make the trip herself. After handing over the Zhang family scene to her subordinates, Karen Yu put on a mask and disappeared from the place in an instant. Under the cover of night, Sha Kun led several people to fly towards the Zhang family quickly, but his face couldn't help but reveal doubts. According to the news he learned, all members of the Holy Lotus sect had begun taking action, but along the way, he did not find a single trace of the Holy Lotus sect. Everywhere in the city was quiet and peaceful, without any commotion. The strangest thing is that all members of the Holy Lotus sect seemed to have disappeared quietly. The surveillance officers he sent in the city found no trace of the Holy Lotus sect. This is so weird, so much so that he didn't even know what the Holy Lotus sect was doing now. Just when Sha Kong was about to arrive at the Zhang family's residence with doubts, a beautiful figure with a mask on his face instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Your Excellency is. Sha Kong took a closer look and couldn't detect the slightest aura on the other party's body, so he couldn't help but ask vigilantly. You are Sha Chang, the Dean of Nanli College, right? Yu Qingyu said lightly. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Why are you stopping me here? Sha Kong frowned slightly and asked, subconsciously thinking that she was someone from the Holy Lotus sect who came to stop him. Ha, stopping you? Don't be ridiculous. It only took me a moment to kill you. The reason why I won't kill you is just because the Supreme Being has compassion in his heart and has great mercy to forgive you. Hearing that Sha Cheng thought she was here to stop him, Yu Qingyu let out a cold sneer with disdain. There are only a handful of people in the entire 6 realms who can stop her. The ant in front of him took himself too seriously. When Sha Kong heard this, he was also surprised. Although he does not dare to claim to be very powerful, with his cultivation in the realm of gods, he is ranked among the top strong men in Nanzhou, if not the entire world. Except for Wu Kuang from the Martial Temple and Song Yan from the Holy Lotus sect, he basically didn't lose to anyone. But the tone of the mysterious woman in front of her was so arrogant, she dared to say that killing him would only take a moment. And who is the Supreme Being in her mouth? Aren't they from the Holy Lotus sect? Before Sha Kun could ask questions, Yu Qingyu continued to say calmly. I'm just here to inform you. If you are here to deal with the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect, then you can go back. I have made the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect disappear from the world. Wah, what? Both the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect have been destroyed. Shah Kun and the people behind him were instantly shocked, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They knew the strength of the Holy Lotus sect very well, otherwise there would be no need to be so fearful. Since the Temple of Martial Arts disappeared from Nanzhou, the Holy Lotus sect has become the dominant force and is basically unrivaled. But she said that the Holy Lotus sect had been destroyed. It had only been half an hour since he received the news of the Holy Lotus sect's dispatch, and the Holy Lotus sect had been completely destroyed. This quickly made him doubt the authenticity of the news. It can be seen that there is indeed no trace of the Holy Lotus sect in the city, but Sha Cheng feels an inexplicable fear in his heart, and has to believe the words of this mysterious woman in front of him. Tomorrow you will learn the news that the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect have disappeared from the world. This is a small punishment for offending the Supreme Being. Yu Qingyu said coldly. At this moment, Sha Kong felt cold all over his body and timid. Even when facing Song Yan, he had never felt so powerless and afraid. I don't know who the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect have provoked, and who will lead to their destruction. If you understand, please leave before I change my mind and attack you. Yu Qingyu coldly issued the final announcement to Sha Kun. Although Sha Sang was scared, he still mustered up the courage to ask. Dare I ask, who is the Supreme Being? HMPH, even a mere ant wants to know the name of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being doesn't like to be disturbed. You'd better not try to investigate things you shouldn't investigate. Otherwise, Nanli Academy may be next. After saying that, Yu Qingyu's figure was illusory and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sha Sang remained stunned in place due to shock, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. When did such a terrifying force come to Nanli City? But he didn't notice it at all. Soon, Sha Cheng received news that the Qi family and other places in the city were safe and sound, and also confirmed that the Holy Lotus sect in the city had been completely destroyed. It was so fast that he didn't even react. At this time, heavy velvet snow began to fall under the night sky again, and snowflakes fell all over the city. Sha Kun couldn't help but trembled all over, and felt chills all over his body. The snow tonight seems to be much colder than previous years. Sha Kong immediately ordered everyone at Nanli Academy to withdraw and stop caring about the safety of the Qi family and that family. Don't do any additional research and act like you don't know anything tonight. After leaving Sha Kong, Yu Qingyu did not immediately return to Ning Yechen, but immediately came to the main altar of the Holy Lotus sect. She had no intention of hiding her traces, and stepped straight into the Holy Lotus sect in a dignified manner. The last Golden Lotus envoy left behind in the Holy Lotus sect immediately flew in front of her and stopped her. Who dared to break into the Holy Lotus sect? Split. Yu Qingyu was too lazy to look at him and said calmly. The next second, the Golden Lotus Holy Envoy's body was torn apart in an instant, and he died tragically on the spot. The remaining disciples of the Holy Lotus sect present were all stunned, their faces full of fear and shock. Their Golden Lotus envoy, whose strength was second only to the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, died with just such a word. Karen Yu didn't want to waste any more time on these ants, so she whispered. Destroy it. There was a loud boom. The entire huge Holy Lotus sect suddenly exploded from the center. The violent fluctuations and residual power instantly swallowed everyone up, and the aftermath spread hundreds of miles away. The Holy Lotus sect under Yu Qingyu's feet now only has a bottomless abyss left. After tonight, the Holy Lotus sect will disappear from the world. As the night deepens, it suddenly snows. Everyone on the street also began to choose to go home. The street was dark, there were few people, and the noisy and lively streets became quiet. Luo Ruiying stood at the street entrance with Luo Hongye in her arms, looking into the distance of the street. After parting with Ning Yechen, she did not choose to return home immediately. Instead, she chose to stand on the only path leading to her home and wait for Ning Yechen to come back. Because she still wanted to take advantage of tonight's New Year's festival to give him the gift she had prepared. Luo Hongye was so tired that she fell asleep in her arms after walking for a long time. Ning Yechen originally planned to fly home secretly, but he saw Luo Ruiying waiting for him at the street entrance with her child in her arms. Why doesn't this little girl go home and has to wait for him here in the snow? Ning Yeshan inadvertently raised the corners of his mouth slightly, sneaked to the corner of the street, pretended to have just come back from the market, and walked up to him. Lady, you're back. Didn't you say you were going shopping? When Luo Ruiying saw Ning Yechan appearing, she felt inexplicably relieved. She always felt that something happened in the city tonight, and she was very worried and regretted letting Ning Yechan leave her alone. As a mortal, and with so many monks in the city, it would be terrible if he was in danger. She was waiting for Ning Yechan here. Not only did she want to give out the gifts she had prepared in her arms, she was also worried about his safety. If she doesn't come back, she will go find him herself. But seeing Ning Yechan come back empty-handed, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel doubtful. After all, Ning Yechan said she was leaving to buy something, and she was curious about what she wanted to buy. Ning Yechan was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he had made an excuse to buy something, but he came back without buying anything. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ning Yechan explained. When my husband just came over, it happened to be closed. Closed? On this busiest day? Luo Ruiying asked in confusion, but she didn't think much about it. Yeah, maybe the boss took his family to go shopping somewhere. Ning Yechan took advantage of the situation and said. Luo Ruiying thought it made sense. During such a lively festival, it is possible to temporarily close the doors and take your family out to join in the fun. Okay, madam, it's cold outside, let's go home quickly. Ning Yechan picked up Luo Ruiying's arm and started to walk home. Luo Ruiying suddenly said with some embarrassment at this moment. Wait a minute, I have something to give you. Ning Yechan stopped and looked at Luo Ruiying expectantly. From before he left, he felt that Luo Ruiying had something to say to him. It turned out that she had prepared a gift for him. Seeing Ning Yechan's expectant face, Luo Ruiying became even more embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a beautiful, silver-white, furry scarf from her arms and handed it to him. Her original plan was to knit a sweater for Ning Yechan like Luo Hongye. But after knitting it, I felt it didn't look very good. Ning Yechan is not a child like Luo Hongye and can wear anything. A solid color sweater without any pattern seems too ugly to wear. So she finally decided to change the sweater into a scarf. I was thinking of taking advantage of the New Year's festival tonight to give it to him as a gift. Ning Yechan held the scarf in both hands, his face full of surprise. The scarf feels very warm in your hands. He originally thought that Luo Ruiying was busy knitting sweaters in the past few days to prepare winter clothes for Luo Hongye, but he didn't expect that she also knitted a scarf for him. My wife is so kind. Thank you, madam. Ning Yechan stepped forward and hugged Luo Ruiying into his arms, wrapping his arms around her slender and soft waist. Luo Ruiying's face turned slightly red, but fortunately she was still holding Luo Hongye in her arms, and the two bodies were not so close to each other. Okay, let's go home. Luo Ruiying said with a slight blush. Seeing that Ning Yechan seemed to like her gift, Luo Ruiying felt very happy. This is the first time she has given a gift to anyone other than her family. Madam, my husband has one more request. I wonder if I can agree to it. Ning Yechan did not let go of Luo Ruiying, but stared at her and said. While visiting the festival, he always had his children by his side, and then he was interrupted by people from the Holy Lotus sect while enjoying the fireworks. Now that they were finally alone, he naturally wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity. What's the matter? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. Rarely would Ning Yechan ask her to do anything so seriously. Ning Yechan smiled slightly, leaned close to Luo Ruiying and whispered. Luo Ruiying's pretty face turned red instantly, her expression was hesitant, she glanced around and asked softly. Now, here, Ning Yechan smiled and nodded solemnly. After Luo Ruiying once again confirmed that there was no one around, she called out in a low voice with slightly red cheeks. Husband, that's right, what Ning Yechan wanted was for her to call him, husband, in front of him. She had shouted a few times in front of outsiders on weekdays, but this was her first time alone together like this, face to face, and it was indeed an unspeakable feeling. For some reason, Ning Yechan said he wanted to hear her call him that again. There was no one around anyway, so she tried to call out. Being called out by Luo Ruiying in such a shy and soft voice, Ning Yechen suddenly felt elated. Looking at her stunningly beautiful shy face, he couldn't help but reach out and hold her cheek, leaning forward slightly. Luo Ruiying's heart was pounding, and she felt increasingly nervous for no reason. She was vaguely aware of what this meant, slowly closed her eyes, and raised her red lips forward. Although she thought about killing him when her virginity was taken away, she never really blamed Ning Yechen in her heart. After all, she was the one who forced her. After spending time with him, she felt that this man seemed pretty good. He is very kind and responsible to her and the children, and now he has a happy life as a family of 3. Gradually, she no longer regretted handing over her body that night. She likes days like this very much. Since she had already devoted herself to him and gave birth to a child for him, she also believed that he was her only husband in this life. Madam, please give me advice for the rest of my life. Ning Yechen ran his fingers across Luo Ruiying's delicate and white cheeks, leaving an affectionate confession before kissing her seductive lips. With a touching moan, their red lips touched gently, their red tongues intertwined. This was the first time the two of them kissed passionately, with both of them clearly conscious. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were already stained with a charming drunken red. After the two said goodbye with red lips, Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, her beautiful eyes shy and blurred, and nodded gently, as if in response to the confession just now. While Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were immersed in the charming atmosphere, on the other side of the alleyway, heads peeked out, lined up in a row, each staring intently. Kiss. Kiss. Master Demon Lord and his wife have kissed. Such an important day must be recorded. Quick, quick, inform Lord Protector Zuo that her plan has been successful. There are fireworks, hurry up. Let the fireworks team prepare. Everyone in Yishan God was more excited than Ning Yechen, with ecstatic expressions on their faces, and they quickly gave orders. How could such a good atmosphere not be enhanced by fireworks? Everyone in the demon world had their backs turned to Luo Ruiying, and Ning Yechen happened to look at them, startling him. Why are these guys following him secretly? Ning Yechen quickly glared fiercely at the peeping Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian and the others were so frightened that they immediately retracted their heads and hid again. After a while, half of his head peeked out again. What's wrong? Seeing that Ning Yechen looked panicked and her eyes were fierce just now, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but asked in confusion. Just as he was about to turn his head following Ning Yechen's gaze, Ning Yechen quickly held his cheeks in his hands and straightened him back. But we must not let my wife discover those guys. Under Luo Ruiying's doubtful gaze, Ning Yechen lowered his head and kissed her ruby lips again without saying a word. Aha. Luo Ruiying was frightened for a moment, and her posture was slightly tense, but she slowly relaxed and responded to Ning Yechen with her green-red tongue. Just at this time, a firelight shot straight into the night sky between the two of them, and colorful fireworks bloomed under the dark night. Everyone in Nanli City couldn't help but look at the fireworks under the night from the windows with doubts and curiosity. It's strange. Why are there still fireworks at this hour? So there are 2 fireworks tonight. Whatever, it's nice to enjoy it again at home. As the brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying hugged each other tightly and kissed each other affectionately. I don't know how long it took before the two reluctantly parted ways. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes had a touch of tenderness, confusion and shyness that were rarely seen in ordinary times, and she looked particularly endearing. Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel slightly lost in thought. Until the two of them suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Hongye, who was supposed to be sleeping in Luo Ruiying's arms. She had woken up at some point, and was looking at the two of them with big bright eyes and a curious look on her face. Child, why did the child wake up? When did you wake up? Could it be that I was woken up by the explosion of fireworks? Then what they just did was seen by the children. Luo Ruiying's jade neck and cheeks turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing that a child bumped into a couple while they were being intimate. Yay. You're awake. Ning Yechen also looked a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye. Father, mother, what are you doing? Luo Hongye asked innocently and curiously. This question made Luo Ruiying feel even more embarrassed. Yay, Daddy is playing games with your mother. Ning Yechen explained with a serious look. Even if you are fooled, you have to be fooled. Children are still young and cannot know too much. Play games. I want it every night. I have to play games with my parents every night. Luo Hongye tilted her head, then raised her hands and shouted excitedly. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other awkwardly, then kissed Luo Hongye's lovely cheeks gently. It's night and night. Luo Hongye's face was filled with a happy smile, and she kissed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on their cheeks. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying smiled softly, held hands and walked back home. Let's go home. Luo Hongye followed the sound of milk and shouted. Huzhong. Everyone in the Yishan god hiding in the dark looked relieved, covering their mouths in emotion, with tears streaming down their eyes. Aha, very good. The relationship between Lord Demon Lord and his wife is so good, maybe it won't be long before they can see the birth of their second little highness or little princess. Late at night, in the bedroom. After putting Luo Hongye to sleep again, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen also lay on the bed and fell asleep together. This time Luo Hongye didn't sleep between the two of them, but Luo Ruiying lay on her side and held her in her arms. There was no longer a child between the two of them, so Ning Yechen could directly put his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist and put it on her back. My child, the child is still sleeping. You are not allowed to do weird things. Luo Ruiying turned her back to Ning Yechen, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she did not refuse. Don't worry, madam, it's just that it's cold, and my husband just wants to hold you and sleep together. I will never do anything weird. Ning Yechen whispered in Luo Ruiying's ear. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere tonight, I naturally want to enhance my relationship. Being able to sleep together like this is a rare opportunity. Not only was Luo Ruiying's back very warm, but she could also smell a pleasant light fragrance, which smelled very good. He likes it very much. Luo Ruiying gradually relaxed when she saw that Ning Yechen really just wanted to hold her and fall asleep together. When he heard that it was because of the cold weather, she deliberately moved her body back a little, and took the initiative to put her delicate body against his chest. With her body temperature, it should be very warm. But snuggling up in a man's arms like a bird gave Luo Ruiying a very special feeling. She never thought that one day she would lie in a man's arms like an ordinary woman, as if she was protected by him. And the other person is still immortal. Husband, if one day in the future, I am no longer here, you promise me that you will raise Yi Yi. Just let her be an ordinary child. Luo Ruiying lovingly caressed the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, tilted her head back slightly, and set against Ning Yechen's chest. She liked her life very much during this period, but the more she liked it, the more afraid she became, fearing that one day she would suddenly lose. The fairy world was probably still searching for traces of their mother and daughter, and she was worried about involving Ning Yechen. What's more, now she is only using a false heart to continue her life, and she doesn't know how long this false heart in her heart can last her. She even had the idea of leaving alone and entrusting her child to Ning Yechen, which might also attract the attention of the fairy world. But she really couldn't bear to leave her children and her current life. Ning Yechen noticed that Luo Ruiying seemed to be a little depressed, so he tightened his arms around her waist and whispered softly. Madam, please don't think so wildly. Everything is possible. As long as your husband is here, nothing will happen to you or your child. No one can hurt you anymore. Listening to Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel a little shocked, and then she secretly revealed a charming and reassuring smile. Although he is just a mortal, he dares to protect her and her children who are in the realm of heaven and human beings. It's really. But instead of hating it, she was very happy. It's enough for him to say that. Luo Ruiying nestled peacefully in Ning Yechen's arms and gradually fell into a deep sleep. But not long after, Luo Ruiying suddenly opened her eyes wide, with a shy look on her face, and glanced fiercely at Ning Yechen, who was sleeping behind her. Why is this guy not sleeping with his feet or hands? Early next morning, news spread throughout Nanli City that shocked the whole city. Overnight, everyone in the Zhang family mansion disappeared. The mansion was empty, not a single trace was left, and not a single human figure was left. Some people speculate that the Zhang family knew they could no longer stay in Nanli City, so they moved their entire family at night in despair. But this inference was quickly refuted by others. Because almost everything in the Zhang family is still intact, it doesn't look like the whole family has been moved at all. Even if there were hundreds of people including the Zhang family and the bodyguards and attendants, how could they leave the city quietly overnight without anyone noticing? Some people also say that there must be some kind of force behind the Qi family. The other party secretly attacked the Zhang family and wiped them out of the world overnight. Of course, this guess was even less reliable than the previous one, and almost everyone regarded it as a joke. If the Qi family had that kind of support behind them, would they have been suppressed by the Zhang family for decades? Besides, you need to know that the people behind the Zhang family are the Holy Lotus sect. After the Wushan temple disappeared inexplicably, the Holy Lotus sect became the largest force in Nanzhou. Who can confront the Holy Lotus sect behind the Zhang family? There are many different opinions surrounding the disappearance of the Zhang family, and it became an unsolved mystery that everyone in Nanli City was talking about that day. On the other side, in the courtyard where Ning Yechen is, Ning Yechen and Luo Rying's family were sitting happily together enjoying breakfast. Luo Hongye no longer sat in the arms of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen and was fed as usual, but sat alone next to Ning Yechen. On the other side of her was Yu Qingyu, who was feeding Luo Hongye carefully with a spoon. After seeing Luo Hongye eat the porridge she fed to her mouth, Yu Qingyu's cold face couldn't help but reveal a happy and moved smile. The little princess ate the food she fed herself. She was so moved. This will add a new glory to her resume in the demon world. She is bound to assume the responsibility of the president of the demon world and treat the little princess as her granddaughter and raise her up well. Luo Ruiying sat aside and secretly observed Yu Qingyu curiously. Ever since she arrived, she could not help but observe her from time to time. In addition to being dignified and elegant with impeccable manners, he is also very conscientious and reliable in his work and keeps his home in order. He was very respectful and courteous to her, and he was extremely doting on Luo Hongye. It can be seen that she seems to particularly like taking care of children. Once she has the opportunity to take care of children, she will be very excited and happy. It almost feels like she regards her child as her child. Sister Yu, I want it every night, ah. Luo Hongye poked her head toward Yu Qingyu beside her and opened her mouth. Yu Qingyu happily fed the porridge into Luo Hongye's mouth, then reached out and took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. The little princess is still growing, so she needs to eat more. In the future, I will definitely be able to become as good as the demon lord. Maybe in the days to come she should prepare more precious medicinal meals for the little princess or catch some mythical beast meat to supplement. Just as Yu Qingyu was thinking about her next meal plan for Luo Hongye, there was a knock on the door in the courtyard. There is no doubt that besides Qi Yuan, it can't be anyone else. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, Xiao Yi. As soon as Qi Yuan entered the house, he said hello to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and immediately ran to Luo Hongye happily and rubbed Luo Hongye's lovely round cheeks as usual. No matter how many times I see her, Xiao Yi is always so cute. This cute and soft little face really makes her fall in love with her. But soon, Qi Yuan noticed a cold gaze staring at her from behind, which made her hair stand on end. Turning around, she saw that it was Karen Yu looking at her coldly again, and the spoon in her hand was crushed into crumbs by her. DW opening parenthesis DW. This beautiful big sister is too scary. Did she just crush the spoon with one hand while staring at her? Is this really what an ordinary maid can do? This is a threat. It must be. Qi Yuan turned pale with fright. Until now, she still doesn't understand why Karen Yu is so hostile to her. Yu Qingyu suppressed the murderous intention in her heart and spoke to Ning Yechen and asked. Lord Demon Lord, can I kill her? You already asked this question last time. Turn down, Ning Yechen said speechlessly. If everyone who rubs his daughter's cheek because he likes his daughter will be killed in the future, then that's okay. Meng Niu and 3 others sat on the other side, looking at Qi Yuan with envy and admiration. This woman is so lucky. Not only can I boldly rub the little princess's cheek, but she will also not die. Especially when Karen Yu already had murderous intentions towards her. Miss Qi, let's sit together when we come. Luo Ruiying patted the empty seat next to her and smiled at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan immediately ran to sit next to Luo Ruiying, not daring to look at Yu Karenyu again. I don't know if it was her misunderstanding, but she always felt like this beautiful big sister wanted to kill her. After sitting down, Qi Yuan calmed down and said to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying seriously. Sister Luo, brother Ning, you probably don't know yet. Something big happened in the city. Last night, the Zhang family suddenly disappeared from the world, disappearing from Nanli City. Even people from Nanli College said there was no way to investigate this matter. Although she was happy that the Zhang family disappeared, this incident was too bizarre. Hundreds of members of the huge Zhang family disappeared overnight, and no one heard a sound. You must know that these days are festivals and festivals. There are people everywhere in the city, but no one has found any trace of the Zhang family. From what she knew about the Zhang family, it didn't seem like someone who would be willing to leave suddenly. The Zhang family disappeared. Luo Ruiying looked surprised when she heard this. That's not all, Sister Luo. It is said that the entire Holy Lotus sect was destroyed overnight. That is the largest sect in Nanzhou today after the Martial God Temple. Qi Yuan continued with lingering fear. More and more strange things have happened in Nanzhou recently. First it was the martial arts temple, and now it is the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus sect. No one knows who the opponent is who took action. Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful. She didn't have much interest in the Zhang family. If Zhang Li hadn't provoked her, she really couldn't stand the Zhang family's behavior, so she helped the Qi family win the Chamber of Commerce competition. She had even made a plan in her heart. If the Zhang family dared to provoke her again, she would make the Zhang family disappear from the world. It's just that someone seems to have taken action before her. Being able to make the entire Zhang family evaporate overnight without her being aware of it shows that the opponent's strength is extraordinary. Luo Ruiying always felt that there seemed to be mysterious forces lurking in the city that she was not aware of. I hope the other party will not be involved with her. Now she just wants to live an ordinary life with her family. Seeing Luo Ruiying frowning and looking worried, Ning Yechen stretched out his hand and gently held her palm, giving her a charming smile. Luo Ruiying felt inexplicably relieved and returned a shallow smile. Qi Yuan had been secretly observing Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. When he saw the two holding hands under the table, he couldn't help but reveal an ant-like smile on his face. I don't know if it's her imagination, but the relationship between Sister Luo and Brother Ning seems to be a little better. In order not to disturb this beautiful atmosphere, Qi Yuan stopped talking about those worrying and scary things and changed her words. By the way, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, did you go to the fireworks show last night? Well, I went. It's really beautiful and beautiful. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. She was quite grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending her to watch the fireworks display. Hey, Sister Luo, have you gone up the hillside? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Oh, yes, isn't it the wrong place where I went? Luo Ruiying looked confused and didn't understand why Qi Yuan asked this. Isn't the hillside a special place for watching fireworks displays? It's just that no one seemed to come to watch last night. Seeing Luo Ruiying's confused look, Qi Yuan knew that she probably didn't know. He immediately clenched his fists and said angrily. Sister Luo went to the right place. It's just that last night, the fireworks display was suddenly advanced for some reason. The people responsible for lighting the fireworks were found hugging each other sleeping in the bushes early in the morning. When asked, they didn't remember what happened. The most irritating thing is that someone has set up a fog circle at the intersection leading to the hillside. It made everyone unable to go up. Some people flew in the fog all night and didn't fly out until early in the morning when they were found tired and passed out at the foot of the mountain. Now many monks in the city are looking for the prankster. Just because of the fog at the bottom of the mountain last night, no one in the city went up the hillside to watch the fireworks. Qi Yuan was surprised to hear that Luo Ruiying actually went up. If you think about it carefully, it might be because Sister Luo is so powerful, so the fog can't trap her. After hearing this, Luo Ruiying was quite curious about who would do such a prank, and subconsciously looked at Yu Qingyu. She was the one who told her last night that the fireworks display was advanced. How did she know? Karen Yu sat on her seat with an indifferent expression, elegantly picked up the teacup in her hand and took a sip, as if it had nothing to do with her. Only Ning Yechen knew that she was definitely responsible for all this. Dad, After eating, Luo Hongye climbed directly into Ning Yechen's arms from the chair next to her. After adjusting her position, she sat comfortably in her arms. Ning Yechen hugged Luo Hongye lovingly and touched her cute little head. The child's head is round and smooth, and it is easy to touch. Luo Hongye squinted her eyes, looking happy and enjoying herself. Only when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were in their arms would she show such a happy expression. Based on their observations during this period of time together, Qi Yuan found that Luo Hongye seemed to always stay by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's side. Extremely afraid of strangers and does not like to get close to other people. Not to mention playing with peers. Even she finally got close to Luo Hongye through the temptation of delicious food and long time together. I always feel that Luo Hongye seems to be too dependent on Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, after the new year, it will be the annual enrollment day of Nanli College again. In addition to the specialized cultivation classes in Nanli Academy, there are also private schools for children and special kindergarten classes. Would you like to sign up for Xiao Yi? Qi Yuan thought for a while and suddenly suggested. Nanli College is also the most prestigious college in Nanzhou. It also has a special kindergarten school, which can also be suitable for children like Luo Hongye. When Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen heard the suggestion of sending Luo Hongye to a kindergarten, they were both stunned for a moment, looking hesitant. Naturally, they all know that Luo Hongye likes to be around them very much and is a little too dependent on them. But this is also related to Luo Hongye's experience since childhood. She has been hiding in various places alone since she was a child, or she has been locked in a dark dungeon and has never had contact with other people. There is no sense of security or reliance in my heart, so I am naturally very resistant to strangers. It was precisely because of this that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying doted on her so much. Although Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both like Luo Hongye sticking to them, they still hope that their children can have more contact with other people in the future and learn more about the world. After all, what parent doesn't want their children to become more cheerful and lively? Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were indeed seriously considering Qi Yuan's proposal. Just sending Luo Hongye to school and leaving them, as old fathers and mothers, they were quite reluctant and worried. Especially Luo Ruiying. She would panic a little if Luo Hongye was not in her sight for a moment. She couldn't bear to let Luo Hongye leave her for most of the day. Therefore, she and Ning Yechen should carefully consider Qi Yuan's proposal. Qi Yuan saw the worry and reluctance of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, so she patted her chest and said with a smile. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, you don't have to worry. I will also sign up to join Nanli College. I will take good care of Xiao Ye in the college then. However, as soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted Yu Qingyu's disdainful look. With the strength of this ant, he actually has the nerve to protect their most precious little princess from the demon world. Qingyu Yu's naked gaze was unconcealed, and Qi Yuan noticed it immediately. I don't know if it was her imagination, but this beautiful elder sister seemed to be staring at her with a ridiculous look on her face. Suddenly I felt inexplicably hit. Miss Qi, if you want to join Nanli College, don't you plan to take over the stewardship of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce? Hearing that Qi Yuan was also going to sign up for training at Nanli Academy, Luo Ruiying also asked curiously. Qi Yuan's expression became serious and his eyes were determined as he said. Thanks to Sister Luo and Brother Ning, the Qi family's business is booming now. Even if they don't need me, there will be no problem. Besides, thanks to Brother Ning, I can now re-enter cultivation. So I want to continue pursuing my childhood dream and become a monk as powerful as Sister Luo. In the past, her practice was difficult due to damage to her meridians. Now that her meridians have completely recovered, she naturally wants to join Nanli Academy and pursue the path of practice. The road to spiritual practice may not be that easy, Miss Qi, please work hard. Luo Ruiying saw that Qi Yuan was really determined and passionate, so she smiled and encouraged him. Qi Yuan's talent is not bad. If he can persist, he may be able to achieve something in the future. Chapter 91. Over Nanli City. A woman with a delicate figure and beautiful appearance crossed the sky like a divine rainbow and arrived above Nanli City, overlooking the crowds coming and going in the city. The woman's appearance looks somewhat similar to Luo Ruiying's, with fair skin, beauty, and unrivaled elegance. The difference is that her hair hanging down around her waist is a mixture of black and white. It seems to be here. Luo Ruxin held a broken sword fragment in her hand, looked down at the vast and boundless Nanli city, and frowned for a moment. Will my sister live here? After Ning Yechen visited Luo Temple at night, Luo Tianya vaguely realized what might have happened to his daughter Luo Ruiying. So they simply sent Luo Ruiying's sister Luo Ruxin to look for Luo Ruiying. The broken sword fragment in her hand is a small piece that was once broken off from the family's Luo Shenxian sword. This fragment can sense the location of the main body of the Luo Shen immortal sword. The closer she is to the main body of the immortal sword, the fragment will flicker slightly, seeming to guide her actions. This fragment had no reaction when she was in the fairy world, but as soon as she secretly fell back to the human world, the fragment in her hand started to react. Luo Ruxin relied on the fragment of the broken sword in her hand to reach the hut located in the forest in the Demon Realm forest. After checking it, she confirmed that someone had lived there before and that the aura of Luo Shen still remained on the ground. She then concluded that Luo Ruiying must have lived there for a period of time. The traces at the scene seemed to be that they moved away after encountering some danger. Afraid that Luo Ruiying might encounter some danger, Luo Ruxin started searching nearby again with the broken sword fragments. All the way to the sky above Nanli City. At this time, the fragments of the broken sword in her hand shone much more frequently, and it was basically concluded that her sister Luo Ruiying should be in the city. Luo Ruxin held the fragments of the broken sword in her hand, flew into the city, and continued to search. Little did they know that after Luo Ruxin fell into the city, dark shadows appeared in the sky around her. The Immortal King's cultivation. They are people from the fairy world. Kill. Lord Demon Lord has an order. All people in the immortal world must pay close attention and report in time. Don't take action yet. After that, several black shadows twisted and disappeared into the void again. Qi Yuan sat at Ning Yechen's house for a while, played with Luo Hongye for a while, then got up and left. Of course, the main reason for leaving was because Yu Qingyu's gaze really made her feel on pins and needles, like a light on her back. I feel like if I stay a little longer, my life may be in danger at any time. After Qi Yuan left, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were also thinking about whether they should send Luo Hongye to a school so that they could interact and play more with their peers. However, there are still a few days until Nanli Academy's private school opens, so you can take advantage of this time to think about it slowly. At this moment, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu heard the message from the secret guard at the same time. Lord Demon Lord, Lord Protector Zuo, someone from the immortal world has appeared. She seems to be heading in your direction. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu immediately narrowed their eyes, and a sharp cold light flashed in their eyes. The old guys from the hermit families in the fairy world finally couldn't help but send people over again. Ning Yechen thought to himself, if it is the best. He just wanted to ask who was behind the other party. I'm just worried that I can't find anyone. After taking away his wife's heart and soul, he will get it back sooner or later. Lord Demon Lord, let me handle it. Yu Qingyu took the initiative to ask for orders. She already knew that Luo Ruiying lost her heart in the fairy world and fled back to the human world with Luo Hongye. If the other party is the person that Lord Demon Lord said is hunting down the wife and the little princess, then she will never spare them. Taking action against their demon realm madam and little princess would be equivalent to declaring war on their entire demon realm. Naturally, there is no reason to be lenient at all. Go ahead and remember to live. Ning Yechen gave Yu Qingyu a sharp look and gave her instructions. He was more worried that Karen Yu would use too much force and kill the person directly. Yu Qingyu smiled slightly, stood up and bowed goodbye to Luo Ruiying, saying that she was going out to buy some ingredients and left. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and looked at Yu Qingyu's leaving figure with confusion. Didn't we prepare a lot of food at home just a few days ago? Why do we need to buy it again so soon? And she didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu were flirting with each other just now. It always felt like the two of them were hiding something from her. Madam, what's wrong? Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying's frowning expression and couldn't help but ask with a curious smile. This little girl won't notice anything, right? No, it's nothing. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and replied. She was really embarrassed to ask about this kind of thing. Wouldn't that be a distrust of Ning Yechen? She firmly believes that he is not that kind of person. It must be her misunderstanding. What could he hide from her? Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu can't possibly have any special relationship, right? On the streets of Nanli Chengdu, Luo Ruxin held the broken sword fragment and guided her step by step towards the courtyard where Ning Yechen was. Luo Ruxin felt happy when she noticed that the pulling force in her hand was getting stronger. It seems that my sister is nearby. However, the next second, Luo Ruxin stopped instantly, with a solemn expression, and looked around with extremely vigilant eyes. I don't know when, the lively noise in my ears disappeared, and the streets that were still crowded just now were deserted. The nearby streets were empty and eerily silent, but it seemed like there were dozens of pairs of eyes staring at her. She was so focused on the fragment of the broken sword in her hand that she didn't notice it at all. In an instant, Luo Ruxin, who was at the level of the immortal king, felt a chill running down his spine. Yu Qingyu's figure slowly walked from the front of the street. Seeing this, Luo Ruxin clenched the fairy sword at her waist and frowned. She couldn't see the cultivation level of the woman in front of her, and she didn't have any spiritual power in her body. Could it be that the other party's cultivation strength is still far superior to hers? Or is it well hidden? Yu Qingyu looked at Luo Ruxin coldly, and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the aura of spiritual power permeating Luo Ruxin's body because she was too nervous. This spiritual aura is very similar to the one on Madame. If you look closely, you will see that this fairy woman looks somewhat similar to my wife. Could it be someone from Madame's family? Karen Yu quickly guessed Luo Ruxin's identity, and she couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't speak directly. He immediately sent a message to scare away all the lurking demons around him, and then showed Luo Ruxin a kind and respectful smile like a maid. Luo Ruxin suddenly felt the cold light disappear from her back, and the terrifying aura also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingyu in front of her also disappeared without a trace, and the flow of people appeared on the street again. It was as if the sense of crisis just now had never appeared before. Could it be that she misunderstood everything? A few minutes after Yu Qingyu went out, she returned home carrying a bag of ingredients. Since she left under the pretext of going out to buy ingredients, in order not to arouse Luo Ruixing's suspicion when she came back, she went to Yi Tianxin's house next door and brought back some ingredients. As a barbecue stall owner, he naturally has a lot of prepared ingredients at home. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruixing, who were playing with Luo Hongye in the courtyard, were slightly surprised to see Yu Qingyu come back so soon. Did you buy it so quickly? Yes, ma'am. I ordered these ingredients in advance, I just went to pick them up. Karen Yu casually found a reasonable excuse and explained. So this is all. Luo Ruixing didn't have any more doubts. Did Ning Yechen know that Yu Qingyu was not going to buy groceries? He asked in confusion. Already solved. There is no Lord Demon Lord. The other party seems to be from Madame's family. Yu Qingyu explained. Because she was worried that the other party might be someone Luo Ruixing knew, Yu Kerenyu was cautious and did not choose to take action. Hearing that the other party was probably Luo Ruixing's family, Ning Yechen couldn't help but look curious. People from Luo Temple came here. While Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu were secretly transmitting messages, Luo Ruixing was also secretly sizing them up. It was indeed not her illusion. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu really had a kind of vague eye contact. Is there something the two of them can't tell her? For some reason, Luo Ruixing suddenly felt inexplicably dull and unhappy, as if there was a stone blocking her heart. Luo Ruixing quickly shook her head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. Now she is thinking like a sentimental woman. Nothing like her. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door. Kai Si stepped forward and opened the door, and suddenly Luo Ruxin stood at the door holding a fragment of a broken sword. Who are you looking for? Kai Shou asked politely. Luo Ruxin frowned slightly when she saw that the person who opened the door was not Luo Ruixing. Could it be that I found the wrong one? But that's right, how could my sister live in such a small shabby house? Just when Luo Ruxin was about to say that she knocked on the wrong door and turned to leave, she happened to be seen by Luo Ruixing who was in the courtyard. Luo Ruixing looked shocked and blurted out. Ruxin. Elder sister, it's really you. Luo Ruxin's face lit up with joy, and she quickly flew into the room and threw herself into Luo Ruixing's arms, rubbing her cheek back and forth against her chest like a coquettish person. Ning Yechen, who was watching on the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a little envious. That position should be for him and the child. But what surprised him even more was that his wife actually had a younger sister. Isn't this his sister-in-law? After the intimacy, Luo Ruxin raised her head from Luo Rying's arms and carefully looked at her sister, whom she had not seen for almost 200 years. Seeing Luo Rying's original silver hair turn into a full head of black hair, Luo Ruxin frowned deeply and couldn't hide her anger. Sister, your hair. How so? The most striking feature of the Luo Shen family's inherited bloodline is that the black hair turns into silver threads. The purer the bloodline, the thicker the silver hair will be. Luo Ruiying is a member of the Luo Shen family who has fully awakened the blood of the ancient Luo Shen again after the ancient times. She has natural silver hair that is extremely enviable by everyone in the family. Hailed by his family as the person with the purest talent and bloodline since the beginning of time, it only took him over 100 years to reach the level of a mortal emperor. But now her dazzling silver hair has turned into ordinary black hair, which means that the Luo Shen blood in her body can no longer maintain her most basic Luo Shen posture. Luo Ruiying reached out and gently stroked the black hair on the back of Yu's neck, and said very calmly, "A lot of things have happened, and now I can no longer maintain the posture of Luo Shen." Luo Ruiying didn't have much doubts about being unable to maintain Luo Shen and regressing in cultivation. But it would be better to say that she could leave from there and live a rare and precious ordinary life, just as she wanted. Can't maintain Luo Shen anymore. Sister, what happened after you left the family? How could this happen, and why are you hiding here in the human world? Luo Ruxin heard that Luo Ruiying really could no longer maintain the Luo Shen posture, and asked angrily. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was admired by thousands of people in the fairy world and was as bright as the star of tomorrow, would be reduced to living in such a miserable place. Apparently more than 100 years ago, she heard that her sister had been awarded the title of Empress Luo Shen in the immortal realm. Luo Ruxin grabbed Luo Rying's wrist in disbelief. When she looked at it, her face instantly turned ashen. The immortal bones are gone. My heart is gone. Sister, your body, well, as you can see. Now I am just a monk in the realm of heaven and human. I can't compare to you anymore. You succeeded in surpassing me. Luo Ruiying retracted her arm and teased nonchalantly. She really doesn't care about these things anymore. But Luo Ruxin didn't think so. Her pretty face was extremely cold and she asked with murderous intent. Sister, tell me, who did this to you? I'm going to kill him. Luo Ruiying has been her idol since she was a child. She is her motivation for practicing hard throughout her life, and she is also her most beloved sister. How could she not be angry now that she saw her dearest sister being torn out her bones and heart? Although she desperately longs to pursue a sister who surpasses herself, it is definitely not in this way. Okay, don't get excited. Otherwise you will demolish my home in a while. Luo Ruiying smiled, hugged Luo Ruxin into her arms, calmed her down, and whispered in her ear. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well, right? As for what happened, don't ask any more. As if you don't know anything. Even if you find out, it may not be a good thing for you or our Luotian family. But sister, you. Luo Ruxin was unwilling to ask, but Luo Ruiying put her slender fingers to her lips. Luo Ruiying also put on a serious and unquestionable posture. Even if her cultivation level is only at the heavenly realm, she is still her sister. I understand, sister. Luo Ruxin had no choice but to nod. She also understood that Luo Ruiying must be protecting her family, otherwise she would not have fallen to this point, and she would not want to return to the Luo temple in the fairy world. Luo Ruxin still had many doubts in her heart and wanted to ask Luo Ruiying, but then she suddenly noticed a little girl as cute and delicate as a doll holding Luo Ruiying's legs and hiding behind her. Such a cute little girl. If you look carefully, she looks a bit like my sister when she was a child. Even the timid look is so cute. Sister, whose child is this? Luo Ruxin pointed at Luo Hongye at Luo Ruiying's feet and asked curiously. Luo Ruiying's face turned slightly red. She held Luo Hongye at her feet behind her back, and introduced sheepishly. This is my child. Luo Ruxin exclaimed, stunned in shock. This news was too shocking for her. She never expected that this time she would not only meet her sister, but also her sister's daughter. We haven't seen each other for more than 200 years, and my sister even has a child. This is so sudden. She can't accept it. Her favorite sister actually got married like this. Sister, yes, who is it? What a stinky man. Luo Ruxin asked again angrily. In her mind, there is no one in this world who can match her beautiful, powerful, gentle and considerate sister. Luo Rying's face turned red with embarrassment. She reached out to hold Ning Yechen's arm and pulled him to her side. Ruxin, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Ning Yechen. Hello. Ning Yechen smiled and said hello to Luo Ruxin in a friendly manner. Although she just called him a stinky man, she is her sister-in-law after all. Luo Ruxin looked at Ning Yechen, her expression becoming more and more shocked. Although she noticed Ning Yechen next to Luo Ruiying as soon as she came in, she didn't notice the slightest spiritual energy on his body, and naturally filtered him out as a servant. It turns out that this man is my sister's husband, her brother-in-law. Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen with eyes full of scrutiny, as if staring at a prisoner, with no trace of disgust on his face, and even a hint of murderous intent. It was this stinky man who had defiled her beloved sister. Unforgivable. Although this man looks no worse than the men seen in the fairy world, he can pass the test. But apart from his good looks, she really couldn't see anything else special about him. He is so elegant and looks so weak. He has no cultivation at all, and he obviously looks like an ordinary mortal. How could such a person be worthy of her sister? Sister, are you going to marry a man like this? Luo Ruxin pointed at Ning Yechen and said disgustingly. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was speechless. Does he look that bad? Hearing Ning Yechen being belittled in this way, Yu Karen who was standing aside couldn't help but frown. Lord Demon Lord is so powerful and outstanding. The number of women in the demon realm who want to give birth to a child for the demon lord is enough to go around the demon realm more than 10 times. How dare this ignorant and visionless woman slander Lord Demon Lord? If it weren't for the fact that she was Lord Demon Lord's sister-in-law, she would never have spared her lightly. Ruxin, you are so rude, he is your brother-in-law. Apologize to your brother-in-law quickly. Seeing Luo Ruxin being so rude, Luo Ruiying immediately frowned and scolded her with an unhappy expression. With the aura of Luo Rying's sister, Luo Ruxin was immediately suppressed and she didn't dare to refute. He looked at Ning Yechen reluctantly and said, "Hug, sorry." After saying that, Luo Ruxin crossed her arms and still glared at Ning Yechen fiercely. It's all this guy's fault. She was scolded by her sister. Husband, my sister didn't mean it, don't mind. Luo Ruiying was worried that Ning Yechen would take Luo Ruxin's words to heart, so she also apologized to Ning Yechen on her behalf. It doesn't matter, Ning Yechen said with a smile. It was obvious that Luo Ruxin did not do it on purpose, it was clearly intentional. This girl completely treated him like an enemy. Luo Ruxin snorted coldly, stopped looking at Ning Yechen, and looked around the courtyard and the room. Tattered walls, tattered furniture decoration, tattered house. In fact, the things in the courtyard and the house are basically brand new, but in the eyes of Luo Ruxin, who has been living in the fairy palace in the fairy world, these things basically belong to the category of tatters. My sister actually lives in such a shabby house. Sure enough, this man is not suitable for my sister at all. If she were her sister's husband, she would definitely let her live in a place more luxurious and beautiful than the fairy palace. Luo Ruxin silently blamed Ning Yechen for the poor living environment. Luo Ruxin quickly noticed Kai Shi and the others standing on the other side behind Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruxin noticed something strange when he first saw Kai Shi and the others. She could vaguely see the vague aura of spiritual power on Kai Shi and the other three, and it didn't look like they were human. When I looked closer, there was nothing there. Did you see it wrong just now? Luo Ruxin approached Kai Shi and the others with a scrutinizing gaze, looked up and down carefully, and then sniffed with her nose raised. Strangeness. Indeed, no more abnormalities were found. Ruxin, they and Qingyu are both attendants brought by the husband's family, so don't be too rude. Luo Ruiying helplessly watched Luo Ruxin's various strange behaviors. This girl was never like this before, why is it so strange today? Xiao, miss, hello. A drop of cold sweat ran down the foreheads of Kai Shi and the others, and they forced out a smile and said with a smile. Luo Ruxin is different from Luo Ruiying, she is a real immortal king realm cultivation level. The level is higher than the three of them, and it will be exposed if you are not careful. If exposed, they will be dead. Luo Ruxin really couldn't see anything strange about Kai Shi and the others, so she could only give up thinking that she had probably misperceived them just now. Judging from the appearance of Kai Shi and the others, being her sister's attendants is quite acceptable. Luo Ruxin turned her head and looked at Yu Qingyu in Luo Rying's mouth. When she saw Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruxin's expression subconsciously changed, and her hands unconsciously grasped the fairy sword on her waist. Is her, that woman I just met outside. It turns out that she is also a maid in her sister's house. Yu Qingyu looked cold, but she still bowed to Luo Ruxin politely and said hello. I've met Miss Luo. Forehead. Seeing that Yu Qingyu didn't have any aura or spiritual power on her body, Luo Ruxin gradually let go of the hilt of the sword at her waist. How could she be frightened by a maid when she was the immortal king of the immortal realm? Really? As far as her cultivation is concerned, how many people in the entire human world, let alone this city, can be her opponent? She was too vigilant, but this woman's appearance and temperament look so good. Such a woman is actually his maid. Even if it was Luo Ruxin, when he first saw Yu Karen, he couldn't help but be attracted by the faint aura she exuded. After briefly browsing the courtyard room, Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye in Luo Rying's arms again. Although she has a lot of dissatisfaction with Ning Yechen and thinks he is not worthy of her sister, she still really likes her children. Especially Luo Hongye looks very similar to Luo Ruiying when she was a child. She is really as cute as my sister when she was little. Little cutie, what's your name? Luo Ruxin approached Luo Hongye's face and asked with a smile on her face. However, the greeting she thought was impeccable scared Luo Hongye into Luo Rying's arms and did not dare to answer her. Luo Ruxin was instantly petrified on the spot, with a smile frozen on her face. Could it be that she was disliked? Don't be afraid every night, she is your aunt. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to be resisting Luo Ruxin, Luo Ruiying patted her back and said softly. Aunt. Luo Hongye turned around timidly, called out weakly, and then buried her head in Luo Rying's arms. Apparently she still resisted letting Luo Ruxin hug her. Luo Ruxin instantly felt like she had hit rock bottom. She seems to be really disliked. Why is she that scary? Luo Ruiying was also very curious. Although Luo Hongye was indeed a little shy, she had never been like this when facing kinder and kinder people. For example, when Qi Yuan and Karen Yu met for the first time, they were even able to hold Karen Yu in their arms. Why is it that her sister is not happy when it comes? Yay, what's wrong? Are you afraid of Auntie? Luo Ruiying asked softly towards Luo Hongye in her arms. Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye with worry, waiting for her answer. Luo Hongye raised her eyes, shook her head gently, and Nuo replied. My aunt doesn't like Dad, and Yi doesn't like people who say bad things about Dad. Ye doesn't like my aunt. Luo Hongye's answer stunned everyone present. Unexpectedly, the child is still young, but he already understands a lot. It turns out she could even see this. Luo Hongye's words, I don't like my aunt, were like a sharp sword thrust into Luo Ruxin's chest. Heart hurts. She is really hated by her lovely niece. Ning Yechen didn't expect that it was because Luo Ruxin was rude to him that Luo Hongye didn't like it and showed resistance to her, so she couldn't help but feel elated and couldn't help but smile on her face. His baby daughter is really sensible. Come Yi, let daddy give you a hug. Ning Yechen reached out and hugged Luo Hongye in Luo Rying's arms. Luo Hongye obediently stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Yechen's arms, and lay obediently in his arms. This scene seemed particularly dazzling in Luo Ruxin's eyes. Naturally, she thought it was Ning Yechen showing off in front of her. The child liked him but not her. Hateful, how dare this mortal dare to provoke her like this? It was all his fault that she was hated every night. Luo Ruxin silently added this to Ning Yechen's head, adding another item of dissatisfaction to Ning Yechen. Since you're here, let's stay here tonight. We'll have a meal together later. Seeing that Luo Ruxin still seemed to be hostile to Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but sigh softly and led Luo Ruxin to sit in the hall. You sit down for a while, I'll go cook. Do, cook. Sister, how can you do something that an ordinary woman would do? Luo Ruxin was surprised when she heard that Luo Ruiying cooked the food herself and expressed strong dissatisfaction. People like them in the fairy world drink dew from spiritual springs and eat fairy fruits and nectar. How can they cook like ordinary women and be infected by the stove fire? Luo Ruiying turned around and smiled slightly, and just said, I'm just a woman now, what's wrong with that? After saying that, Luo Ruiying walked towards the kitchen. Karen Yu stared at Luo Ruxin for a moment, then silently followed her to the kitchen to help. Hey, what's going on with this maid? It felt like I was glaring at her. Luo Ruxin felt very strange when she was stared at by a maid for the first time. How dare she? It wasn't until Luo Ruiying entered the kitchen that Luo Ruxin sat back down with a complicated mood. My sister has really changed. Become like a really ordinary woman. Is this the life my sister expects? Although Luo Ruxin was very opposed to Luo Ruiying cooking like a woman, she was really looking forward to tasting her sister's cooking in person. She has never tasted the food cooked by her sister. Kai Si, bring me some good tea and some pastries and fruits. Ning Yechen hugged Luo Hongye, let her sit on his lap, and gave instructions to Kai Si and the other three. Kai Si and the others nodded and accepted the order, slowly exiting the hall to prepare. Luo Ruxin said in an arrogant tone, No need, I have a picky taste. I'm afraid those tea and pastries of yours are too hard for me to eat, so I'd better keep them for myself. How could those earthly things enter her mouth? Let my sister and Xiaoyi follow this man every night, what good food can they get? The more Luo Ruxin thought about it, the angrier she became, so she simply took out various fairy fruits and snacks from the fairy ring, and placed them all on the table next to Ning Yechen with a wave of her hand. He raised his head with confidence and said, You might as well taste mine. You may not be able to eat it once in your life. Being able to eat these pastries is a blessing to my sister and my child. Ning Yechen glanced at the pastries and fruits on the table and couldn't help but smile. Aren't these the most common fairy fruits and cakes in the fairy world? If these things were in the devil world, they wouldn't even be qualified to be placed in front of him. Luo Ruxin frowned when she saw Ning Yechen's suppressed smile. What does this guy mean? Why does it feel like I'm laughing at her? What an ignorant mortal. I don't know how many people in the world may want to take a bite but may not be able to eat it. Xiaoye, do you want to try my aunt's pastries? Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye and instantly changed her face, and said to Luo Hongye expectantly. She hopes to win Luo Hongye's favor again through snacks. She couldn't accept being disliked by her niece. That's my sister's daughter, so of course she's her daughter. Luo Hongye glanced at the snacks on the table with her cute big eyes, then looked up at Ning Yechen, as if asking if she could eat them. Ning Yechen smiled, rubbed Luo Hongye's head, and said softly. Since it's my aunt's wish, let's try it every night. Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, she hugged a piece of pastry and took a bite. What, how about Xiaoye? Luo Ruxin asked with anticipation and nervousness. Good pull. Luo Hongye smiled happily. Very good. Luo Ruxin had a satisfied smile on her face and was very proud of herself. Sure enough, to please a child, you must first win her stomach. She couldn't believe that after tasting the cakes from the fairy world, Xiaoye could eat other things. When the time comes, Xiaoyi will naturally get close to her. She could take Xiaoye away from that man's arms. Xiaoye, is this the most delicious thing you've ever tasted? Tell my aunt that you like it, and she will prepare more for you in the future. Luo Ruxin said with a smile on her face. Luo Hongye's face paused and she shook her head very simply. My favorite thing every night is grilled sausage. Grilled sausages. Luo Ruxin's eyes widened in shock. She never thought that the pastries and fruits brought from her fairy world were not as good as a sausage from the human world. How is this possible? Luo Ruxin was hit hard by losing to a piece of grilled sausage. How could the pastries and fruits in the fairy world lose to that kind of junk food? It must be that this man has been feeding his child these unhealthy things all year round, which has caused the child to have taste problems. That must be the case. Luo Ruxin silently attributed this crime to Ning Yechen. This man has committed a heinous crime. Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen fiercely. This left Ning Yechen confused and speechless. He didn't know what he had done to offend this sister-in-law. At this moment, Kai Shi and the others brought tea and cakes and placed them at Luo Ruxin's table. Miss, please use it. Luo Ruxin had already made up his mind to take a few bites, and then mercilessly belittled what he had prepared. She wanted to embarrass him. Luo Ruxin turned her head and stretched out her hand to pick up the things on the table and taste them, but her palms were frozen in midair, with a look of shock on her face. Placed in front of the table were all kinds of rare and exotic fruits, such as crystal grapes, red jade fruits, jade lin melons, etc., as well as many fairy fruits that she had never seen or eaten before. How come he has so many fairy fruits? Impossible. Both the growth and storage environment of fairy fruits are particularly harsh. There may not be a place in the human world where these fairy fruits can grow. It must just happen to look like those fairy fruits. She couldn't be fooled. Luo Ruxin casually picked up a crystal clear grape. The beautiful luster and the flowing fairy fruit liquid inside were clearly visible. Luo Ruxin swallowed subconsciously and dropped the crystal grape in her hand into her mouth. With a gentle bite of the tooth, the moist and sweet fairy fruit liquid immediately exploded in the mouth, and the rich liquid and fruity aroma filled the entire mouth. Delicious. There is no doubt that this is a real crystal grape. And this was her first time to eat such plump and sweet crystal grapes. Luo Ruxin's face inadvertently showed a look of enjoyment after recollection. After noticing that Ning Yechen was looking at her with a smile, she immediately put away her smile and made a serious face. So close. I almost forgot about the real thing. She wants to find fault with him and criticize him severely, not for enjoyment. Luo Ruxin stuffed another crystal grape, then picked up the pastry on the table, put it in her mouth and took a bite. With the level of cakes in the human world, how can it be compared with the fairy world? However, after taking one bite, Luo Ruxin's eyes instantly lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on her face involuntarily. This is delicious too. The taste inside is so unique, it seems that a lot of medicinal materials and meat are mixed in it. The taste is not bad at all. After one bite, your whole body feels warm and your mouth is filled with fragrance. Hateful. How could his pastries be more delicious than those from the fairy world? Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen unwillingly and kept stuffing cakes into her mouth. Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel funny. These pastries were carefully prepared by Yu Qingyu for Luo Hongye. Various rare elixirs are blended into it, which not only tastes good, but is also helpful for physical growth. Even Luo Ruiying couldn't help but praise it after eating it. Luo Ruxin was clearly devouring the food, but she still looked unwilling. Suddenly I felt that this sister-in-law seemed to have a cute side. Of course, they are not as cute as his wife and children. If you like it, eat slowly. There is still plenty at home. Ning Yechen was afraid that Luo Ruxin would choke, so she kindly reminded her. After Luo Ruxin stuffed another one into her mouth, she said fiercely. Who likes to eat it? It's not delicious at all. Ning Yechen. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Ruxin choked and quickly raised the tea on the table and drank it all. After drinking the tea, Luo Ruxin took a long breath and glared at Ning Yechen fiercely. This guy deliberately talked to her, causing her to almost choke. He clearly wanted to murder her. When the mellow aroma of tea filled her lips and teeth, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but be stunned, poured another cup and tasted it carefully. Aha, this tea is delicious too. Better than what she drinks at home. Why is it that everything this guy prepares, whether it's pastries, fruits, or tea, is so delicious? It made her unable to find fault and belittled him severely. These must have been prepared by my sister, otherwise how could a mortal possibly get these things? Luo Ruxin was sure that these things had nothing to do with Ning Yechen, so he ate them more confidently. Luo Hongye, who was sitting in Ning Yechen's arms, couldn't help but look at Luo Ruxin curiously. Auntie is so delicious. It's better to eat than every night. Not long after, Luo Ruiying cooked a table of dishes herself. Luo Ruiying was very happy to see her family again after a long time. Yu Qingyu, who was in charge of assisting, put the dishes on the table one after another and prepared the bowls and chopsticks. Ruxin, you must have never tasted human food. Why don't you try it? Luo Ruiying tried to greet Luo Ruxin to sit down. Luo Ruxin had already eaten a lot of pastries and drank a lot of tea, but when she thought that those dishes were made by her sister, she still devoured them without hesitation. Tasty. As expected of my sister, it's delicious. Such craftsmanship is cheap for a man. It's really such a waste. While Luo Ruxin was eating, she did not forget to slander Ning Yechen. Ruxin. Luo Ruiying immediately frowned and showed displeasure. How could she not hear that Luo Ruxin was mocking Ning Yechen again? Ning Yechen was her husband, and even her own family couldn't slander him like this. I know, sister. Seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed really angry, Luo Ruxin quickly admitted her mistake weakly. But I felt aggrieved in my heart. Her sister actually yelled at her because of this man. Ning Yechen himself didn't care, and always had a smile on his face. From time to time, he would feed Luo Hongye in his arms and pick up vegetables for Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyu, who was sitting next to Ning Yechen, was not happy. She said calmly with a dignified posture. Miss Luo, my young master's craftsmanship is also very good, and my wife also likes it very much. How can I be cheap? Also, those dishes you just ate were all cooked by me. It's great that it suits your taste. Luo Ruxin. Luo Ruxin was immediately stunned and speechless, embarrassed and speechless. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel funny. She picked up the dishes she cooked and put them into Luo Ruxin's bowl. Luo Ruxin was immersed in the joy of Luo Ruiying personally picking up the food for her, when she saw Luo Ruiying picking up the food herself and handing it to Ning Yechen. Husband, you should also try it. Ning Yechen opened his mouth to eat what his wife had given him, then picked up the vegetables and fed them to Luo Ruiying. Madam, you should also eat more. With Luo Ruxin beside her, Luo Ruiying was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't let Ning Yechen hold it up all the time, so she lifted up her cheeks and hair, opened her lips slightly and ate it. The intimate behavior between the two was completely noticed by Luo Ruxin, who immediately stood in front of the table holding her chopsticks. Her most dazzling and admired sister is now feeding each other intimately with a man like a young girl. The two of them are as close as a couple who have been in love for a long time. Sitting next to Luo Ruiying, she suddenly felt superfluous. Meng Niu, Yu Qingyu and others at the table were already used to it. Sister, I want it too. Luo Ruxin no longer gave Luo Ruiying a chance to pick up the food for Ning Yechen. Instead, she leaned directly on the table and snatched the food from Luo Ruiying's chopsticks. She wants to take her sister and child back from this man's hands. Night. After dinner, everyone sat in the hall together. In order to regain her dearest sister, Luo Ruxin no longer gave Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying a chance to come into contact, and deliberately moved a chair to sit between them. Luo Ruxin, like a little girl, used the excuse of not seeing her sister for a long time to hold Luo Ruiying's waist and lie in her arms acting coquettishly. That was all. She secretly looked at Ning Yechen provocatively from time to time, showing a proud look. It was as if he was telling Ning Yechen, "See, the sister is hers." Ning Yechen hugged Luo Hongye and sat aside, dumbfounded. He never thought that one day his sister-in-law would compete with his brother-in-law for favor. What is this called? Luo Ruiying also looked helpless and doting. Ruxin, you are not young anymore, why are you still the same as when you were a child? Her sister Luo Ruxin is several hundred years older, so why is she still as coquettish as she was when she was a child? She is always my sister's sister. Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying's waist and said softly, still not planning to let go. Thinking about it, she and Luo Ruxin had not seen each other for a long time, so Luo Ruiying let her be willful this time. At this time, Yu Qingyu walked into the hall and bowed slightly and said, "Master, Madam, the water in the bath has been heated." Bath. When Luo Ruxin heard that there was a bathtub at home, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her head from Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and nodded lightly. Husband, he made a bath at home. Ruxin, you can try it too. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but blush slightly when she thought that Ning Yechen had made this bathtub just to bathe with her and her children. Luo Ruxin didn't notice Luo Ruiying's blushing expression and said excitedly, "That's great, I haven't bathed with my sister in a long time. Sister, let's go with Xiaoye. Are you okay, Xiaoye?" After saying that, Luo Ruxin looked expectantly at Luo Hongye, who was sitting obediently in Ning Yechen's arms. Her goal is not only to take back her sister, she also wants to take back her sister's children. Luo Hongye's face was slightly unhappy, and Nuo said, "I want to take a bath with my parents every night. This is not possible, Xiao Ye. You know men and women cannot wash together." Luo Ruxin didn't expect Luo Hongye to say such words. She looked shocked and quickly explained to her. However, what Luo Hongye said next made Luo Ruxin freeze on the spot in shock. But I always wash it with my parents every night. Sister, is this true? Luo Ruxin looked in disbelief and turned to look at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying blushed and lowered her head. Even though she didn't say anything, this move was already acquiescing to everything. Her dearest sister actually took a bath with a man. She can't accept it. Xiaoye, can you wash it with your aunt from now on? Luo Ruxin stretched out her hands to Luo Hongye and said expectantly. The naive and ignorant Luo Hongye blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Auntie, do you want to take a shower with Yi and your parents too? No. Luo Ruxin quickly blushed and waved her hands to refuse, then corrected. It's Yi with my aunt and your mother. Luo Hongye didn't even think about it, hugged Ning Yechen tightly and said decisively. Don't want. I want to be with my parents every night. Luo Ruxin. Being rejected by Luo Hongye again, Luo Ruxin was deeply shocked and lowered her head in despair. She couldn't compare to that man. Yay, can my mother take you and your aunt to take a bath together tonight? Seeing this, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to try to persuade Luo Hongye herself. She definitely wanted to bathe the child, but if Luo Ruxin wanted to bathe with her, she definitely couldn't take Ning Yechen with her. Even if Luo Ruxin is happy, she is not happy either. Luo Hongye pouted her mouth, looking unhappy. Ning Yechen touched Luo Hongye's little head and said softly. Be good every night, can you take a shower with your mother-in-law tonight? Next time, Daddy will take Yai to wash. Although it is painful to lose the opportunity to wash with my wife and children, the children still need to be washed with my wife. Luo Ruxin and Luo Ruiying were sisters whom they had not seen for a long time. He reluctantly gave her the opportunity to bathe together tonight. Although Luo Hongye was still unhappy, she still nodded obediently, let Luo Ruiying hug her and walked into the bathroom. Yu Qingyu was very dissatisfied with Luo Ruxin's behavior of disturbing Lord Demon Lord and his wife to take a bath together. But since the other party was the madam's biological sister, she had no choice but to give up. Soon, the sound of laughter and play could be heard in the bathroom. Sister, you have a great figure. After giving birth to Xiaoye, why do I feel like sister, your figure is better than before. I'm so envious. If I were your sister's husband, I would be so happy. You, what are you talking about? Don't touch it with your hands. What does this have to do with it? Sister, you can also touch me. Be honest with me. Ning Yechen sat in the hall and heard the sounds in the bathroom clearly. The only reason to blame is that his hearing is so good. He could even imagine his wife becoming angry with shame. One of them is in the heavenly realm, and the other is in the immortal king realm. Can't they just arrange a soundproof barrier? This is too unprepared. Yu Qingyu, who was standing next to Ning Yechen, glanced at him, raised the corner of her mouth with an imperceptible arc, handed over the handkerchief and said lightly. Lord Demon Lord, you have a nosebleed. Ning Yechen. Yeah, maybe I've gotten angry recently. Ning Yechen took the handkerchief and wiped his nose in embarrassment, and explained forcefully. Yu Qingyu knew it well, but as a servant, she could never point out the Demon Lord. She followed Ning Yechen's words and said. Tomorrow I will prepare some decoction for Lord Demon Lord to remove the fire and moisten the spleen. Well, I'm done. After a while, Luo Ruiying and her group returned to the hall from the bathroom room. Luo Ruiying's wet black hair was spread behind her, and her cheeks were rosy and shy, as bright and gorgeous as a hibiscus. No matter how many times I see my wife who just took a shower, she still looks so beautiful. Ning Yechen silently admired Luo Ruiying's appearance and figure, but Luo Ruxin noticed his gaze and blocked him directly. In front of Ning Yechen, he held Luo Ruiying's arm and said coquettishly. Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight, okay? Luo Ruiying looked embarrassed and looked at Ning Yechen. Ever since she met Ning Yechen, she had always taken her child to sleep with him. Ning Yechen was not happy when he heard this. He gave up the rare opportunity to take a bath with his wife, and now Luo Ruxin even wanted to take away the rare opportunity for him and his wife to sleep together in the same bed for one night. Sister, I haven't seen you for a long time. I have a lot to say to you. Luo Ruxin held Luo Rying's arm with an expectant look on her face. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, looked at Ning Yechen sheepishly, and discussed. Husband, can I ask you to sleep in another room for the time being tonight? It was rare to meet her family, and Luo Ruiying also wanted to catch up with Luo Ruxin. In addition, she also had something to say to Luo Ruxin and asked her to do something. Although I felt a little sorry for Ning Yechen, I had no choice but to aggrieve him for the time being. Anyway, there will be many opportunities for the couple to sleep together in the future. Lady, when Ning Yechen heard that Luo Ruiying wanted him to sleep somewhere else, his face was filled with reluctance and grievance, and he looked at Luo Ruiying longingly. Going to bed every night was the time he looked forward to the most, and now he had to give it up to someone else. This sister-in-law seems determined to cause trouble for him. Luo Ruxin hid behind Luo Ruiying and looked at Ning Yechen with a proud look on her face. Ning Yechen was furious. If she wasn't his sister-in-law, he would definitely make her look good. Looking at Ning Yechen's almost pitiful eyes, Luo Ruiying felt dumbfounded. She also knew that this seemed too unfair to him, so she stepped forward and whispered into his ear. Husband, I will let her go back in a few days. Please be patient for the time being. I'll make it up to you later, then I'll make it up to you. Compensate. When Ning Yechen heard the word compensation from Luo Ruiying's mouth, Ning Yechen's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation. Don't worry, madam, my husband is not that petty. Madam, you two sisters, please sleep together tonight. Luo Ruiying. When Luo Ruiying saw Ning Yechen's expression changing so quickly, she immediately regretted that she had spoken too early. He obviously looked so unhappy just now. But the words had already been spoken, and it was hard for her to go back on her words. In the room, Luo Ruxin couldn't wait to lie down on the bed, greedily sucking the smell of the bedding on the bed, with a look of intoxication on her face. Yeah, sister's scent. After so long, she was finally able to sleep with her sister again and smell her scent. You, don't do such weird behavior. Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed with her hair tied up, and said helplessly to Luo Ruxin, who was rolling back and forth on the bed holding the quilt. Why doesn't this girl grow up? But seeing that she was still exactly the same as when she was a child, Luo Ruiying was quite happy. In order to prevent Ning Yechen from being alone tonight, and because she still had something to say to Luo Ruxin, she was afraid of disturbing the child, so she let Ning Yechen take the child with her. At this time, Ning Yechen's voice could be heard in the next room, teasing the child and laughing happily. It's flying. Hee, daddy is so annoying. When Luo Ruiying heard the voice, an extremely charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. He is really. I'm almost asleep, still playing with my kids. Seeing Luo Ruiying's happy smile, Luo Ruxin lay down on the bed with an unhappy look on her face. She originally planned to sleep with her sister and her 3 children tonight, leaving the man alone in the empty room. However, my sister insisted on letting Xiao Ye sleep with that man. Xiao Ye also said something about not wanting dad to be alone. The child was so cute and sensible that she had no choice but to give up. Sister, can I ask you a question? Luo Ruxin asked, looking at Luo Ruiying's graceful back. What is the problem? Luo Ruiying turned around and asked. Why did you choose that man? Luo Ruxin asked unhappily. With her sister's status, even in the fairy world, what kind of man could she not find? Since she was a child, her sister has been famous throughout the fairyland for her unique silver hair and outstanding beauty. And because of his outstanding cultivation talent, he has been approached by many powerful men to propose marriage. She couldn't understand why her sister would fall in love with a man who had nothing to offer except his looks. When Luo Ruiying was asked this question by Luo Ruxin, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment and she didn't know how to answer it. Strictly speaking, she didn't choose Ning Yechen. But there was really no choice at the time. But that reason was really hard for her to explain. If she knew that she had no choice but to commit herself to Ning Yechen, with her sister's character, she would be furious and clamor to kill him. He's pretty good. Luo Ruiying hesitated and replied casually with a blushing face. Fine, what is that guy good at? Luo Ruxin asked doubtfully. My sister's answer was too ambiguous. And since just now, why is my sister's face getting redder and redder? So suspicious. Sister, why are you blushing? Yes, maybe I just soaked in it for too long. Luo Ruiying said, covering her red cheeks. It's all this girl's fault, it made her think of strange things that shouldn't be done. Sister, you haven't said what's good about that guy yet. Luo Ruxin continued to ask reluctantly. She didn't believe there was anything good about a mortal that could make her sister fall in love with him. That's your brother-in-law. Don't let that guy scream, it's too rude. Luo Ruiying first punched Luo Ruxin on the head and taught him a lesson. Then his expression fell into thought, and he couldn't help but smile when he recalled his time with Ning Yechen during this period. Although he is just a mortal, he is actually very responsible and gentle. He is very good to me and the children. Don't underestimate your brother-in-law. His family seems to have been doctors for generations and he has very good medical skills. And he is also very good at taking care of people and making children happy. But sister, he is just a mortal. Seeing Luo Ruiying gushing over Ning Yechen's advantages, Luo Ruxin quickly interrupted her. Although there are many advantages that sound good, they are all too ordinary. The most important thing is, how could a mortal protect her sister? This world has almost never heard of love between mortals and monks. Whether it is status, cultivation level or lifespan, the gap between mortals and monks is particularly huge. Mortals have a short lifespan, no more than 100 years at most, and that is considered longevity. 100 years later, that man passed away. Based on her understanding of her sister, she would definitely not tolerate anyone else in her life. Doesn't that mean I have to stay a widow for him for the rest of my life? That's why she was so opposed to Ning Yechen becoming her brother-in-law. In addition to taking away her dearest sister, the other reason is that it is inappropriate. Luo Ruiying also knew what Luo Ruxin was worried about her, so she smiled calmly. What about mortals? As long as he is someone worthy of trusting him with his life, that's enough. When girl you find someone you like in the future, you will understand. Ruxin has someone he likes. Seeing how profound Luo Ruiying said it, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but frown slightly and retorted. Luo Ruiying was surprised when she heard this, and then her face lit up with joy. Real, do you already have someone you like? Yes, I have. Ruxin likes my sister. Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying's waist and said playfully, sticking out her tongue. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying was speechless and disappointed and rolled her eyes at Luo Ruxin. She thought that someone finally took a liking to this girl, which made her happy in vain. After tying her hair, Luo Ruiying lay down on the bed and looked at the ceiling quietly. Her expression became much more serious and she asked, Ruxin, you probably haven't told anyone about finding me yet, right? Not yet, sister. Luo Ruxin replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Even if someone suddenly comes looking for you in the fairy world, you must pretend not to know. Luo Ruiying turned her head and warned Luo Ruxin with a serious expression. To be honest, she was both happy and a little worried when Luo Ruxin found her. If those people found out about this, not only would she, her children, and Ning Yechen be in danger. The Luo temple may also suffer disaster. Seeing Luo Ruiying's serious expression, Luo Ruxin stopped playing around and asked with a serious face. Can't anyone tell me, sister? Even a father? Well, don't tell father either. Just pretend you never found me. Give me the fragment of the fairy sword in your hand as well. Luo Ruiying reached out to Luo Ruxin and asked for the fragments of the Luo Shen fairy sword in her hand. If those people knew about this fragment, they would definitely ask for it from her and then find her based on this fragment. It would be most appropriate to leave this fragment in her own hands. Luo Ruxin did not hesitate, and handed the fairy sword fragments to Luo Ruiying very simply, and asked with a sad look on her face. Sister, can you really not tell me what happened? Maybe I can help. Luo Ruxin knew that everything Luo Ruiying did, including not letting her tell others and not planning to return to the fairy world, was all to protect her and the Luo Shen family. But seeing her sister carrying all this alone and having to live in hiding in the human world, she still felt extremely reluctant to let go. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, shook her head slowly, stretched out her hand and hugged Luo Ruxin into her arms. Ruxin, don't ask any more questions about this matter. You stay here for a few days, and then go back obediently. Remember what I said and don't tell anyone. I understand, sister. Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying and responded. She secretly vowed to practice hard when she returns. Now her immortal king level cultivation is still too small in the fairy world, and she cannot protect her sister at all. In the next room, Ning Yechen gently lifted Luo Hongye into the air, letting her float freely in the air. Only when Luo Ruiying was away did he dare to use some simple and fun tricks to make the children happy. Luo Hongye was still a little scared when she just floated into the air. With Ning Yechen holding her hand and accompanying her, she gradually felt at ease. Until finally Ning Yechen let go of his hand, Luo Hongye was no longer afraid, and looked around curiously with a cute and small face. Daddy, you can fly every night. Well, our family is great every night. Daddy, take Yi to do something fun. Yay, please hold on tight to Daddy. Ning Yechen floated in front of Luo Hongye, with his back to her, letting her hug his neck tightly, sit on him, and carry her around in the air. Hee, Daddy is so annoying. Luo Hongye hugged Ning Yechen's neck and smiled happily. HMPH, Daddy has something even more powerful. Do you want to watch it every night? Ning Yechen asked, pretending to be profound. Want to see? This immediately attracted Luo Hongye's interest, and he couldn't wait to answer. Ning Yechen stopped and clenched his fists in front of Luo Hongye in midair. Under Luo Hongye's curious gaze, Ning Yechen conjured a furry toy ball out of thin air. Luo Hongye's cute big eyes suddenly widened a lot, and she looked over with curiosity, as if to see where the ball came from. Ning Yechen clenched his palm and opened it again, but the ball in his hand disappeared again. Dad, where's the ball? Luo Hongye asked puzzledly. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and opened his other hand. Ding dang dang, the ball is here. Oh no. Luo Hongye tilted her head and looked at the ball in Ning Yechen's other hand with a mysterious look on her face. The little head was a little confused for a moment. Why did the ball go to Daddy's other hand again? Ning Yechen handed the ball in his hand to Luo Hongye, clenched his hands again, and said. Yay, what do you want to see now? Daddy is satisfied with you. I want to see birds every night. Luo Hongye thought for a while and said with expectation. No problem, now the little bird is in Daddy's hand. Guess which hand the little bird is hiding in every night. Ning Yechen stretched out his clenched hands in front of Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. She said in a somewhat discouraged and cute voice. Dad, I can't see it every night. It doesn't matter Yi, just pick one. Dad, I believe you can guess it. Ning Yechen encouraged with a smile. Luo Hongye struggled for a moment and pointed to her right hand. Then choose this every night. Dang dang dang, congratulations Ye, you made the right choice. Ning Yechen smiled softly, and the moment he opened his palm, countless spiritual birds with gleaming auras and condensed spiritual power flew out of his palm. The elegant and shining spiritual birds all surrounded Luo Hongye, lighting up the entire room. Ning Yechen's spiritual power had been isolated in the room in advance, so there was no need to worry about being noticed by Luo Ruxin next door. Luo Hongye stared blankly at the spirit bird beside her, her mouth slightly opened in happiness. Do you like it Yi? I like it. Luo Hongye responded happily with a crescent-like smile. Seeing the child's innocent and cute smile, Ning Yechen also smiled with satisfaction and reached out to hold her in his arms. Yay, don't tell your mother what happened tonight. Aha, Ye knows that this is a little secret between Ye and Daddy. Luo Hongye smiled and nodded in agreement. There was no need for Ning Yechen to give special instructions. After the last experience, Luo Hongye knew what Ning Yechen wanted to say. My baby girl is so smart. It saves him having to find excuses. Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head and vaguely heard whispers in the next room, so he floated to the wall with Luo Hongye and put his ear against the wall. Luo Hongye looked curious and followed suit and posted it on the wall. The father and daughter were pressed against the wall together, staring at each other. Early next morning, Luo Ruiying, who hadn't seen Luo Hongye all night, couldn't wait to hold Luo Hongye into her arms. She could hear Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye having fun last night until late at night, and she couldn't help but curiously asked. Yay, what were you and Dad playing last night? Daddy is taking Yi Fei. Luo Hongye said happily until now. Although I played until I fell asleep from exhaustion last night, I was very happy. Fly. Daddy is taking Yi to fly in midair. Luo Ruiying looked confused when she heard this. Ning Yechen quickly and secretly made a silent gesture beside Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye then recalled that she had promised not to say anything, so she quickly shook her head. This is Yi and Daddy's little secret. Ye promised Dad not to tell. Can't you even tell my mother? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. Yeah, Dad said not to tell Mom. Luo Hongye nodded cutely. Yeah, Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen with meaningful eyes. Ning Yechen was momentarily defeated by the child's innocence and sincerity. But fortunately, it did not arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. Luo Ruiying tried to think about it and guessed that Ning Yechen was holding the child in the air, making her feel like she was flying in the sky. It's just that she doesn't understand why Ning Yechen wants Luo Hongye to keep it a secret. Don't even tell her. Sister, I'm ready, let's go. At this moment, Luo Ruxin also walked out of the room and immediately took Luo Ruiying's arm and said. While the New Year festival is not over yet, Luo Ruiying plans to take Luo Ruxin around the city in the next few days to feel the fireworks and lively atmosphere in the world. Husband, do you want to come too? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen and asked. Since the lady has spoken, of course my husband must accompany the lady. Ning Yechen replied with a smile, and then looked at Luo Ruxin next to Luo Ruiying, showing a smile. This provocative smile made Luo Ruxin frown slightly. This guy definitely deliberately prevented her from living a world of two with her sister. Meng Niu and 3 others were left at home to look after the house, while Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu accompanied Luo Ruiying and Luo Ruxin when they went out. Luo Ruiying walked down the street with Luo Hongye in her arms, followed by Luo Ruxin and Ning Yechen on either side. Karen Yu followed silently. Not long after Ning Yechen and the others were walking on the street, they smelled a very tempting aroma of barbecue. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were already familiar with this barbecue aroma, but this was the first time Luo Ruxin smelled it, and she couldn't help but sniff her nose curiously. What does it smell like? It smells so good. There is a delicious barbecue stall here. Let me take you to try it. Luo Ruiying led Luo Ruxin towards the stall where Yi Tianxian was. For now, Yi Tianxian's barbecue stall is indeed the best food she has ever eaten in the world. To this day, the child still remembers it. Barbecue stall. What's so delicious about mere mortal food? Luo Ruxin said in a very disdainful voice. You're here, let's give it a try. Maybe you'll like it. Luo Ruiying pulled Luo Ruxin and said with a smile. After a while, everyone came to the stall where Yi Tianxian was. The sight in front of them made everyone froze in shock. I saw that the stall where Yi Tianxian was surrounded by a huge crowd of people, most of whom were women. The queue stretched as far as the eye could see. Now the barbecue stall where Yi Tianxian is located has become famous throughout Nanli City. Everyone who has tried it says yes. Many dignitaries and even children from wealthy families are also eager to aspire to it. In addition to his meticulous craftsmanship and secret formula, the other main reason why he is so popular is Yi Tianxian's cold and indifferent appearance. A cold yet elegant and polite barbecue stall owner suddenly attracted countless young women and girls in the city to come and pay their respects. It is said that many women have offered sky-high prices to keep him in the past few days. However, he rejected them all without exception. This also caused another rumor in the city. A cold and handsome man would rather set up a stall selling barbecue every day than be taken care of by a rich woman. Such noble and unyielding moral character is deeply praised by everyone. Luo Ruxin was also shocked when she saw this force. I didn't expect that a small barbecue stall could be so attractive. Now she was a little curious. It's just that I don't know how long this long queue will last. Sister, there seem to be a lot of people. Yes. Luo Ruiying also said with some regret. There is such a long queue, it will probably be dark after waiting. Madam, leave it to your husband. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and swaggered to the front of the team, arriving next to the next person who was about to take his turn. Could you please give me this position? You're not going to line up, The man in line looked unhappy and was about to refuse Ning Yechen when he saw a bag of jewelry in Ning Yechen's hand. The sound of scattered gems hitting each other was clearly audible, echoing in the man's ears. The man couldn't help but swallow, his eyes widened. Just that small bag is probably enough to eat and drink for a lifetime. Ha, what were you going to say just now? Ning Yechen smiled and shook the bag of gems in his hand, took out one, then threw it into the bag and stretched it out in front of the man. The man carefully stretched out his hands to catch it, and his face was suddenly filled with a smile that was brighter than a chrysanthemum. This young master, please. I occupy this position exclusively for you, master. Since you're here, I'm leaving. The man bowed and slowly gave up his position, then quickly disappeared. Everyone in the queue behind him all looked at Ning Yechen in astonishment. For a position, such a generous offer. Simply inhumane. Ning Yechen smiled and turned around and waved to Luo Ruiying and others. Madam, it's done. Luo Ruiying glared at Ning Yechen with slight reproach. It's just for a position, it's such a waste of money. It's just a small amount of money, it doesn't matter. Ning Yechen pushed Luo Ruiying's shoulders and smiled. This bit of jewelry and gems is indeed a drop in the bucket to him. As long as it makes his wife and children happy, he doesn't care how much money he spends. However, Luo Ruiying's next words made Ning Yechen froze and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. I remember, husband, you gave me all the money before. Where did the money come from? Luo Ruiying narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Ning Yechen and asked. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt as if his wife had discovered that he was hiding private money. He felt inexplicably oppressed. Luo Ruxin looked at Ning Yechen with a look of gloating. Yu Qingyu stood up and bowed slightly and said, Madam, I brought this money from home for the young master. So that's it. Luo Ruiying didn't have much doubt. She asked Ning Yechen where the money came from, not to blame him for hiding his private money from her, but simply to wonder why he took out so much money. Rather, she didn't want Ning Yechen to leave all his money to her for safekeeping while she was penniless. There is always a time when you need money when you are out and about. If Ning Yechen takes the initiative to ask her for it by then, it is inevitable that the neighbors will laugh at her. Sir, do you have any other money with you? No. Ning Yechen didn't know what Luo Ruiying was thinking, and thought she was checking whether he had hidden any private money, so he replied decisively. Then husband, please take these spiritual stones. You can use it even when you go out. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen, took out another bag of spirit stones from her arms and handed them to him. In a large city like Nanli City where monks and mortals coexist, spiritual stones, gold, silver and jewelry are all universally available. Exchange with each other at any time. Luo Ruiying instead blamed Ning Yechen for spending all his money just to have a barbecue and get a seat. How wealthy his family is to dare to be so lavish and spend money like water. But now the Qi family will send a large amount of spiritual stones every month. There is no way to use them all, so there is no need to worry. Lady, Ning Yechen couldn't help but stepped forward and hugged Luo Ruiying. He didn't expect that Luo Ruiying didn't blame him for hiding his private money, but was worried that he didn't have enough money to spend. My wife is so gentle and considerate. In front of so many people on the street, Luo Ruiying's face was stained with red clouds. Luo Ruxin pouted dissatisfied at the side, wishing to get in between the two of them and separate them. How dare this guy openly hug her sister? Okay, let's buy something quickly and then go shopping elsewhere. Luo Ruiying said with a blushing face. Ning Yechen reluctantly let go of Luo Ruiying in his arms, and took her hand to Yi Tianshan's stall. Welcome. What does the guest need? Yi Tianshan bowed to Ning Yechen and others very elegantly and politely, and took the initiative to recommend. The latest new products have recently been launched, including baked rice cakes, scones, etc., which are available for free tasting. You have a new product? Ning Yechen asked with a look of astonishment. Obviously he was just staying in the city to disguise his identity, but by some strange combination of circumstances, he became the most popular barbecue stall in the city. That's all. Yi Tianshan is really serious about his business. A new product menu has also been launched. Ning Yechen didn't know where to complain for a while. Then let's get two of each. Also, the same goes for everything else. By the way, it doesn't want to be spicy. Okay guest, please wait. Yi Tianshan received the order and immediately started the barbecue work. His expression was extremely focused, and his hands were as fast as afterimages. This is something that Lord Demon Lord and his whole family must taste. What an honor it was for him. It is also a difficult test. This time, he will show 1000% of his strength. We must never let Lord Demon Lord, his wife, and the little princess down. Ning Yechen stood in front of the stall and silently stared at the busy Yi Tianxian. She wanted to ask him something in her heart. I just want you to have a barbecue, why are you so serious? Luo Ruxin couldn't help but be attracted by Yi Tianxian's figure. The owner of this stall is so handsome and cold, but he is just selling barbecue here. Moreover, his skills are so fast and his expression is so focused. Okay, guest. After a while, Yi Tianxian gracefully served all the barbecue. After Ning Yechen handed a piece of barbecued sausage to Luo Hongye, he handed other barbecued sausages to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying mainly wanted Luo Ruxin to have a taste of the mortal world, so she took out the baked rice cake in her hand and handed it to Luo Ruxin. Luo Ruxin frowned slightly and looked at the baked rice cake in her hand with a contemptuous expression, not really wanting to eat it. How delicious can the food in this world be if there are some impurities in it? However, smelling the aroma of baked rice cakes in her hands and seeing Luo Ruiying's encouraging gaze, Luo Ruxin decided to take a bite and give it a try. She'd be fine with just one bite. Luo Ruxin took a bite of the baked rice cake, pulled out a long and sticky white thread in her mouth, and put it into her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up. So delicious. Luo Ruxin looked at the baked rice cake in her hand in disbelief. She had never eaten such delicious food. There is such a delicious food in the world. Luo Ruxin ate all the baked rice cakes in her hands in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. He couldn't help but look at Yi Tianxian, who stood in front of the stall with an elegant figure and a stern appearance. Not only is this mortal good-looking, but his craftsmanship is also incredible. It's a pity that he is also a mortal. It tastes really good, doesn't it? Luo Ruiying asked with a slight smile. She knew very well how greedy her sister was, and when she saw her like that, she knew she must like it very much. Well, barely not bad. Luo Ruxin still said stiffly. If she admitted it, wouldn't it be a slap in her own face? In response to Luo Ruxin's harsh words, Luo Ruiying smiled and said nothing, and handed a bunch of roasted leeks in her hand to Ning Yechen. Husband, you should also try it. Just as Ning Yechen was about to open his mouth to eat, Luo Ruxin was one step ahead of him, opening his mouth wide and swallowing the leek in Luo Ruiying's hand. Sister, I also want to try this in your hand. Luo Ruxin chewed her mouth and looked at Ning Yechen proudly and provocatively. As long as she is around, she will never give her sister any chance to be intimate with this man. Ning Yechen didn't take it to heart. After all, there is no need to have trouble with your sister-in-law. However, when they walked together on the street, Luo Ruxin would always use various reasons to hinder him and Luo Ruiying. Once Luo Ruiying wants to feed him something, Luo Ruxin will quickly want to eat it. Even if he wanted to take the initiative to feed Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruxin would still shout, "Brother-in-law, I want to eat too," and eat it in one bite. When they were sitting on the bench to rest together, Luo Ruxin inserted herself between him and Luo Ruiying very inappropriately. This made Ning Yechen couldn't help but want to show off this naughty sister-in-law. Compared to Ning Yechen's patience, Yu Qingyu could no longer stand it. If Luo Ruxin hadn't been Lord Demon Lord's sister-in-law, she would have had 10,000 ways to make her disappear. But even if she couldn't take action, she would never let Luo Ruxin continue to disturb Lord Demon Lord and his wife. Madam, this is the fruit I just bought. You can try it with the young master. Yu Qingyu said as she brought over a bowl of cut fruit. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to take it, Luo Ruxin snatched it away first and ate them all in one gulp. Aha, thank you. How do you know I want to eat fruit now? Luo Ruxin burped after eating and said with a smile on her face. If you want to create opportunities for your sister and that man, no way. Yu Qingyu's cold face showed the same proud expression as hers just now, and she smiled lightly. You're welcome, as long as you like it. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.